And call this meeting to order this morning. I'm Representative Bill Whitmire from Oconee County. I'm the temporary chairman of the screening committee for trustees for the colleges and universities. And this is, I pray that God continues to bless us all this day. Before we get started with our agenda, we have a couple of business items to take care of. The first item of business is the election of a chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Because of your long-standing participation on this committee over the years, I would nominate you, Representative Bill Whitmire, to chair this committee.
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Whew. Thank you. And now, second item of business, election of a vice chairman. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Senator Burden.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to place in nomination the Senator from Oconee, the President of the Senate, Senator Thomas Alexander, for Vice Chairman of the Commission.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. President Alexander will be here this afternoon for screening, and he has given me his proxy this morning. So thank you, Senator Burden. Before we go any further, I'd like to introduce the committee members. On my right, we have Senator Scott, we have Senator Burden, and our newest member, Senator Hart-Pootlian. President Alexander will be sitting immediately to Senator Scott's left when he comes in. On my left, we have Speaker Lucas. We also have Representative John R. King, and Representative Kirkman Finley will be joining us tomorrow, I believe. So, and also, I don't want to forget, our newest lady to help us out is Macy Webb. She works for the Education Committee in the House, and she got this job at the last moment, and she has done an outstanding job. I really appreciate, her help. And also, Julie Price is here somewhere, who's given her expertise. She was on Senator Peeler's staff for many years, and she also headed up this when he was chairman. So with that, we will get started. And so the first person we will have, if you will come forward, please, is Patricia Maccabee. First, if you just give us your full name. Go ahead. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Patricia H. Maccabee. I go by Patty.
If you would raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to make a brief statement on why you would like to continue to serve?
Certainly, and good morning to everybody. This morning, it's truly my honor to serve as a candidate, as an elected trustee for 29 years, and now as a candidate again for re-election.
Excuse me, can you come up a little closer to the mic? Speak up a little bit.
Maybe I'll lower it a little bit. Is that better?
Yes.
Good, thank you. It's truly my honor to be here today and to offer as a candidate for re-election to the Board of Trustees. It's just been an incredible honor and privilege to serve for the past 29 years at the pleasure of this body. I'm a lifelong resident of South Carolina, and as such and as a citizen of this state, it's a responsibility. The responsibility to serve Clemson University is one I take very seriously. The role to govern and lead this state-supported school of excellence and to provide an affordable and meaningful education for students that contributes to the development of my state is a responsibility I take very seriously. I sincerely appreciate the trust you have placed in me, and it's my humble honor to serve. Thank you for the privilege.
Thank you, Ms. McNamee. Any questions or comments from members of the committee?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Maccabee, for your willingness to serve. 29 years on Clemson Board is a long time. I remember a lot of work we did to make sure that we had female representation on that board back in 93, 94. Which brings to, tell us a little bit about the work that you've done with diversity since you've been there through that time span. I think about 8 or 9 years ago, I had a chance to meet and talk with you and some other members of the board as you began to design a plan in moving Clemson forward and looking at some diversity along with probably even then it was some resistance. Tell me a little bit about where the school has come, what are you doing, and even maybe some of the accomplishments you've had since y'all started dealing with diversity on the board.
Thank you for that opportunity. Several years ago, the Board of Trustees adopted a set of values that guide and serve as our guardrails, as we set policy and govern. One of those is diversity. And I'm pleased to say that I was strongly in favor of including that as a guiding principle in one of our values. Diversity is hard for us at Clemson because, number one, we're located in a part of the state that has traditionally been settled by people who are the same. I call it the sameness of the upstate. And since most of our, majority of our student applications come from the upstate for in-state applicants. So having diversity in our student body has been a difficult uphill battle. But we continue to reach out to schools in the upstate and throughout the state to encourage awareness of Clemson, bringing students to campus when they're in high school, fostering their ability to take college prep courses and prepare for the college entrance exams. So we're engaged on the junior high and high school levels with students across the state, particularly in areas that have more minority populations. So we're trying to develop the students, even though we're located in an area of the state that's predominantly white. We do institute programs such as Call Me Mister after they get to college, the Emerging Scholars Program that we offer in the schools, and other programs to bring minority students onto our campus to learn what it's like to enroll at Clemson. And then of course, our standards are high, and we expect students to be able to be accepted. We accept 87% of all South Carolina applications get an acceptance into a pathway to Clemson. So those are some of the things that we're doing for students. We also have on campus tried to make campus more inviting through the Gantt Multicultural Center, I need to look at my notes to see the names of these various areas. I've outlined these things in...
Let me slow you down. Diversity is a lot more than just students being enrolled. Staff.
Exactly.
You have a diversity office. I'm pretty sure the diversity office is giving you a diverse plan for the school to follow. Also recruiting with Clemson, with engineering being one of its number one instruction,
Right.
preparing people for the professional world. So you're recruiting all across this country. You said 87%. What is your minority population and what is your in-state population as it results in that Clemson?
So our, the minority population, the population of minority students at Clemson, including all minorities, is 25%.
Students?
Students for all minorities. Now, African Americans is, a lower number than that.
How low is it? I'm sorry.
African American students at Clemson is right at 6%, 5.9%. So when we look at that number, that's where we really try to target. And we do look at the faculty and the staff as well. Faculty is at a little over 8%. Staff is 14.5% minority. So we're implementing programs that will increase the diversity, both from just a numbers of categories of students that are maybe called minorities, or they are minorities because of the numbers, but through scholarships, special grants, learning resources, development resources, those early development resources I was outlining, and just institutionally through Division of Inclusion and Access and Equity, the Gantt Center. These are all programs that are instituted in order to make Clemson more attractive and more accessible and friendly.
So, and I'm gonna let somebody else have a chance to ask a question. I think y'all were 5 or 6% even before you began looking at a diversity plan. And here we are, 29 years later, and I'm still getting the same thing as in terms of where we recruit. Don't you think something might be wrong with your diversity plan or the behavior of the school if that's the case? Because you're selling a product, and that's education. And for kids, some of these kids go to some of the best schools all across this country. Our goal is to keep South Carolina students in. And so don't you think something else is going wrong on the intake system or behavior of the school or the board of trustees?
I agree, the numbers are low and we want them higher. So something can be fixed there. We're looking for the fix. We're not turning a blind eye to it. We haven't found the fix, but we continue to look.
Ms. McAbee, I tell you, after 29 years, there's something major wrong if y'all hadn't figured out the fix. I'm looking at other schools. College of Charleston was up here. Their numbers have just exploded. They also have high SAT scores. All the other schools around you. I just don't accept the fact that you're just telling me in terms of where you recruit where you send your recruiters to bring kids in. Thank you. I'm hoping to see y'all do a lot better than what you're reporting this morning. What's your percentage of out-of-state students?
Overall in the student body or
Yes,
minority? Yeah, overall, we continue to target and stay in the 65-35 mix of in-state to out-of-state students. That may vary a percent or two year over year. I think this year we are at 63% in-state, 37% out-of-state. So there are variances year over year, but our target for 20 years now has been 65% in-state, 35% out-of-state.
Thank you, Ms. McAbee.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your service, Mrs. McAbee. I have a couple, just about 3 questions for you. Do you know what the graduation rate is of African-American students at Clemson? Out of the 6%, what is the graduation rate?
Senator King, I have the overall graduation rate of 87%, but I don't have the actual
You all can
minority.
get, if you don't mind getting that
That
to
I
me.
will be happy
No
to get
problem.
that and send that back to you.
Within the Board of Trustees, who chairs on the board your diversity and inclusion committee? I would assume that the board has a diversity and inclusion committee, even though you may have a diversity person for the campus. I would assume that the board is working as a board to also have a diversity committee, and do you all?
We do not have a separate committee for diversity, inclusion, and access and equity. We meet as a committee of the whole. We discuss those issues primarily in the executive committee, of which we all attend. All board members are invited to attend, and we all do attend.
So I've learned as a representative that represent the Rock Hill area in which Winthrop sits in part of the heart of my district. And I've gotten so many phone calls in reference to the pathway for African-American instructors to receive tenure. What is the percentage of tenured African-American professors, and do you all recruit for African-American instructors at Clemson?
I'd like to get that information to you. I I know that we do, but that's not a detailed enough answer. So I will get that information to you in detail.
I appreciate it. My last question is, how will the board, in recent debate here, we are dealing with what we call critical race theory. How will the board assure me and the African-American legislators in this state that the true history, authentic history of slavery to present will not be eliminated as students will try to engage and find out more about the history of America?
Several years ago, we had the opportunity to address this very clearly, and the Board of Trustees chose to designate a part of our resources to thoroughly study and publicly print and declare the true history of the formation of Clemson University. And those people who worked and struggled and committed their lives to build both the physical structures at Clemson, and to serve the university in a lot of ways, the college back then. Since then, we have instituted a timeline that is continually updated on our website and within our university, so that the public is aware of details and they can click in and get more and more details. We've also erected new plaques and with tours around campus to illustrate examples of labor that was used early on in the formation of the college, and where people lived, and also where people were buried. And we're honoring each of those types of history markers, if you will, that people can see and learn about. And we're discovering new ways to tell the story every day. But it's our intention to keep the history alive through story and through visual remembrances.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Hart-Boulian.
Ma'am, I'm new to this process. This is my first meeting. Hopefully the rest of these folks won't regret it. But I need to get some basic understanding of how you and the rest of the trustees for not just Clemson, but all the colleges are supposed to react and behave in the context of organization. For instance, you as a trustee, do you take it upon yourself to contact department heads or folks below the president, other than maybe the, folks below the president, to communicate with them about issues you have, policies you think ought to be in place, or do you go through the president? How does that work?
All of the above, Senator. I often contact the university through the secretary of the board's office.
Right.
To make them aware of a contact I might make or might have made. So
Well, give me an example. What would you contact a department head about?
I'm trying to think of a more recent contact. The most recent contact I've had is with the director of athletics, who is new in the position, and regarding several issues that are involved with athletics in Clemson University. So I had a personal phone call in to him. He returned my phone call personally, not through the president's office, and we had a very candid conversation about several topics that are facing Clemson University.
I guess what I'm saying is, why would you, as a trustee, talk to a department head without taking it through the president, the secretary? I mean, were these issues about the kind of job he was doing? Were you critical? Were you seeking information? I'm trying to figure out how this is supposed to work. So
I was seeking information, and I don't know how it works at other universities, but at Clemson, we have a very, very communicative structure, so that if I talk with the athletic director, I'm also going to talk with the president. I'm also going to talk with the secretary of the board, other trustees, about whatever my thoughts are on a particular matter.
I mean, are you giving him, that is the athletic director, department director, directions on what to do, who to hire, who to fire,
No,
who
not
to,
in
who to
any
pay
way.
what?
It's to gain information. It's to gain information where the athletic department might be on a certain capital project, or where they might be on a certain,
Recruiting? Would you talk to him about who to recruit?
I don't talk to them about recruiting, I don't talk to them about hiring, I don't talk to them about individual student athletes or individual coaches. I mean, unless there might be, that might come up in conversation from them, but there are never a directive to a faculty member or staff.
I guess what I'm trying to find out is who runs the athletic department? The athletic director or individual members of the board lobbying the athletic director? How does that work?
The athletic department at Clemson is run by the athletic director and the president. And the trustees try to gain information, trustees such as I, try to gain information to inform a greater information for what we hear when we get a formal presentation,
And
to
do
get
you-
more information.
Do you communicate in emails or text for
Not
those?
often,
Oh,
no.
And do you communicate with other trustee members by text or email?
Not often. It's
Have
generally.
you ever used an encrypted email or text system like WhatsApp or one of those?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Scott.
Yes, ma'am. I want to do a follow-up on what Senator Pullian is asking, like direct contact. I want to go back to your diversity officer. You know, bought the diversity office up here some 4 or 5 years ago, and y'all were on fire trying to move forward with some diversity. I hadn't heard anything else since then. Do you make contact directly to your diversity officer? Or is the diversity officer appear before the board with a plan, showing how much progress you've made, if you've made any, and it sounds like you hadn't made very much of anything, that you just kind of rubber stamping it with a person so it has the appearance that you're trying to create it. And the reason why I'm asking these questions, I'm looking at all these other schools who come in here, and some of the growth and development, and I just can't accept the excuse because of my physical location, and the surrounding community, we can't do this. You're a state-supported school, and we expect the state-supported school to have an open policy for these kids to be able to come in and recruit these come in. So tell me a little bit about that plan and how you work with your diversity officer, and whether or not y'all even pay the diversity officer any attention when that person bring a plan before you.
The diversity officer makes regular reports, formal reports to the full Board of Trustees, and we have the opportunity within a meeting to communicate with the diversity officer. We see the diversity officer on campus and off campus at meetings, and have an open invitation. And to Senator Harpootlian's question, we have an open invitation to meet with faculty members, members of the administrative team, and staff. So, but we get formal reports from them, and we do have a diversity plan that is updated. We hear that, we receive that. We're concerned about that. We're concerned about how that plan is not translating into higher numbers. It's my top concern. I feel like the biggest weakness for Clemson is that we haven't grown our diversity numbers. We continually push for new and different ways to address the minority enrollment problem, particularly, and staff levels. So we have that in place. We're very attentive to it. Every member of the Board of Trustees attends meetings where the diversity plan is discussed and presented and updated. It's not working. It hasn't worked. And when you and I have had this discussion, and I welcome it and appreciate it, we just are still searching for that.
Well, let me just say
right
this to you, we'll move on with the
plan.
process. The buck stops with y'all. Y'all the
Yes,
Board of
sir.
Trustees. And I'll tell you, year after year after year, I ask these same questions. I'm getting those same kind of answers, but you expect the state to be very much supportive of the direction you're going in. And I'm just telling y'all really need to get serious about your diversity at Clemson University. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Scott.
Speaker Lucas.
Thank you, Chairman Whitmire. Ms. McAbee, thank you for your testimony. Sometimes I think the first individual who testifies is almost like the first bill at a Judiciary Committee meeting. We spend a much longer amount of time on that. I just want to echo some things I've heard from Mr. King and Mr. Scott, and I really want to pay Clemson a compliment because I really know of no other university in our state that does a better job at recruiting students. My university, the University of South Carolina, is often, I won't say often, I say almost 100% of the time out-recruited by Clemson because y'all outwork the other side, and that's what I appreciate about Clemson. With that being said, I do get tired of hearing the same issues being brought up without solutions. So I don't intend to ask this of the other Clemson trustee members who come up, but I would ask that, given how well y'all do recruit at Clemson and the effort that y'all do put into it, it would seem that those numbers would be going up at some point in time. And at some point, it's going to ultimately affect, I know, my decision about trustees on this board, not necessarily today, but I think it's something that needs to happen and needs to happen quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other questions? What's the desire of the committee? Yes, sir.
I move favorable report from Ms. McAbee to the General Assembly.
Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Opposed? Thank you, Ms. McAbee. Do not ask for any commitments from House or Senate members until Macy gets in touch with you, okay?
Thank you.
I want to be very specific about that. I know you know the rules, but maybe for some of the newer arrivals, that has not worked out in the past sometimes. So good luck to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All right. Next up will be John Nichols McCarter. If you'd give us your full name, please.
John Nichols McCarter, Jr.
If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. I'll give you a chance to make a brief statement on why you'd like to continue to serve.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee and staff for allowing us all to be here today. I'd also like to thank the whole General Assembly for allowing me to represent you and the population of South Carolina and represent Clemson University. It's an honor, I've said that before, and it's a commitment that I take very seriously. Thank you.
Staff, do you have any information to share with us on Mr. McCarter?
Good morning. There is no information that I have, but however, what I am going to request, and I'm going to start with you, and then I'm going to request for each candidate thereafter, if you would please state your home address, your physical address that you reside at for the record.
702 North Ocean Boulevard, North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6% at this address?
4%.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Harput?
and again, I'm new to this process. Are we going to swear these folks? Are we going to swear them in? Okay, I'm sorry, it didn't come to mind until those specific questions were asked, and I think they should be answers ought to be under oath. No offense to Mr. McCarter, it's just all of them.
I just did swear him in. Yeah, I swore you in, didn't I?
He swore me.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, he did.
You got me second guessing myself,
And he did
Senator.
Patty also.
Yeah. Senator Scott.
Mr. McCarter,
Yes, sir.
I want to pick up where I left off with Patty. You've been on this board how long now?
May will be 14 years.
Tell me a little bit about what you as a trustee, where the board is going in terms of improving its diversity. You look like your numbers have not moved at all. You're high diversity officer. You came up, met with caucuses as well as presented them before this General Assembly with the long plan that a lot of improvements that the school was going to do, and it appears that you're still standing still. Can you give me a little more information than your previous trustee had in terms of what you're actually doing at Clemson on the diversity issue, both staff, faculty, as well as students?
Number-wise, or you're not interested in the number-wise?
No, I'm not in, I want to know what you're actually doing, because she's given number-wise, and
Okay.
number-wise indicate not a whole lot.
Well, diversity is always, is talked about at every board meeting. Different committee members, staff, diversity leader always comes and has a report at board meetings. They're public. It's the very foremost in front. Our president is very in tune, and that's one of the goals, to improve. I'll get the number, but I'm pretty sure that we're accepting over 88%, 85 to 88% of all African Americans in South Carolina that apply to Clemson. I think that's a correct number. If not, I'll certainly verify that. But we do recruit. We have people out recruiting, trying to raise more money for scholarships. That sometimes is a problem because some of our out-of-state people give more money, and we're not a big university, but we are. It's in the forefront of every meeting we go to is diversity, and we are trying, and we got a long way to go, as I've told you many times in your office, but I feel that there is progress being made. We have done men of color and several other things I think that has helped get students to come to Clemson, but sometimes logistics, where we are.
Mr. McCarty, please don't send me logistics, because you got kids going all across this world.
Well, we do.
Going to school.
We
based
do
upon
have that,
what the
but we
school
do
actually
have,
offer.
again, we accept about 88% of the people, the African Americans apply in state for Clemson.
Okay. Your number one recruiting area in South Carolina, you've got 63%, as indicated a minute ago, in-state, and 37% out-of-state, which out-of-state numbers, that's pretty high for out-of-state students. Where in South Carolina you're actually recruiting in those areas so you can attract those students? The last person talked to me about you recruiting in the immediate area of Clemson, which is a small compared to the whole state, if you're doing not just upstate recruiting, but all over South Carolina students.
Well, we are trying to recruit the whole state. I don't know who's doing, I don't know the names of the people, but we have recruiters out trying to recruit the whole state. As I said earlier, it's got to get better, and it's something that comes up at every board member.
Are y'all following the plan, or supportive of the plan, or following the president, or actually helping to promote the plan as a whole?
Well, the president runs the university, as we hired a president and set a vision, and he has a diversity leader and a team. Our chief of staff is a minority, so it's a very upfront, and it's on the top burner. We got to do better. It's that simple.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Representative King.
Thank you for your service, Trustee. I have a question in reference to pathway of tenure.
Of what?
Pathway of tenure for African-American instructors and professors at Clemson. Do you know what the percentage of African-American instructors are? I know we have the percentage of students, but do you know what the
faculty and staff?
Instructors and administration?
Okay.
If you don't have it, you can get it to me.
I think I got what you're asking for, but let me make sure that on staff, the total minority is about 14.5% minority. African American is running 11%.
And in leadership roles, do you have African Americans in leadership roles and in the administrative?
Chief of staff is African American.
Okay. If you don't mind getting me those numbers.
I'll be glad
the
to.
number of staff members, the number of African Americans,
Yeah.
like a breakdown as to what
Yeah, I can get
Ms.
you the total
McAbee
number
gave us in
of
hers.
those people of the staff.
And thank you again for your service.
Thank you for allowing me to serve.
Any other questions? Senator Burton.
Mr. Chairman, I move favorable report on Mr. McCarter's nomination.
Second.
There's a motion for approval and a second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed?
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, while I do support him, I'm going to abstain as there has been a donation to my campaign.
Also will abstain.
Sir?
I will abstain, so,
Okay.
all right. But there is motion that was carried, so you're abstaining also. 1, 2. And I've got President Alexander's proxy for approval, so that gives 4 approvals. Okay. All right, I just remind you, like I've done, I will with every candidate, do not ask for any commitments until Macy contacts you. Thank you, Mr. McCarter. Next up, we have Sharka Marie Prokes. If you would come up, please. If you would give us your full name.
Sharka Marie Prokes.
If you would raise your right hand, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Give a brief statement on why you'd like to serve on the Clemson Board of Trustees.
So I feel that education, especially STEM education, is really important, not only to South Carolina, but to the whole country. There's been a significant amount of science that has supported all our fields of study. And so I feel that Clemson being a strong engineering school, I feel that I would really like to take part in helping to shape the future of Clemson. And perhaps some of my experience in the past 30 years in STEM and basic research for the DoD would be of help.
Questions? Representative King.
Thank you for offering yourself. I have a question for you in reference to diversity. If elected as a member of the board, what would be your plan in reference to taken to the board as a member in reference to increasing African-American students as well as diversity on campus when it comes to staff, faculty and staff?
So in terms of students, in my 30-year career, what we had working with universities was a science and engineering apprentice program. And that was basically bringing in high school students into different aspects of the university research effort. And I myself participated strongly in this effort. I had about 35 high school students. This is not undergraduates, this is high school students. And about 50% of them were minorities. And in fact, that can be a very successful program because it encourages minority students to understand what research is, what universities do, and how they can fit in. And I was very proud of one of my students, high school students, in fact, went on to go and get a PhD in physics at Stanford. And his name was King, Doug King, and he was an African American.
Do you know of any of the programs that promote diversity at Clemson?
I have read, yes, I've read online. There are about 4 or 5 diversity programs. There are specifically for African Americans. There are also programs for in-state South Carolina, allowing students to understand and apply to Clemson and to the university. So there are about 4 programs that I have seen.
Do you know what those programs are?
I had the names of them. If you want, I mean, I can read them to you.
No, one of them that you may know about or may not know about is the Call Me Mr. program. Do you know anything about that
No,
particular
I have
program?
not. Sorry, I have not. I'm not aware of that one.
Well, I appreciate you offering yourself, and I thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Scott.
I thank you also so much for applying for this job. I've heard nothing this morning about recruiting within my own area. I see with your education background from Northwestern, Harvard, at
Yes.
least you can explain to those in that area what's going on around the world, because it appears they're just kind of caught in that little trap. What do you actually think you bring to the board outside of STEM? Because I think what I'm getting, especially in terms of trying to grow that minority and get them to understand you're in competition not with just South Carolina, but with the rest of the world to get the best and brightest students to come.
Yes.
And they come all walks of life, bringing all type of intellect to really make some major changes at the school. And so would you share in even with your experience or your knowledge base, what you think you can do to try to help that board move itself forward to understand what's going on outside of that little small world up in Clemson?
Right, so the first thing, I mean, the mantra sort of at universities and that students pay attention to are the rankings, right? And so that's one area of interest for me, since competing universities such as UNC Chapel Hill, which I think Clemson can compete with, the rankings are not as good for Clemson. They're number 30. Chapel Hill is 5. So that is an aspect that is really important because students go by that. And so do, the other problem is also funders. It's a many-body problem because in order to bring in good students, you have to bring in good faculty members. And in order to bring in good faculty members, it really helps the standing of the university, and it also helps that these faculty members can obtain funding. And funding is not always easy. That is from my experience. I've run many DITRA, DARPA, many programs, and I've been on many NSF panels. And the funding, 1 in 10, you're lucky to get funding for 1 in 10. And you're constantly needing to write proposals. So that is an important aspect, being able to bring up the quality or the ranking of the university, the funding, and that also attracts students, high-quality students. And I think also having outreach in the sense of getting to the high school student and seeing what high school students, what they see, what university research does, what the university does, especially in the STEM area. I found many students who had no idea when they came what we did, and I set them up with small projects, and they were very excited because they actually accomplished something, and they were actually able to see how science gets done. So I think there are many aspects to this, but I think all of these need to be sort of implemented. There isn't one answer.
Well, thank you so much. I'm looking for you to be a new breath of fresh air in that area. Thank you so much.
I'd like to contribute to my new state.
Thank you.
Senator Burden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Prokes, I'm curious about, good morning, and I appreciate the fact you're here with us. And I would like to just get a cursory review of your history. Birthplace, Czech Republic.
Yes.
So coming to America, was that what time frame? And then
I was 8 years old.
8 years old. Okay.
My parents escaped the Russian invasion.
Okay. And then South Carolina. What?
So I lived in Maryland, of course, within reasonable commuting distance, which is 70 miles round trip of Washington, D.C., which is where I worked. That whole area is very busy, high taxes. It is not an area I chose to live in retirement. I took an early retirement. So South Carolina was the type of state I was looking for. It's got a very thriving economy. It's got manufacturing. It's got good universities. And it is a very pleasant place to live.
Well, thank you for that testimonial. That lifts us up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Probst, I'm showing my age, but I do remember when the Russians invaded Czechoslovakia. It was a terrible time for the folks over there. Unfortunately, it seems like they're doing the same thing now.
Apparently, yes, they are.
Well,
I was a little too young to understand, but my mother talks about the tanks that went through the town, the Russian tanks.
I remember the young lady from Czechoslovakia at the Olympics. That was the gymnast.
Right.
Vera something other.
Chaslovska.
Yeah. Anyway, So I remember she was protesting, and that was a good thing to see back then.
Yep.
Senator Scott has made a motion for approval. Is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying your right, raising your right hand. Opposed? Just want to remind you, since you're a new candidate, do not ask for any commitments until Macy contacts you, okay?
I understand.
Good luck to you. Thank you. Next up is Joseph Davis Swan.
Good
Please
morning.
give us your full name.
Joseph Davis Swan.
Raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Make a brief statement on why you'd like to continue serving on the board, please, sir.
And Macy, would you like my address as well?
Well, that's that. Go ahead and make your statement.
Okay. I'm in my 32nd year of service, thanks to you all, and it's been a labor of love. There's a lot of very positive things that have happened at Clemson and are continuing to happen. I have a list of some that I'd share with you, but I'll wait for your questions for that. But I'm extremely proud of what we've done with the three things we're most responsible for, which is education, public service, and research. The research has grown from $150 million in 2011 to $240 million a year in 2021. And we're involved in some outstanding projects with the Department of Defense at ICAR. We have $40 million of funding on the Viper project, and that's expected to grow. Excuse me, please. That's expected to grow to $100 million. The second project is at Curie with the Department of Energy. You know, the grid system that we have and the testing of wind power generators, that is a growing number. And then we're doing really good work in genetics in Greenwood. We're doing work in biomedical engineering at Cube Inc. in Greenville. And we're doing work in Anderson with advanced materials. Those are the kind of things that along with the fact that 84% of Clemson students, as they graduate, have jobs in their degree field within 6 months. I think that's, in the end, our job as a board to make sure we're providing an education that people that have jobs to be filled are looking for candidates for. I'll stop and answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Swan. Staff, do you have any information to share with us on Mr. Swan?
I don't have any information or anything that I pulled, but if you would, for the record, can you please confirm your address, your home address?
22 Craigwood Court in Greenville.
All right, thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6% at this address?
4%.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Swan? Senator Scott.
Ms. Swan, thank you for your willingness to serve. And I appreciate the fantastic numbers that Clemson has and is growing, especially with one of the ones that you did not mention is the joint venture between Clemson, USC, and South Carolina State College. In terms of the commitment the state needs to give y'all in order to be able to fulfill that endeavor. But at the same time, with the growth and experience and dollars coming into Clemson, is also being able to allow students, non-traditional students, to be able to come to Clemson who may have the SAT scores, and I think your SAT scores are higher than anybody else in the state. For what reason, that's y'all's decision. My goal is to make sure that kids get an opportunity to come to your school and that you actually recruit in those communities, giving them the opportunity to do it. To say we educate 84% that comes in, I mean, whatever you bring in, of course, it fits the mold and makes it easy to graduate. But I'm talking about there's a 37% of out-of-state students who come in here too, making it very easy to go back to other parts of the country to be able to get great jobs. That's good for Clemson. You can sell that. But what I'm not able to buy this morning is the continuous, when I asked about diversity, y'all hired diversity officer. I want to make sure the diversity officer is getting the job done, not being interfered with, and there's support from the board with the president to make sure it's moving. Because based on the numbers, there's still to be some issues in terms of trying to get this to happen. I know you've been in the media from the last time you've been here about a number of issues, building name and all the kinds of other issues that you've had to deal with. But the number one, can we recruit diverse folk to come to Clemson? My goal is to grow South Carolina, not New York, not Washington, not Florida, but to improve the lives in South Carolina, especially in rural communities. So you want to share with me what you've been able to do in the 32 years you've been there, and you've seen it, 1963 graduate, Clemson, undergraduate, 1969, and master's. So you in the turbulent time of Clemson's history. So would you share with me, coming out of turbulent to 2022, what you've been able to do to move the ball forward in terms of creating a more diverse Clemson University?
I would like to share the
Please.
programs with you, but in the end, the numbers are the same.
Doesn't matter. The question is, what have you done to try to improve the numbers?
You know about the Men of Color Summit that we have, brings in a couple, 300 people, young people that, for the most part, have not been thinking about going to college, and we're helping them get an opportunity to understand that they can get into college and the kind of success they can have. I understand that that we are losing our director of that Men of Color Summit. Our diversity director is taking a job at Louisville, so that we're in the process of looking for a replacement for that person. You know about the Men of Color Summit. Maybe Mr. King, it was you that asked that question, but that's an exceptional program. It's now trademarked and used by a lot of other universities, not just in South Carolina, but across South Carolina. The Emerging Scholars Program is an exciting program where we're helping in school districts. I grew up in Marlborough County, and Marlborough County and the I-95 corridor is being helped with students that come to Clemson every year, every summer, for an experience of what going to college is like. They don't all go to Clemson, but every person that's gone through the Emerging Scholars Program has gone either into the Army or to some university, and a growing number are now able to come to Clemson. So I'm very excited about the programs that we're doing. I should also add that the Board of Visitors has programs in each of the major towns, and they're inviting every African-American student that has applied to Clemson from that town to come for a night of meeting members of the Board of Visitors and asking questions personally and talking about the experiences that they have at Clemson. So we're working very, very hard on diversity, and the numbers are less than any of us want them to be.
Thank you, Jim.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me start off by saying, while I agree with my colleague, Senator Scott, in reference to the number of African Americans that attend Clemson, I believe the number should reflect the population of South Carolina in reference to the demographics at all the institutions. However, I will say out of all of the colleges and universities, excluding South Carolina State, when the Legislative Black Caucus has called on you all to come give us updates, you all were always available, unlike USC. So I do appreciate that. I appreciate the programs that you all are implementing. Even if you're, if it's just, you all are doing something to try to increase the numbers. So I do appreciate that with your Men of Color Summit, Call Me Mr. Program, things like that. So I want to thank you for that. I have a question just in reference to like 4-H. Is that up under you all, your board? The 4-H programs that are across the state?
there's not a specific discussion about 4-H within the board unless there's a problem or an opportunity that someone brings up for us to be involved with. But I think it's under PSA, maybe. I think
I
that's
couldn't
where
remember it. I just,
is housed.
okay. But no, I wanted to, you know, while we talk about diversity, and we have questions, Senator Scott and I do appreciate what you all are attempting to do. And I appreciate you all being available to the members of the Legislative Black Caucus when it comes to diversity and our issues. When we have called on other institutions, they are not always available to our concerns. So thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, may I comment to Senator Harpootlian's question to Mrs. McAbee? I'd like to address the question that you asked her about contacts with people other than the president. We don't, or I don't, and I don't believe very many of the board members call deans and faculty to talk about problems that we are involved with and need to ask them about. We do have the executive secretary, and we do have the chief of staff and the president. And so we are for the most part, I mean, our job is to set policy and review how that policy is followed. The two people we hire are the president and the executive secretary. And then the people that work for the president address us in various ways based on what committees we are on. The people I would have personal contact with would be the person, like I've headed up the research committee for a number of years. And so the vice president of research and I have a close working relationship in preparing for committee meetings and comments to the board. But we don't I don't call the dean of architecture, arts and humanities or other people like that.
So, Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Harpootlian, you have a response?
well, I have a question. So I guess what I'm trying to, there is a sort of a chain of command, if you will, of how you, if you have a question, who you go to ask it to.
Yes.
And I guess more importantly, if, for instance, you had strong feelings about hiring in the athletic department for this, or firing in the athletic department, would you go directly to the athletic department director, or would you deal with that through this chain of command?
I have absolutely no authority or responsibility for hiring or firing anyone at Clemson, and I try to keep my mouth shut about it.
Have you done a pretty good job of?
I'm pretty successful at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What's the desire of the committee? Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? Like sign. Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Swan, just reminder, don't ask for a commitment until the proper time. All right, that concludes Clemson screening, so we'll take up Lander this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
you reckon you could let the junior senator from Richland do the swearing? He keeps asking me if we forgot to swear. He's missing it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so junior that I wear hearing aids, okay? So I can't hear. And with Senator Scott over here talking all the time, it's impossible for me to hear over his chatter.
I'm gonna remind you are the junior senator. Junior senators, in many cases, don't have privilege.
I'll try to talk a little louder on that one.
You're gonna have
okay?
to talk a lot louder if Senator Scott's talking.
Okay. Moving right along. Lander. That's right in it. All right, our first up is Robert A. Barber, Jr. If you give us your full name, please, sir.
Robert A. Barber Jr., Robert Archibald Barber Jr.
Okay. If you raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. I
You
do.
can give a brief statement on why you'd like to serve on the Lander Board.
Well, I, from a young age, got exposed to some outstanding Lander people who were educators of mine. So I've always had a very high regard for Lander. I was a beneficiary of very good education myself in public schools and at Wofford College and a couple of other places. And I would like to see young people in South Carolina having the same opportunities that I had, and I think Lander to this day does that. With my educational background and some professional and business experience, I feel like I do make a contribution to the board at Lander. I had the good fortune, I might have been one of Senator Verdon's constituents, I'm not sure where the line is, but I used to live in Waterloo. And at that time, I realized what an important role that Lander played in our region over there around Greenwood and Lawrence.
Staff, you have any information on Mr. Barber?
Hi, good morning. I don't have anything to point out from my review of your file, but if you could, just like everyone else, can you please state your home address for the record?
Yes, I live at 1883 Bowens Island Road, Charleston, 29412,
Thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6% at this residence?
4%.
Thank you.
Representative King.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I was looking at your packet and have a question in reference to, you stated ways to improve Lander. And one of the ways, well, you said we need to raise our admissions standards. What are your standards?
You know, we are not highly selective by any means. I think most young people who've been successful in high school in South Carolina will have a good opportunity to come to Lander. I can't tell you what the cutoff score is.
Okay.
All right.
And you say pay higher salaries to our faculty and staff. Would you not be, as a board member, able to budget for that? And if so, why haven't you all?
Well, we have a president who's been there, I think, pushing 5 years. And through that time, our enrollment has improved and gone up we're up at around 3,800 students now. 8 or 9 years ago, we were bumping along at about 2,800. So increasing the enrollment certainly would be a help in raising salaries. But we were also a school that was sensitive to tuition rates, and I think we were the first school to put a cap on raising the tuition. So it can be kind of a catch-22 when you don't have more resources to allot to faculty and staff. But I think that's something the board members are well aware of, and it is something we want to do when we feel like we've got the latitude to do it.
As a board member, and when you think of diversity, what is your role in ensuring diversity on your campus?
Well, I think Lander does pretty well.
Well, I understand about Lander, I'm saying, but what is your role as a board member to ensure that diversity is on your campus?
Well, we certainly can encourage our administration to be more aggressive about that if we feel like we're lagging. I mean, we received $1 million grant to help us in the diversity area, and we've gotten a grant from the Self Foundation to help us fund our Call Me Mr. programs. I mean,
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Senator Scott.
Thank you. Good to see you again.
Thank you,
I think
sir.
we served together when you were in the House before you retired.
Been a long time ago.
It has been. Lander's been very progressive with his new president in terms of really doing a lot of things on this campus. Tell me a little bit about your recruitment program. I've looked at part of the areas in which you like to recruit. You're right in the middle of that, what we call the Gleams country.
Yeah.
How much of those students, and you bumping up against Anderson University, Clemson, and others, but tell me a little about what Lander is doing to bring those group of children in, because it's in an area there's a lot of loss in population in those particular areas.
Well,
So we maintain those kids going back.
Right. In our area, I think our population reflects the general demographics of the area. I think we've pushing 33%, 32% or something like that.
Right.
And we, take it very seriously and I think are aggressive about attempting to recruit a diversity of students.
So tell me what the board is doing, because what I'm getting, some of these other boards have not figured it out yet. Although you may be adjacent to them and you're recruiting somewhat in the same pocket, but you're able to get your diversity numbers up based on what your numbers are showing for your students coming in.
Yeah, I don't feel like the board has had to push our administration doing that. I think it has come, not naturally, it's been an effort, but they've taken it very seriously.
What are your numbers now with African-American students, staff, if you've got
I
those
think
numbers?
the students, minority students are 32%. Staff-wise, I think the senior staff-wise, it's around 24%. And overall staff-wise, at the university, it's 15%, I believe.
Does it affect your graduation rate with your numbers growing that large?
I think our retention rate has been improving.
Okay, and your graduation rates as well?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
What's the desire of the committee? There's been a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor signify by saying your aye. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And as I tell you, wait till you hear from Macy on your
Yes, sir.
commitments.
Thank you.
James Carl Schubert. You state your full name, please, sir.
My full name is James Carl Schubert.
If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
And just give us a brief statement on why you'd like to serve on the Lander Board.
Well, I'm a relatively newcomer to the Lander Board, just having come on the board a couple of years ago. It's been an outstanding experience thus far. Being an alumni of Lander College at the time, telling my age a little bit, and seeing what Lander has done, being a native of Greenwood, South Carolina, where Lander is in, and seeing what Lander has done, and then being a resident of the upstate and seeing what Lander has done has been pretty awesome to watch. So it's been a great honor for me to do it. I feel like my background as a former student, a businessman in this state, and a leader within my field, I feel like I bring a lot to the university. And I've been humbled by coming onto the board and seeing the folks that are on the board and what they're capable of bringing to my alma mater, and what they have done is it's been pretty impressive. And so it's no wonder that Lander's doing fantastic. And so I'm just looking to serve my school at this point. There's not a lot I'm learning to gain other than some intrinsic value of being part of a pretty nice institution.
Thank you, sir. Staff, any information to share with us?
Hi, good morning. No specific information that I have pulled from your file, but just as I've asked for everyone else, can you please state your home address for the record?
Well, my home address just changed about 2 weeks ago. Luckily, I got to move. I'm living out in the country on 15 Corcellum Trail in Simpsonville, South Carolina. Finally convinced my wife to move out in the country. And I got to buy a tractor, so it's not bad.
Okay, what was your previous address when you originally
24.
filed?
24 Sycamore Ridge Drive in Simpsonville.
And you still currently live in Simpsonville?
I do, yep.
Okay. And do you, at the residence that you now live at, do you pay your 4 or 6%?
4%.
And was it the same way for your previous address at 24 Sycamore?
It was.
Thank you.
Yep.
Questions? Senator Burton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm particularly interested in nursing programs at some of our schools. I know you have a relatively new but expanding nursing program. What's the outlook? How are you looking?
Well, you know, some of the things you look at when you look at Lander, you try to figure out, all right, our college is really filling societal needs. Nursing is one of them. It's something I've done for 32 years, being in hospitals on a daily basis. Our nurses right now are pretty well taxed and overrun due to the COVID pandemic, and they were operating razor thin prior to that. Johnson & Johnson began probably about 15 years a program to recruit more nurses, and nursing right now couldn't be more important. And so seeing what Lander's doing, especially with the appropriations that's been given, being able to grow the knowledge base at Lander and putting out really good nurses has been pretty exciting. I can tell you that when I'm in hospitals and operating rooms on a daily basis, Lander is a very well-respected nursing program, extremely well-respected. And especially when you get into critical care medicine and you watch those nurses operate around nursing students from other universities, Lander really holds its own. It's a fantastic program, and I think it's addressing a big need.
That's good news. During the budget process, we hear from the public sector healthcare providers, and the age-old problem of competing in salary is always before us. But we're starting to hear more and more now that there might be an interested and qualified pool of nursing students who may have more and more difficulty in getting into the programs, are having a harder time on the academic side, just finding the qualified academia to instruct these willing and able students. How would we address that on the horizon? It's one thing if you don't have nurses on the line, on the front line, but getting them trained and educated.
Right. Well, I think it's kind of a twofold issue. I think if you look at what needs to be done in South Carolina public schools, we've got to make sure we're addressing the STEM side of education, because those are the people that go into nursing, right? Your science, technology, math students. And so I think if we address that part of it, then you're going to naturally attract, qualified or even overqualified nursing students. I think that having a career pathway for a nurse, she's just not going to become a nurse, or he's not going to become a bedside nurse, or they're not just going to become, in a one-stop place where you just do general nursing for the rest of your career, but you can progress through even into nurse practitioner type positions. I think that pathway becomes more attractive for our students when they're trying to consider what their career is going to be. And so I think we need to do a good job as we're recruiting of making sure that we explain to them, you're just not going to, if you want to be a nurse, great, but if you want to move forward with your career and grow, there's a lot of avenues. So I think we need to do that more. Relative to instructors.
Yeah. Because that really, when I was a child in Greenville, the focus was Greenville General.
Yeah.
That's where the nursing center of education of nursing was taking place, was in the hospital setting. Sure. I'm thinking that those of you in higher education may have to go back and reinvent this wheel where there's a stronger degree of collaboration with your immediate hospital systems.
I mean, you bring up a good point, but let me clarify one thing. No nursing student ever graduates without going through rotations.
Sure, they have the rotation, but
in a very strong sense.
But the shortage of qualified, trained, certified, and credentialed instructors. You're competing, if you're siloed in academia or siloed in the hospital system, maybe you're snug, but the numbers we're looking at over the next several decades, demanding healthcare delivery, from top to bottom, salaries, recruitment of students, and then with a mind towards academia. I know you got a challenge there, but it's just something that after sitting through 5 budget subcommittees, and every public sector committee coming before us talking about competing with the private sector, and then also it was borne upon us that academia, you got to have the instructors there, and then they're competing for instructors with very high-paying administrative jobs in hospital systems. So, as somebody whose fingers are getting stiff and blood pressure and everything else, I'm thinking more and more about it, as we all are, and it's just a challenge to our public sector universities. Hey, those of you that are offering nursing programs, where do you see us in the future? So I appreciate your particular attention to it.
As bad as it is now, 20 years ago it was worse. So it has gotten better.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Mr. Scott. There's a Motion for approval and a second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
As I've reminded everybody, please don't ask for commitments until you hear from Macy.
Great. Thank you for your vote of confidence for serving. Thank you.
Makins. Next up is Peggy McClinton Makins. Hope I pronounced that correctly. Welcome. If you'd state your full name, please.
It's Peggy Ann Makins.
Raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you'll give a brief statement why you'd like to serve, please.
Well, I'm a graduate of Lander, and I'm so honored to be a part of this board. Never thought as a student there that I would be able to be in a position like this, and it is has been enlightening and most fulfilling. I love Lander, and I have to say that when I left, I not only left with a degree, but I also left with a husband that has been great over the past 40-plus years. So Lander has a special place in my heart, and I'm here to serve and just honored.
Thank you, ma'am. Staff, any information to share with us?
Hi, good morning. No, I did not find anything in your file, but just as I've asked everyone else, could you please confirm for the record your home address?
My home address is 823 Lexington, South Carolina.
All right, thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6% at this residence?
4%.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
Dr. Mickens, let me first say how proud I am of you. Born in Abbeville, went to Piedmont Tech, the model system that you took way back in 77 when you began and graduated in 79, that we continue to tell these young people that actually work. Spent your 2 years at Piedmont Tech, went to Lander, the rest is history. Columbia University with a master's and a PhD from Nova. Unreal. And for you to be able to come back and share with some of those same students that come out that same geographical area. And I guess that's why your recruitment is so big, because you're probably bringing all those kids in from the Piedmont Tech School, that some of these other schools can learn to really work with the articulation agreement and bringing these kids out of those immediate areas so we can continue to grow these communities. What do you see, if any, changes? Are you from the area? You were educated in two schools, or two major schools in the area, and I spent a lot of time at Piedmont Tech working with them back in the mid-70s when we had the Comprehensive Employment and Training Act, and Piedmont Tech had the only training program for young people, especially those who are unemployed. We sent them back to school. Now, you may have been a part of that region, because it's probably somewhere during the time I was probably a field staffer. What do you see that they could do better to continue to recruit more kids out of what we call the Gleams area? So these kids can come through that same system. To be able to get an education becomes a lot more affordable, especially when you go the technical school route. I heard previous questions about nursing, the nursing program, and I'm pretty sure that's where you're recruiting a lot of your students from, getting them off the grounds, because by then they should either have improved in the STEMS program or begin to address some of those courses that they're going to need to take when they get to Lander. If you want to talk a little bit about that a little bit, I would greatly appreciate it.
Well, one thing that I'm very proud that Lander is partnering with the technical system, and we're making it an easier transition for the students coming through the technical colleges. The grading system, we try to have everything set so the students won't have to miss out on this course or that course. We're trying to align everything so that it's a smooth transition. So I think that bridge program is really gonna afford a lot of students to transition on to a 4-year institution.
There are some things that you would improve on at Lander. I know you're growing real fast. You have a very aggressive president, and
Yes.
I like his style.
I do too.
If you tell me some of the things that you think that as a board y'all need to improve upon, share that with me, please.
I think that we're on the cusp of making some changes, and we are actually actively working. One of the things that we're doing, we try to be a part of the community. So we go into the elementary schools, we make ourselves known to children at an early age, kind of like Little League Baseball. They scout those kids early on. So we are looking at kids as they come through these school systems. And we're doing the dual enrollment, which I think is really helpful. And just trying to get out there and let the kids know, let children know that we're here for them, and we are actively seeking to try to pull them in our direction.
What's the desire of the committee? There's a motion for favorable. Is there a second? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Thank you, Dr. Macon, and good luck to you. And as I keep saying, please don't ask for commitments until you hear from Macy.
Thank you all very much for your service.
Next up is Donald H. Scott. You'd state your full name, please, sir.
Donald Harold Scott.
If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, give a brief statement why you like to serve on the Lander Board.
Well, like Peggy said, she has a love for Lander. I graduated from Lander. My son and daughter graduated from Lander. My wife graduated from Lander. I have a total of 10 people, including nieces and nephews, that all graduated from Lander. I served on the alumni board as a member and as president. I served on the 6 years. I served on the foundation board as a member and interim president for 6 years. And now I'm on the board of trustees, and I think it's a real honor to work with the fine people there at Lander and our communities to see it grow and meet the needs of students. We have frozen the tuition for the past 7 years, including this year, because we don't want people to be surprised by increases they start in the freshman year, and by the senior year they can't afford it.
Staff, any information?
Hi, good morning. I actually do have 2 questions for you. The first one, you are currently the chairman of the board for Lander, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And then on your application for the present employer, you left blank. Do you currently work for someone, or are you currently retired?
I'm retired.
Thank you. And just as I've asked everyone else for the record, can you please state your home address for the record?
149 Van Lanford Road, Waterloo, South Carolina.
Thank you. And do you,
29384.
yes, sir. Thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6% at this
4%.
residence? Thank you. That's all.
Mr. Chairman.
Don't you live kind of near Waterloo?
The senior senator from Richland just asked me where Waterloo was. He's over here with Gleams and everything, Western Carolinas. It is not someplace in Iowa or Europe. I can tell you that. And I bet you know it based on the number of people that have found Waterloo. It's blowing my mind what's going on down there.
Yeah, it's really growing. It's a nice community, and it's growing, and you got the lake there, so you have a lot of growth and so forth going on in Waterloo.
Senator Scott.
Just quick, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I see you also took that same route, technical school, and then to Lander.
That's correct.
Which is really strengthened when you begin to talk to young people about the easiest way and the least expensive way to get an education. So let me also applaud you on that as
Thank
well.
you.
And then upon graduation, I'm still remaining in the rural portions of South Carolina, trying to educate most of our rural kids. What do you contribute to the real growth on the campus at Lander, especially with chairman and money management has been a real issue with how fast you guys been able to grow?
Well, we do have an excellent staff. Like you talked about our president, he's doing an excellent job of leading us. Excuse me, 91% of our student population comes from the state of South Carolina. As it's been stated, we have a 32% diversity. And then the other thing is we have 78% of the students that graduate from Lander stay in the state and contribute back.
Correct. That's so important. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? What's the desire of the committee? Approval? And a second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Congratulations, sir. Don't ask for a commitment till you hear from her.
all right, thank you, sir.
All right, before I call up the next one, let me recognize former Representative Alan Taylor. He's a colleague of mine and the speakers, and so I'll tell you, Lander folks, he does an excellent job down here for you, so you need to keep him employed. I'm sure he'll agree. All right, next up is DeWitt Boyd Stone Jr. If you state your full name, please, sir.
DeWitt Boyd Stone, Jr.
If you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Give us a brief statement why you'd like to serve on the Lander Board.
Lander and I both grew up in Williamston. My great-grandfather founded the college, and it kind of grew up in Williamston and moved to Greenwood. I never lived in Williamston, but I did get to spend some summers there, and I think it's sort of like home, but not exactly. In 1957, I went to college at Tennessee, and I'm in my 65th year now of being either in or teaching at or administering at a university. And I'm loving it on the Lander Board. It's a great institution. We're doing very well in recent years.
Have any information?
I do not have any questions based on your file, but just as with everyone else, can you please state your home address for the record?
108 Poole, Poole Lane, Clemson, South Carolina.
Thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6%? Can you please state it for the record?
4.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Questions? Senator Scott.
Now, thank you so much for your willingness to serve. Are you currently serving as a chair? Or is that because I'm looking at both of y'all currently serve as a chair? That's a typo, vice chair? Your former chair?
No,
That's just a typo?
Don Scott's the chair.
Okay, thank you, that's just a typo. Okay, I see you retired from Clemson University.
Yes, sir.
What did you teach at Clemson, and how long were you there?
My teaching was at the University of Tennessee. I came to Clemson as an administrator, actually to start a night program in Greenville for engineering students. And that resulted in the University Center of Greenville and a few years later. And I was moved back to Clemson to do various things, including liaison with the Commission on Higher Education. And I retired as Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs.
So, and with that in mind, what are y'all doing so different that the sister school that close to you is not doing? You guys are having a tremendous success in recruiting students, and that's what you did, enrollment, academic. So you get to check the box, who come and who does not come.
Yes, yes.
Some kids may need another summer or may need a course or something. So what are y'all doing different that you're growing at the pace that you're growing, 32%, compared to your sister school that's adjacent to you that's not doing?
We have to give a lot of credit to our president. I joined the board in 2014, and the search was actually underway at that time. So one of the first things I got to do at Lander was to help choose a president from 3 candidates who were chosen for us by a consulting firm. He brought a lot of talents, and outreach and public relations was one of them. His strongest talent was he came to us as a vice president for academic affairs at UNC Pembroke, and we were not in very good financial shape at that point. And it was a joint board president decision to freeze tuition during his first year at Lander. And I think that's had a lot to do with our ability to attract students.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Desire of the committee? Favorable? Second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? Like sign. Thank you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Next up is Raymond Davis Hunt. Welcome, sir. If you would state your full name.
It's Raymond Davis Hunt.
If you raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Brief statement on why you like to serve.
I've been fortunate enough to serve on the Lander University Board for 24 years now. It's where I met my wife, similar to, you've heard that from 2 or 3 other board members, so I don't know what's in the water there, but it's a place where I guess we meet our spouses. I've been able to serve in a chairman capacity and other leadership roles on the board, and two terms past chair, and would like to continue to see us grow, and would like to continue to give back and serve.
Staff, any information?
I don't have anything based off of my review of your file, but just as with everyone else, can you please state your home address for the record?
Sure, 2012 Amex Ferry Road, Chapin, South Carolina, 29036.
Perfect, thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6%?
4%.
Thank you, that's all.
Questions? Senator Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your willingness to serve. You basically grew up on that board. You came as a,
It's easy for me to remember when I came on the board because my daughter's 24 years and I was
you came as
bored
a
when she was born right before I started. So
you came as a youngster.
I did.
Tell me a little bit about the growth of the board from the time you got there and
The growth of the board or the university?
well, the board's gonna affect the university. You can
Yeah.
talk about both of them.
Yeah, we've had growth on
So
both.
I'm gonna finish the question.
Sure, yes,
I
sir.
know you wanna jump right in on it. And
of
where
course
you think where you think the university is going with this growth and direction, especially where you physically located in
Right.
that particular area.
Being physically located in Greenwood is a challenge in some ways because there's not a major interstate system to Greenwood. I used to say the greatest thing about going to school there, we were an hour and a half from Clemson, an hour and a half from Georgia, an hour and a half from Carolina. So if we wanted to go see good football, we have our
either way.
choice. But we have seen great growth, especially over the last 4 or 5 years. Dr. Costantino has done an amazing job. We all, as a board, helped him with the strategic plan. We approved the strategic plan, and we've been following that plan. And even through the pandemic, we continue to see growth. And he's hired outstanding people. I've been fortunate to serve with 3 presidents of the university. And this president, what he did different was he brought in outside people. He didn't hire from within. And he added diversity. Good, like you heard, 20%, 24% of our senior staff is minorities. And he brought in people from outside the state, inside the state, and he put the right people on the right seat on the right bus.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question in reference to your answer to how can Lander improve? You said improve the communication with the Board of Trustees. Explain what you meant by that.
Sometimes I think universities can be pigeonholed and have their own little world, and they forget sometimes to communicate not every little thing, but important matters to the university. As I believe I stated on there, it has improved dramatically, or improved over the last few years, because it was hard for me to find a weakness of where we are when I look at our growth and I look at freezing tuition, but that was the only thing I could think of.
Okay. And my last question in reference to Senator Scott's question in reference to, you said it's about 22% minority.
24%.
24% minority, is that, you say faculty, staff,
That's senior
administration?
staff.
Senior staff.
Yes.
When you say minority, are you talking about white women, or are you talking?
Yes, that would include all minorities.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Desire of the committee? There is a motion for approval and a second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Thank you, sir. You know the rules. So.
Yes, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. Our last Lander candidate is John E. Craig, Jr. If you would state your full name, please, sir.
I'm John Edwin Craig, Jr.
If you raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Okay, give us a brief statement why you'd like to serve on the board.
Lander is a great university, and that's why I like to serve on the board. There's so many problems in higher education around the country. So many schools are not doing a great job, in my view. There's a real problems with quality. There are problems with cost. I'm a graduate of Davidson and of Princeton, elite schools. Costs are out of bounds. And frankly, those schools, and I love both of them, are too often are educating people for lifestyles and not for productive work lives. Now, that's a harsh judgment, that's mine. Lander, in contrast, is doing exactly, in my view, what colleges need to be doing in this country. We have a great record on minority admissions and success. We have held tuition constant. We are affordable, and we are teaching kids how to go to work and lead productive lifestyles.
Wish my two daughters had heard that before they went to college. All right, staff, you have any information?
Yes. Good morning. Mr. Craig, on your application, you did not disclose if you pay your 4% or 6%, so I'm just going to go through those same questions with you. Before you answer that question, can you please state what your home address is?
Yes, 1859 Craig Farm Road, Lancaster, South Carolina, 29720.
Okay, thank you. And then do you pay 4 or 6% there?
4%.
4%. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Questions?
Quick question.
Senator Scott.
Thank you so much for your willingness to serve. One of the things I noticed about the members of the Board of Trustees, you guys have been exposed to so many different universities, and in terms of where you've been educated, the schools you attend, not just everything right in South Carolina. What has it done for the board members in terms of trying to reach some agreements in terms of best practice and policy? Because you have a lot of different knowledge-based folk that's actually coming on, that's on your board, which I applaud you. That's very healthy. So what do y'all do to try to reach some consensus, or is it some of the smaller stuff you don't get bogged down in?
Well, you put your finger on it. This board is very diverse. There's a wide range of experiences, and one of the reasons I like serving on this board is that I learn from it too. We all need to listen to each other. We will have disagreements, but we all can gradually work to consensus. And we do bring substantial expertise to the board, to the university. For example, I did much of my career in managing large foundations and managing endowments. When I came on the Lander board, I'm on the Lander Foundation board as well. We needed to revamp our investment strategy there, and I led that. And so that's an example of the kind of expertise that our board is able to bring to Lander.
Thanks, Jim.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that you're from Lancaster, or live in Lancaster. I'm originally from Chester. I represent the Rock Hill area, so next door to you. How is the recruitment from our area of the state in reference to going to Lander?
You know, I wish it were more. Let's face it, most of the students at Lander come from nearby. So Lancaster is a bit too far away. I myself am doing my part. We've had some alumni gatherings there and so on. And that is one of the aims. I'm on the foundation board. I work with the Vice President for Institutional Advancement, which is all about annual giving, and also very heavily involved in helping to recruit students. So it's an area we would like to do more in.
Well, I see where your numbers for minorities are pretty good. So I was just wondering about our region and trying to get more of the African Americans to go to Lander. But you probably do know my family in Lancaster, the Ruckers. Dr. Rucker was my uncle.
I certainly do, yes. Very, very fine family, a major family in Lancaster. And have done so much for our city. You know, Lancaster, Chester, Lancaster is really booming, folks, particularly the north end, but we are now really focusing on revitalizing the town, like Chester's doing.
Motion for approval. Is there a second? All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Okay. Congratulations, sir. Don't forget, don't ask for that. I do want to state that we have one other Lander candidate. Marcia Hydrick could not be here today. She's out of state, but she will be here tomorrow morning. We'll hear her then. We've got one candidate from USC tomorrow too also. and the Willow Gray folks. We're going to break for lunch. If I can ask all the members, if they can be here, maybe 10 minutes to 1, that gives us almost an hour. We'll try to start as soon as possible. Somehow, I don't think this afternoon is going to go quite as fast. So.
Mr. Chairman, can I raise a procedural matter with the members on the committee?
Certainly.
We're about to get into the University of South Carolina, and what I'd like to ask is that the committee delay taking votes on the 6 incumbent members of the University of South Carolina Board until the committee has had an opportunity to hear from each of them.
Okay, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. You got it. My name is Bill Whitmire. I am the chairman. I come from Oconee County. On my right is, we're fortunate to have the President of the Senate, Thomas Alexander, Senator Burden, and Senator Hart Pootlian. And Senator Scott will probably join us soon. Momentarily. On my left, I'm honored to be sitting next to the Speaker of the House, Jay Lucas, and we have Representative King from Rock Hill, and tomorrow we will have Representative Finley from Columbia. This afternoon, we will be taking up first the University of South Carolina trustees. So when I call your name, if you would please just come up to the well and give us your full name, and then I'll swear you in. So first up is Charles H. Williams II. If you give us your full name, please, sir. Okay, if you'll raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, if you'll give a brief statement why you're interested in staying on the USC board.
Turn your mic on for us.
All right. My father is a undergraduate in law school, graduate University of South Carolina. I'm a undergraduate and graduate of University of South Carolina Law School. My first wife was a graduate of USC Law School. My second wife, who is seated behind me, was a graduate of the University of South Carolina Law School. All four of my children were graduates of the University of South Carolina Law School. So it goes without saying that there's been a tremendous amount to my family that we've all been able to attend the University of South Carolina. I love the University of South Carolina. I've been on the board for 12 years. I've enjoyed it, and I would like to continue to serve on the University of South Carolina board.
Thank you, sir. Staff, any information to share with us on Mr. Williams?
Hi, yes, good afternoon, Mr. Williams. Upon reviewing your packet that you initially submitted to the board back in November, you stated and you listed that your property tax, you currently pay 6% at your residence in Orangeburg. You also submitted, in addition with that, a letter explaining why your property tax is 6% in Orangeburg. And then you also stated because your wife is currently listing the property in Charleston with the 4%. If you could just explain to the commission a little more about that situation.
This is both of our second marriages. My first wife, who's deceased, when I married McLean, she had a house in Columbia. Shortly after we got married, she sold a house in Columbia, South Carolina, and she bought a house in Charleston, South Carolina. She resides in Charleston the majority of the time. The first 5 years, we've been married 7 years. The first 5 years, I claimed the 4% residency. Unbeknownst to me, she decided she was going to claim 4% in Charleston. When she did it, she said it was only fair that she could claim it for 5 years if I claimed it 5 years. And I don't know how many of y'all on your second marriages, but you tend to listen to your wife, and she claimed it. I immediately went to the Orangeburg tax assessor's office and explained to them what was going on and asked them, could I continue to claim the 4%? They said I could not. I reckon the real issue is where do I live? I've lived for 72 years on the same property that I live now. Anybody, and a couple of y'all on the board, on this committee know me. Nobody's ever claimed that I lived anywhere but Orangeburg. I own 5 different, I reckon we own, but for the property in Charleston is solely in her name. I have 4 other properties, one in Maggie Valley, North Carolina, one at Lake Marion, one in Columbia, and I'm missing one. But anyway, I have a number of homes that are titled solely in my name. There's no question where I live. I vote in Orangeburg. My law office is in Orangeburg, although I say I'm semi-retired. I go to the law office 3 or 4 days a week. I still get paid by the law office. If you ride on the interstate, you'll see my photograph with my law partners. My 2 sons have taken over my law practice. But
all my bills in Orangeburg. I probably spend 5 or 6 days a year in Charleston. That's only when I have my doctor's in Charleston. And it's only when I have a doctor's appointment. I'm not a big fan of Charleston. My wife loves Charleston. She goes to church there. Her voter registration's there. Her driver's license is there. Her mail comes to Charleston. And I reckon we're a little unique because while we're married, we do maintain separate households.
Yes, sir, thank you. And then just one final question for me, and then I'm going to turn it over to members of the commission. Can you please, for the record, confirm what your address in Orangeburg is?
2503 5 Chop Road, or either Marshall B. Williams Boulevard, Orangeburg, South Carolina,
Yes, sir.
29115.
Thank you. That's all the questions that I have.
Thank you.
Representative King.
I think this question may be for the committee. In reference to residency, doesn't 4%, is that how we determine residency, or what? I'm not sure how we return.
That is my understanding, that your residency should be the 4%. So that is, he's now claiming 6%. So we've gone through that before, Representative King, with I think it was MUSC member applying. He had to change his from 6 to 4 to comply. So that's my understanding.
And if that is the case, Mr. Chair, did we give that person time to make that adjustment, or what did we do in reference to the 4%?
Who's first? Senator Harpootlian.
It's where he lives, not where his wife lives. And if she wants to declare Charleston her residence, that doesn't make him a resident of Charleston. The 6%, the couple can only take it one place. I would submit that if you are claiming 4% in more than one place, and we've seen this happen, you got a problem. If his voter registration, driver's license, all of those things are in Orangeburg, even if he doesn't declare that, his residence for tax purposes, he's declared it for everything else, as long as he's not claiming 4% somewhere else. So, and this issue's been litigated most recently in a school board member issue up in, I think in my district, in District 5, School District Richland Election 5. And it seems to me that's the correct legal position. Now, Mr. Chairman, I would indicate there are people who, we're going to have another candidate in just a minute who doesn't take the 4% where he says he lives. So I don't know that we ought to stick with a hard and fast rule of 4% being their residence. I think it's all the circumstances. He's testified under oath that and let me clarify this. Where'd you spend last night?
In Orangeburg.
And of every 30 days of every month, where do you stay at night?
I would say I spend 99% of my time, and I do have a condominium at the football stadium. I spend a night every now and then, but 90...
During football season?
Yeah.
Not now?
No, sir. 98% of the time I spend in Orangeburg.
And that's where you work?
That's where I work.
And do you, you pay 6% on your residence in Orangeburg, is that correct?
Correct. When I went to the tax assessor and explained to them, they said you can have 2 primary residents, but you can only claim 1.
Right. For tax purposes?
For tax purposes.
So I just think it's important to understand, in my understanding of the law, while that is a factor we should look at, it is not the determining factor. That's...
Speaker Lucas.
I agree with Senator Harpootlian. Obviously, it is a factor, and it's a factor this committee should obviously look at on each occasion, but there are a number of different criteria that could be used to determine residence, and I don't think that is the sole criteria we should look to.
President Alexander.
I hear what is being discussed, and I don't necessarily have an issue with that, but it has been the president of this committee to take a different approach to that. And so, just for the record, I think either we have to treat everybody the same. And so, if we're gonna deviate from that, then I think we're gonna have to afford that opportunity to others that have been impacted by that from other universities that was insisted upon by this committee that they be treated differently. So I think we're just gonna have to.
Mr. President, if I remember right, that other candidate did have to change his from 6% to 4%. Is that not correct? If you remember, that's what I remember anyway.
That is correct.
Might I ask this question then? Would you be willing to change, you and your wife work that out?
Sure.
I mean, she
did it on her own. Don't get me wrong, I love my wife. But she didn't, because she just went down and did that. She said, I'd done it for 5 years, and she thought she ought to get a tax break. And it wasn't but about, I think it's $3,000 difference. So it's, mine went from $3,000 to $8,500.
Do you need to ask her before you make this commitment? Okay. Apparently she's in agreement?
So, yeah,
Okay.
I'll be glad to change it.
Other questions?
I have other questions, not
Go ahead.
about that, though.
All right, go ahead.
So, Mr. Williams, how long have you been on the board?
12 years.
Okay, and let me ask you this. Is it been your experience that you would go through the president, and you've been through a couple of them, I think, during those 12 years, correct?
Correct.
To talk to department heads? Do you unilaterally go out and talk to department heads?
No. Now, if it's in a board meeting and a department head is talking about something.
That's not what I'm talking about.
No,
I'm talking about
I never contact anybody.
Either emailing or picking up the phone and calling a department head.
No.
And you understand the athletic department, Ray Tanner is a department head, is that correct?
I understand.
And why don't you do that?
Well, it's not in our position to do it. We set policy, and like I say, if we have a problem, usually we contact the president, or wait till that person is at a meeting and address whatever issues we have.
And in your opinion, has that been a problem with the board? Some of the board members unilaterally talking to department heads, going around the president?
I'm sure it happens a lot, but you don't know about it. I don't think that a member of the board would tell you that they've been talking to a department head.
Well, would it surprise you? I'm going to ask the incumbent board members today under oath whether they've done that or not.
No, sir.
Okay. So we'll deal with that in a little while. Let me move on to there's sort of the elephant in the room, if you will, is the presidency of General Caslin. And I'm trying to get my arms around how such a thing happened. Well, first of all, you voted against hiring him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And let's talk about how that process, I'm trying to get a sense for how the board makes decisions.
Well, it was poorly handled from the beginning. When I don't remember, it was 3 or 4 candidates. And
could you speak into the microphone a little bit better? I'm sorry.
I'm trying to recall because it's been a little while, but when he first came up, we would meet the candidates. Right before the meeting began, they sat a stack of paper about this high, which was from the faculty and from the students who had heard President Caslin and their opinions and so forth. And, you didn't have time to read them, and I objected to that, why would you put a stack of, 5-inch stack of paper in front of me with opinions from students and faculty and expect me to have any idea? And they said, well, we can tell you that 80% of the faculty and 80% of the students oppose him being our next president.
Was he the only candidate you were looking at that day?
No, there were 3 or 4.
Okay.
And
did you get that kind of input on all 4 or all 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it started off rather raw, and so we pretty much had an argument within the board, and complaining about we needed more information if we were going to elect the president. We needed to see what the reviews said, blah, blah, blah. And after heated discussion, we all agreed to continue the process, not to elect anybody on that day.
Now, did y'all decide to ask someone to be interim president?
I'm sure we must.
Upstate?
Yeah, we did. We asked the chancellor at Upstate, who was a very good guy.
And did he agree to do that?
He did.
Did he ever get to be the interim president?
for just a short period of time.
Okay. Now, there's, as I study the records,
Well, I'm trying to, you want me to go forward because, to the vote on Caslin?
well, I'm going to ask you some questions and then ask you to go forward. So there's about a 30-day period between that meeting and the meeting at which Caslin was elected, correct?
Correct.
Or picked. During that 30-day period, did anyone that, to your knowledge, on the board go to Florida and meet with General Caslin?
Yes, some people went. I do not recall who and how many, but I was aware that some went, and I think that was after we elected Caslin that I found out about that. I didn't know that they'd gone down there.
Did you know they went in that 30-day period between the first vote and the second?
I believe it was.
And were you invited to go?
No, sir.
Was there some sort of selection committee that had been picked?
Not that I know of.
And so they took the university plane, this 3 or 4 board members, and some of them are going to be testifying today. I'll ask them about it. But,
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
and they went and met with General Caslin,
As far as I know,
but
yes.
not the other candidates.
That's, as far as I know, that's correct.
Do you know what they discussed?
I have no idea.
Were they negotiating a contract?
I have no idea. Never been privy to any of that information.
Now, go ahead with your narrative as to what happened between that first meeting where you didn't pick him, you picked an interim. Go forward.
Well, the board was instructed, we instructed for the search committee to continue. We were unhappy with the group they hired. We were supposed to hire a new group that did Clemson's search. And then, out of the blue, I got a call from the governor asking me to support Caslin.
And tell us, did he explain to you why?
It was a very short conversation. I've known Henry. I went to school with Henry.
Okay.
And I said, asked Henry, I said, Henry, have you met the man? And he said, no. I said, well, then don't ask me to support him.
The governor indicated he'd never even met the guy?
That's correct.
And this was about 2 or 3 weeks before he was picked as president?
It was right before.
And was the governor or his chief of staff, to your knowledge, I know I got a call from the chief of staff, was the governor or the chief of staff contacting all the board members?
I have no idea. He just contacted me, and like I say, I know Henry well. Henry and I are friends. And I just said, Henry, you met the guy. Because I thought in his interview he was not real good, in addition to not being able to know why the faculty or the students were so opposed to him. And when he said no, I told him, I said, well, no, I'm not going to support him.
So there'd been an interview, you had an interview with Caslin here in Columbia?
We had all the candidates, whether it's 3 or 4, I really can't remember.
Was one of those candidates the provost?
No.
It was not?
No.
Okay. Remember who the other candidates were?
It was Tate, and I think it was 3, because I think we lost the lady who was a finalist, and I think she went to the University of Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
But William Tate was one. And
Now, who's William Tate?
He was our provost, and then he went down to be the president of LSU.
So he was not hired here, and he went to be the
He
president
was
of LSU.
eventually hired as our provost.
Right, but then he left here when he was not hired as president and went to LSU?
That's correct.
He's an African-American?
That's correct.
And so LSU hired him and we didn't?
Well, we did hire him as our provost.
But not as president?
That's right. And he had, he had significant support on the board the first time around.
But then Caslin seemed to get, well, the ultimate vote was what, 12-8?
I think it was 11. We needed one more vote to continue the process, and that's what it was about. It wasn't about, he was allowed to stay in the running. We just wanted the process. We wanted a different group, the Clemson people, to handle their search, to look at the candidates, and then bring us back to candidates, and there was no objection to him remaining as one of the candidates.
And that failed? That motion to do that, or did that?
No,
fail?
that was what the board decided on. And then the governor.
And that process was ongoing?
And then the governor got involved and called for a vote on Caslin.
And did y'all have a vote?
We did.
Was there an effort to have a meeting and you stopped it?
Yeah, I did.
Tell us about that.
You have to give so many days' notice by statute, And they were trying to do it quickly, and I raised the issue that we hadn't had sufficient time. I don't know whether it's 5 days or whatever that you have to declare before you have that meeting.
And so you had to sue to stop them from having a meeting.
That's correct.
I'm sort of intrigued by the fact that they didn't give the notice required by law. That seems to me a pretty basic concept. Did you talk to the chairman of the board as to why he didn't do that?
No, I did not.
And then ultimately there was a vote.
And we lost by 1 vote, not voting against Calvin, but people were voting to continue the process that the board agreed to do.
And then you all voted to
That's
hire
correct.
Kanslin. Was that a mistake, hiring him?
You know, I mean, I hate to beat a dead horse. Actually, he did a very good job with the pandemic. It was just kind of an uphill fight. The faculty didn't think he had the credentials, PhD, and the intellectual things that are required, so it was kind of hard sledding somewhat with the faculty.
I think in a series of emails have been reported between he and the president of South Carolina State, he was rather critical of the governing environment at Carolina. I think his words were, "It sucks." Does that sound accurate? Do you remember that quote?
I remember that.
And he described the university as basically a dumpster fire on one occasion.
I think that was his chief of staff.
His chief of staff said that?
Yeah.
Okay. But so was he doomed to fail based on the lack of faculty support, based on the lack of...
I don't think so. I mean, I took the guy deer hunting. I mean, once he's our president, he's our president. And, you know, I did everything I could do. I had no, whereas I was against him originally, I mean, I tried to give him every bit of support because he's our president. I wanted him to succeed.
And he gave a speech in which he used the words of another military officer. It was discovered, and in university circles, that's called plagiarism.
Correct.
And if you get caught plagiarizing a student, what happens to you?
Well, I reckon you'd go before our, whatever committee handles that, and they could do anything. They could do anything from expulsion to...
But you could be expelled for that.
Excuse me?
You could be expelled
Yes,
for
you
plagiarism. It's frowned upon in academic circles.
That's correct.
Now, he admitted that somebody wasn't checking it or he didn't check it, and he in fact did commit plagiarism, correct?
Correct.
Was there any official effort on the part of the board to look into that? To do anything about that?
You know, I mean, you hear things, but I don't know how official they were. I mean, I felt sorry for the man, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, when you felt sorry for the man, I mean, is that the motivation for hiring or keeping somebody as the president of the flagship university?
Well, he resigned. We didn't fire him.
And he tried to resign, and the chairman of the board rejected that, is what I've read. Is that correct?
Again, that's what I heard.
Did the chairman of the board have the authority to reject that?
I'm not sure I know. I mean, I think the board should address that, but, you know, I honestly know, I don't know what our bylaws say about that.
Okay, well, I'm going to explore the Caslin matter further with some of the folks who actually were helping behind the scenes to make that happen, who'll be testifying this afternoon. Let me move on to another subject. The athletic department fired Coach Muschamp, is that correct?
Correct.
And they did that with the knowledge they were going to have to negotiate at a $12 million payout, is that correct?
12.9, I think.
12.9. Were you in favor of that?
It never came before the board.
Well, it did not.
No.
Who's that? Who makes that decision?
Athletic director.
Unilaterally, without approval.
I would think he'd have to talk to the president, but I don't know
but
that
not
for a
the
fact.
board. The board doesn't make that decision or enter into that decision.
No, sir.
Now, did the athletic department have the funds on hand to pay that $13 million buyout?
I do not believe they did at the time.
And did they get an infusion of money from the university to do that?
Well, you had COVID hitting us. So we had no attendance at football games.
Right.
And I don't remember what the figure was, but it was 40-something million we lost, including his buyout. In addition to his buyout, now we had to pay off his assistants. So the actual number, what it cost us, is more than 16.9 million.
16.9 million?
Just for him. No, excuse me, I'm sorry. It was more than 12.9. I don't know how, I don't have the figures what we had to pay off his assistants.
So the athletic department, because of COVID, didn't have the money to do that?
Well, that, and what happened then was, we got 20-something million in an advance from the SEC. Now, all SEC schools lost money, and we weren't,
Right.
we weren't just by ourselves, but the COVID hit everybody. And so, I don't know what out of the 40-something million, I'm not sure, but 20-something million, I think, I'm pretty sure, came from an advancement from the SEC on future TV contracts. And the university had to end up loaning the athletic department $10 million.
Okay, so, and that's what I'm trying to get to. So 10 million appropriated dollars, that would be, or money, state money, was used to fund the Muschamp's buyout.
Well, it was used to fund Muschamp and the COVID problem, yes, sir.
Well, I mean,
I don't know if you can just say, I mean, they were 40-something million in the hole. 20 million came from the SEC. You got another, 20 million, which is made up of losses from COVID and the buyouts of these football coaches.
yeah, I guess what I'm saying, Mr. Williams, is this. Those of us that operate a private business, if we can't afford to do something, we delay it. We put it off. We negotiate a better deal. If the athletic department had to borrow money from the university to do this deal, did anybody raise the issue that maybe we shouldn't do this right now? We're $40 million in the hole? This is not.
It was done before, I mean, the board didn't know about it till, just like y'all knew about when we fired the coach. I mean,
Well, who decided to loan them the money?
The board.
Okay, so when you say the board didn't know about it,
Well, I mean, it's after the fact.
so the athletic director terminated Muschamps, negotiated the buyout, and didn't have the money to do it.
Well, we had to loan $10 million. I mean, I don't know, it's a pool of money and it's a pool of loss. But I'm sure the money we had to pay the coach certainly made the debt much higher.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, those of us that have to vote on a budget proposal for USC, y'all got an extra $10 million floating around you don't need, you can just lend to the athletic department when they're in the hole, because they can't sell tickets?
That's the first time in the history, I think, that the athletic department's ever needed money.
Well, once is enough, isn't it?
I'm sorry?
Once is enough.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been a big opponent of these buyouts. I mean, if you see, I voted against the last coach contract because I said, if we fire this coach next year, it costs $6 million. I mean, we paid Frank Martin $3 million. All we had to do is keep him one more year, we'd save $3 million. I mean, this some point in time in athletics, especially when you're in the red, you can't keep doing this.
Well, and that's exactly what happened here. The board lent them the $10 million so they could pay somebody almost $13 million not to work, right?
Right.
And then they could spend, they could get more money to spend on a new coach. I guess if they did have the money, they had to commit it to the new coach, right?
They have money coming in all the time. Now, I can't, you'd have to ask the athletic director where his funds come from and so forth. But
is there a committee, athletic department committee on the board?
no longer. We had one, and then they changed it into, I don't know what it's called, the committee that's in now, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's very active.
Do you ever talk to Ray Tanner about hiring and firing people, or what the salaries ought to be? Do you do that?
In board meetings.
No, I'm talking about outside board meetings.
No, but I had a very long discussion with him over this new coach and firing of Martin $3 million, and told him that the buyouts had to stop. I mean, this man came here, common sense will tell you this. The man was making $250,000. We started him off at $2.2 million. We gave him a deal for 5 years. We pay 65% of the buyout. we paying Chattanooga $450,000 of his buyout. And my question to Ray is, you know, why couldn't you hire this guy for less money? Why couldn't you get a better buyout? Why even have a buyout? I mean, the guy's coming from the Southern Conference. And, you know, I negotiate all my life. I practiced law. I mean, I never made a deal that bad, and I just thought it was a bad deal.
So what does Tanner say to you?
Especially because of where we are with athletics trying to get back on the feet.
So what did Tanner say when you
He
confronted him
says
with that?
that's the market, and you can't hire somebody without it.
Who negotiates these deals? Do you all have a lawyer you hire out of some professional sports group to negotiate deals?
Well, they have agents, which obviously
Well, no, I know they got
agents a lot
agents.
smarter than we are.
Do we have agents? Does the University of South Carolina have a professional who we use to negotiate these
They're
contracts?
supposed to have legal help and people over at the athletics department to look into these contracts.
No, I'm talking about somebody outside. You and I both practice law. This is a very, very, very refined expert area. People that negotiate these contracts are sharks, right?
Very sharp.
And so, to your knowledge, the University of South Carolina.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So, and I don't want to belabor this, and maybe I do, because I'm going to talk about it a lot this afternoon. There is this perception that the University of South Carolina Board of Trustees is not, as a group, now individual members, specific individual members, but as a group, is not doing its duty to protect two things. One, the quality of education for kids that come in and leave the University of South Carolina. But more importantly, the financial, $1.4 billion a year in revenue comes through the University of South Carolina. Does that sound about right to you?
No, I think it's like 1.7.
1.7, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to underestimate. Which makes it one of the largest state agencies in the sense of how much money it spends every year. You know, we went through a difficult time with the board at Santee Cooper, which is about the same expenditures per year. And it just seems to me that, you know, you're unopposed, not that I'm trying to get you opposition, but most of these positions, I think all of the incumbent positions are unopposed. Why is that? If there's this perception y'all are doing a terrible job, y'all, not you, but collectively, that it's a dumpster fire, as President Caslin's executive assistant said, and this place sucks, is what he said. All of that bad PR, and not only bad PR, but what faculty, some person looking to work in a major university that's qualified, I mean, that dampens the ability to get quality faculty, students. I mean, that entire mess cripples us, and then the athletic department is spending money like drunken sailors. And so, give me a solution here.
Well,
other than not reelecting you.
Let me first backtrack a little bit. I disagree with you on academics. I think the University of South Carolina has outstanding academics. I think the faculty is outstanding. I do not see any problem with academics whatsoever at the University of South Carolina. The athletics department, the problem I see in that is it's done before it comes to the board. I mean, you know, the AD goes out and commits to a contract or fire somebody. It's all done before, the board has no input in any of that.
So that person can commit the University of South Carolina to spending money without getting board approval?
He has to get it after. I mean, it's just like when...
I'm sorry, what after?
Well, let's give you this example. The contract that they gave new basketball coach.
Yeah.
You know, they said, we're gonna pay him $2.2 million, give him $100,000 a raise for 5 years, we're gonna give him 65% back, we're gonna pay the $450,000 to Chattanooga, we'll give him a car, we'll give him membership. They cut that deal, and then they come to the board to get our approval.
But that deal's contingent on getting your approval.
That deal is
You
contingent.
voted no.
And that's why I voted no against it.
So, in effect, you say after the deal, but the deal ain't the deal until the board, the majority of the board, votes to approve it. So there's no, the athletic department cut a bad deal and we had to live with it. You don't have to live with anything the athletic department does contractually until you approve it, correct?
That's why I voted no.
Well, on the Muschamps deal, you didn't have to approve that,
No,
but you did.
no,
You never voted on that.
no.
You never voted on
Never
paying him,
voted- Never voted on paying him, never voted on paying Frank Martin $3 million.
really? Well, who committed that to them?
That was in their contract.
No, I think they negotiated, I know Muschamps negotiated something less.
Very little. I think what he ended up doing was getting the actual cash value, as I understand it, of what the payments would have been if he'd have stayed remaining of his contract. Yeah, I don't think we got any kind of deal on that.
But that couldn't have happened without y'all voting to give the athletic department $10 million to fund it.
I don't know if it could or not. I mean, what they would have done, I have no idea. I know that it was all over and done with, that they came and said that they were 20-something million or whatever, and maybe they'd have paid him out of the money they had, and then they would have been in the whole 20 million. I don't know that.
But they asked y'all for $10 million to fund the deal,
They did.
and y'all did that.
We did. I mean, what you could do, let them go bounce a check? I mean, you got to when it's at that point.
I want you to step back for just a second and think about this. You've been very successful in business and practicing law. This is really the way we want to run a $1.7 billion a year corporation?
Mr. Harpootlian, Senator Harpootlian,
You call me
I've
Mr.
been against all of this. I've raised hell about buyouts and firing Muschamp, firing Martin, new contracts, but.
And Caslin.
And Caslin.
Okay, well, you just happen to be the first one up.
I understand, but I'm just telling you, I just got one vote. But a lot of this stuff, we don't even have any say in, that, like firing. I think we ought to have say, I think the board ought to be able to say, can we fire Muschamp? Can we fire Martin? We don't, I mean, it's done, it's over. And it comes to us, and then we got to go find out they ain't got the money to pay. I mean, I think it's wrong. I think the board ought to be, I think the coaches, the athletic director ought to come to the board and give us an idea of what kind of contract he's going to offer to see if we're amenable to it, rather than, like, nobody wants to vote against our new coach. I mean, we don't want to come in there, he's probably a great guy. I hope he does wonderful. I don't want to vote against him, and that's why I put everything in terms of the buyout. It's no reflection on the coach. And, you don't want to do that. You people at Clemson, you don't want to vote against Dabo. And so you want to be supportive, but you also send a message to the administration and to the athletic department. Y'all got to be a hell of a lot more financially smart on these deals. This just can't keep going on. And, why can't we be the first one to stand up and say, we're not going to have any more outlandish buyouts? If this guy was, excuse again, there's no reflection on the coach, but, he was 87 and 71 at Chattanooga. It's not like you hiring a coach from the ACC, Villanova's coach who's got a proven track record. I'd feel a little bit better about a buyout with somebody that had a proven record, but this is an unknown quantity. And to give them that kind of contract, to me, is irresponsible. But yet, at the same time, we want to support the guy. We got him for 5 years now.
And you'll be supporting him?
Oh, absolutely.
So let me just shift to one last question. There is a bill I'm sponsoring, which is going to get probably a subcommittee hearing in a few weeks on restructuring the USC board. Are we just merely rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, or would restructuring that board help, making it smaller?
Look, you all put the members on the board, whether you put 16 on there, whether you put 8. I love all the members on the board. I wish they were more vocal. I wish people would think seriously about what our obligation is financially. Again, I'm gonna tell you right now, academically, we are strong. We got so many number ones in the country. our business school, our nursing program. I mean, there's a lot of great things going on. There's no problem with the academics. I perceive there's a problem with athletics. And somehow we need to give it more direction from the board, rather than just being thrown in our laps and nothing we can do about it.
But some board members actually do get involved in that process, do they not?
Well, again, you got to ask that board member. I mean, it's not like people come up and say, I did this, or I did that. I don't have knowledge of that.
Okay.
I mean,
Thank you. That's all I have.
Speaker Lucas.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Williams, thank you for being here today, and thank you for your testimony. I just have a few follow-up questions to Senator Harpootlian. And I guess my first one hits at the heart of the matter. If the board is as dysfunctional as you say it is, why in the world would we reelect any of the current members back to their current seat?
That's up to y'all. I mean, y'all are the ones that elect them, and if you think the change will be made, then all you have to do is make it. I think structurally it needs to be changed, especially in regards to athletics. And I mean, nobody wants to, God knows, I don't want to micromanage. That's the last thing. I mean, I don't get paid nothing this job. We must meet 12 or 14 times a year up here. We, on telephone calls, I don't know how anybody would ever want to be the chairman of the board. I mean, it's a full-time job. And how in the world do you keep up with $1.7 billion? I mean, and you try and do the best you can, but it's very difficult. But I will say, I think the people on the board, I mean, as far as the integrity, I don't doubt anybody's integrity on the board.
Yes, sir. And as Mr. Harpootlian was asking you questions, especially at the start, you said, I don't know how that's done, I don't know how that's done. But as I was reviewing for this testimony, I noticed that one of the newspapers called you a lightning rod in the Castleton search. What did they mean by that?
Because I was opposed, I mean, when 80% of your students and 80% of your faculty say, don't hire this guy, I mean, what am I gonna do? I mean, he did not have a PhD or the what you'd normally expect in that. So, I mean, I was against hiring him.
Well,
I did not think he was a good fit for University of South Carolina.
Yes, sir. Let's explore the term lightning rod and what that means. What did you actually do with regard to the Castleton hire and not supporting that?
Talked to other board members, told them I thought it was a mistake. I thought the process, I expected better candidates than what I saw that we ended up with. Just thought the whole process the search committee had been poor.
Yeah. And there's no question that it was a poor search process. Did a lot of your communication with your fellow members on the board, was it by text message?
It was.
And you turned those text messages over?
Every text message I had.
And
I was surprised to see text messages of fellow board members that told me they were thinking about it when they were talking with the governor and his chief of staff.
Yeah. And in some of those text messages, some of the ways you described the board members that you say are good people and that you work with weren't very flattering, were they?
Well, anytime you oppose to somebody and you don't think they're being truthful with you, you probably get a little upset.
Okay. And some of the board members actually making reference to you, and I was certainly offended to see that their comments about you weren't very flattering.
Didn't see many of those, but there was one I remember, and I even went and talked to him about it, and he apologized.
Okay. And so you paint this picture as a board working well together. Doesn't it put us in a position where it's almost impossible to work well together when you've had board members making these type of comments against each other? It certainly make it difficult for me, I would think.
No, I mean, Lord knows, but lawyers on the other side, we at each other's throats, but then we go out and have a drink together. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, just because you got a different position than I got, and, that doesn't make me dislike you or not paying attention to what your position is. I'm gonna listen to your position, but I'm gonna try and get you to understand my position.
Sure, and like Mr. Harpootlian, I have a bill and have had a bill that restructured the University of South Carolina Board of Trustees, I think removing politicians from the appointment, also reducing the size of the board. Because what appeared to me in going back and reading through these texts is you have you and others who were involved trying to galvanize support for either Castleton or not voting for Castleton. And that certainly can't be a healthy environment for the school.
Well, it is, and I think what those was not as much against Castleton as it was, we voted on following a procedure, reopening it, letting Castleton stay in the race, and getting a different company to handle this selection, and that's what most of the talk was about, the failure to follow what we, the board, as a board, had voted on and agreed.
And I believe in one of your texts talking about the search process, and we all agree, and I'll agree with you that it was poor. And to follow up, you did not have any active involvement in the search process?
None.
You say a group of people went down to Florida to speak with Castleton. Would that have been just a group of board members going on their own, or would that have been the search committee who actually went down there?
I think that, you know, to tell you whether they were on the search committee, I do not know.
Okay.
But I don't think all of them were on the search committee.
All right, did you ask about that, or did you try to insert your objection to President Castleton in the search committee? Did you tell them why you objected to it?
I'm not sure I did, but if it says in the text, it would explain it.
No, sir, I'm just asking that question. If your objections to Castleton were that high, wouldn't the proper way to handle it would have been to have gone to the search committee and say, hey, I don't think this is the guy. I think we need to go in another direction.
I think I spoke to people on the search committee and told them that.
Okay, who was on the search committee?
Oh, I'm sure your law partner, Gene Moore, I believe, was on there. And I talked to your law partner numerous times. In fact, he was in, I believe, in Alaska when all this was going down.
Yeah.
And I talked
he receives my ire quite a bit.
and I talked to him. Hugh Mobley was chairman of the committee. Dawn Smith was on there.
Are you sure it was Hugh Mobley who was
Chairman
who headed the search committee?
Yeah.
Or was it Mr. Westbrook?
It was Hugh Mobley.
Mr. Mobley?
Mr. Westbrook was this last time.
Okay. In response to a question from Mr. Harpootlian, you said that you thought the board needed to be given more power with regard to athletics.
I think more oversight would be a better way of phrasing it.
Describe what you mean by that, if you will.
Well, I mean, I think we should have some kind of clue before an athletic director goes out and commits to a contract for a football coach. I think you ought to run it by the board to see if anybody has some strong objection to the amount.
I don't disagree with that, and I read in the newspaper all the time, or I read on the football sites that I go to, that the contracts are currently before the board to be approved. Are you telling me that these contracts are approved before the board can actually approve them?
No, but let's take this example with our basketball coach. If you absolutely as a board don't want buyouts, then you got, the athletic director's got to understand that when he goes and starts making a commitment to a contract. You know, so I mean, and you know, I would have questions about how much money do y'all have in the athletic department right now? You know, can you afford to do this? So, I mean, I just think there ought to be some kind of oversight before it comes to us because, you know, you don't want to vote down the coach's contract, you know, if he's going to be your coach.
Yeah. Don't you think it's hard enough running the school and without having to have the added duties of negotiating contracts and talking to coach prospects? You're asking us to give the board more power, and I'm struggling with why we should give you more power and not take power away from you.
Well, you don't have to give it to us. Here's the problem. You're mad at the board because somebody had to pay $12.9 million to the coach, Muschamp, because he was fired, plus what he had to pay the assistance coach. You're mad at the board because somebody had to pay Frank Martin $3 million plus his assistant coaches. we don't have any oversight over that. It's done deal. And so why get into these long-term contracts with these horrendous buyouts? Why can't the board have some oversight saying, look, you know, we're not gonna go along with these big buyouts so that the athletic director or whoever has got an idea of what he can go commit to.
Well, Mr. Williams, you do have oversight because you hire a president, do you not?
We do.
And the president hires the athletic director, is that correct?
He does.
And if we make poor decisions in hiring the president, then we lose our ability to have oversight on athletics. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I agree 100%.
So would you want more authority than that? There's got to be a chain of command at the University of South Carolina. Somebody's got to answer to somebody else, and it's got to be in a straight line. You'd agree with that?
I agree with that.
And I thank you for telling me earlier that you didn't try and go to talk to coaches on the side, because I know that's been a problem at USC, and I've never heard where you had ever tried to do that before, because that's just not your job, is it?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So you did make the point that, well, let me say it. Do you think the university board now is too large? When you have to text around to get commitments for the president, doesn't that symbolize the fact that it's grown too large to manage?
Well, me personally, yes, I would like a smaller board.
But a smaller board, it hurts places like we're from, Darlington, Orangeburg, those types of places. We won't get board members anymore. But do you agree with me that that's something we may have to sacrifice in order to get a unified board at the University of South Carolina?
I think Clemson's board is a great example of how a good board operates.
Yeah. Because I was talking to Senator Harpootlian earlier, and he knows a great deal more about USC than I do, but he was going down and naming the college presidents that we've had to fire over the years, and that's certainly something that we don't want to be proud of, is it?
You're not talking about the University of South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
No, I mean, Harris Pastides is great. Was there for 10 years and then came back. He's been there 11 years. Mm-hmm. I don't know, before him was it Palms?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we hadn't had a problem, I don't think, firing presidents.
Okay, so it's a recent problem.
Well, there's a problem with Caslin, and that was it. And that was of his own making. That wasn't from the board not supporting him or trying to help him.
Okay, so let me go back to that again, and I'll wrap up. There's no question you thought that it was a poor search process.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I believe in looking through some of your text messages, you said it wasn't transparent. You said the process wasn't followed. To answer, how was the process not followed that y'all set up?
Well, when it came back, the majority of the people on the board agreed that they were not satisfied with the candidates. And they agreed to continue the process, hire whoever Clemson had to conduct the search for the president. And then the governor got involved and demanded that they have an election on Caslin, and one by one vote.
Okay, so I'm talking about transparency, damaging the reputation of the school, and the process, and you're talking about the governor being involved.
Well, I don't think anybody.
Which is it?
I don't think anybody saw the search for that particular president as being transparent.
Okay, and why not?
Because it's all done kind of behind the door. I mean, like the people on the board going down after we agreed that we were going to continue the search, and then people going down and meeting with Caslin in Florida on the state airplane, or the college airplane. That's not transparent.
But it did give you ample time to work board members to try to vote against Caslin. It wasn't something that was obviously rushed.
The second vote was to follow the process. Nobody was voting up or down on Caslin. Everybody was saying, we need to follow the process. We agreed on this process. Just because the governor gets involved, we shouldn't avoid the process the board agreed on.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. I think it was a horrible process. I'm just trying to find out why you think it was a horrible process, because you stated a number of things in your text that would lead me to believe that. Politics, you're saying now, the governor being involved, but there were other things that you pointed to too along the way.
I mean, the people that were against going forward, let's say the minority on the vote for us to continue to search, they still continue to push for him. And they were texting back and forth with, what's the guy's name that's the chief of staff? Trey Walker. I mean, there was all kind of stuff going on behind the door. I mean, it wasn't transparent by any stretch of the meaning. There was a group on that were for Caslin that continuously pursued it, and it was anything but transparent. And let me just say about the dumpster fire. The dumpster fire comment was from Trey, whatever his name is, and said we have taken the capital back from the Democrats. That was what he said with the dumpster fire.
So, and again,
Politics just don't belong in running a university. I mean, it just doesn't. Y'all, you do your jobs, but when it gets into politics, trying to tell the university what to do, I mean, it just shouldn't be political. We're supposed to go out and find the absolute best person for whatever job. We're supposed to give the best direction and policy. We don't need to get involved in micromanaging anything. But, I mean, I was not a supporter of Caslin, but once he got the job, like I say, I would take him deer hunting, I would try and advise him, I'd try and do everything I could to make him successful.
but at the end of the day, I think the biggest thing that was a detriment to the Caslin search was that it did turn political.
Absolutely.
And it had people taking sides for or against a candidate to the detriment of the university that you and I went to.
But it wasn't on political basis, it was on a basis of whether you thought this person was qualified for the job and could do a good job as the president of the university.
All right, and I don't think I asked you this, but I had it down to ask you, what was the disqualifying factors for you for President Caslin? I know what they were for me, but for you.
But I think a bylaw is required to have a terminal degree. I mean, I think they had to have a PhD. He came out of the third. What I understand from the search committee is they had people they really wanted. That was in one class. They had people in the middle that were pretty good. And then they had a third class that was totally unqualified. And when the lady went to Tennessee, the chairman of the search committee went into the unqualified and pulled up Caslin as one of the finalists.
Yeah. One of the things you said in your text, and I couldn't agree more, is that a house divided against itself will not stand. You still believe that?
Absolutely. I do my very best to try and bring the board together. I put my position, I tell why, and I think that it's just common sense. I mean, I'm not going to ever support anything that I think is wrong. I'm going to do my absolute best to try and explain to other board members why I think it's a mistake. And that's what I've done all my life. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. Okay. My mama always said, if you don't want to know what Charles thinks, for God's sake, don't ask him.
Yeah. So these reports about you being a lightning rod with regard to this issue weren't true. You tried to bring the board together on it.
I think I was somewhat of a lightning rod because when it came to the board voting to do a process and then switching up and doing a whole 180 and people calling, trying to get you to support Caslin, I thought was wrong. I still think it's wrong.
And I don't disagree with you. I think when you see wrong, you have to call wrong out.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that. I think sometimes it's just how you do it that shapes those relationships on the board, and certainly not criticizing you, but there's a lot of criticism to be spread around across all of the board for the way they handled this particular issue. Thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Williams.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your service, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, I want to know what you are thinking. So I want the truth. And so that's why I'm going to ask a couple questions. Dr. Does the chair know about the contracts of head of the entire board?
I do not know that answer. I don't know.
So, and my next question is the micromanagement part of board members micromanaging over at USC. Do you find that to happen?
You know, you see, things like that'll happen. I would never hear about it. I mean, that's the problem with that kind of thing. I mean, if somebody went and said something to whoever that might be, I mean, it wouldn't get back to me. You know, I've heard that there was some micromanaging going on, but, you know, could I swear an oath it was true? I don't know.
Did you also hear that a member of the board forced them to fire Frank Martin?
You know, when I talked to Ray Towner, I asked him, why in the world would you fire somebody that's got some pretty good recruits coming in and we got to pay out $3 million, and he just told me he was under extreme pressure. And, you know, that's all I know. I did go. What did he say? Said he was under extreme pressure. I did go to the president after firing, and I said, I told Harris Pastides, and I don't like, I mean, I hate to talk about conversations you have with people, but I said, Harris, did you okay firing the coach? He said, I told him I'm out of here in May. I don't have to live with it, but I thought the best thing is to let him stay another year and save $3 million.
Well, would you be surprised that I've gotten phone calls that a board member called and forced the firing of Frank Martin? My next question to
I
you.
would not be surprised, but it certainly wasn't me.
Can you tell me who were the people who actually got on the state plane and flew to Florida?
I really don't. I mean, I don't want to say somebody's name and they not be on the plane, so
Well, can you tell me why you were not invited?
Well, I don't think anybody on the board was invited except those that got on the plane, and then the last person they would invite would have been me, I promise.
But I'm asking, were you invited?
No.
Do you know why you were not invited?
Yes, because that would have been a breach of what the board had approved, was to continue the process.
So you're saying that the people who got on that plane breached the process?
Yes, they did.
Also, can you tell me how?
Well, I'll take it back. Unless they were there just to tell him that he could continue to be a candidate in the new search. I don't know what the conversations were, so I really can't answer that.
Can you tell me, in reference to the African-American candidate, why was he not selected?
I voted for him. I mean, I said I was for him, but now he had like 6 or 7, it wasn't a vote, it was an executive commission, but people were talking about who they really were impressed with. And I was thoroughly impressed with Tate. In fact, I even commended Caslin when he hired him as our provost, because I thought he would be our president in waiting. And I was very disappointed when he went to LSU. And then 2 weeks later, Caslin screws up, and you know the story on that, because he was well liked by the faculty and by the students, and he was a great guy.
Is there anywhere in the board bylaws in reference to members serving a certain amount of time as the chair?
They can serve 2 terms, and I don't know whether 2 years, I think 2-year terms.
So a total of
4 years, I believe.
And then it has to switch over to another board member?
Is that right, Eddie? 4 years. 2-year terms.
I read somewhere, and I don't know exactly where it is, about the climate there and how women are treated. Can you address that? I hear that some women have been hollered at board meetings.
Now, I go to all the board meetings, but I really don't want anybody hollering at any women at a board meeting. If they did, I'd be the first one to call them down. But no, I never remember any woman being either hollered at or some way spoken down to. I think it's very professional at our board meetings.
Now I want to switch it a little bit on reference to diversity. What have you done as a board member? And I think you have been on the board since 2008.
Well, that's a very big thing for me because I'm from Orangeburg. I served on South Carolina State Board for 23 years. And I was very disappointed. I think we're up to 9.5% African American. And talking to head of
I know that my other colleagues have questions. I just want a direct answer. What have you done to promote diversity and inclusion in your capacity?
I've spoken to our head of admissions saying, why hadn't we got more? And his explanation that we accept every single African American that meets our qualifications. We've never turned down an African American that doesn't meet it. In fact, I've given him names of people from Orangeburg that were applying to USC of African American descent, and asked him, is there any way you can help, these guys? And
I appreciate that. My next question, because we have a lot of candidates, and so my next question to you.
We do say one thing, we the top 3% of graduating African Americans in the whole country.
So as the former chair of the South Carolina Legislative Black Caucus, I was oftentimes, myself and Senator Scott would be meeting with Black members of your faculty and staff there who felt that they had no pathway to growth, as well as many times they felt that they were belittled. Can you address that to me? And this is something that you all are aware of because we've met with many times with you all about that.
Yeah.
How has that culture changed?
Well, I hope it's changing. If we've got a lack of diversity, it's in our faculty. We got like maybe 5% of our faculty is African American. We've hired people to come in to help recruit people so that it gets up a lot higher than what it is. I think South Carolina is 23% African American.
How many, and I know this answer, but I just want it for the record, how many African Americans is left up to us and to people who will apply to be on the board, but how many African Americans are on the Board of Trustees?
2.
On your diversity and inclusion, equity and inclusion, are there any Black board members on your committee that you all have for the committee? You want me to answer that for you? No.
Yeah, okay, I don't know.
And who makes those?
I know Leah Moody and
is not
Alex,
on it.
No, Leah Moody and Alex are very aggressive toward this and done a good job. And
who makes those appointments?
The chair.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions.
Senator Scott.
For your willingness to serve. I want to first commend USC in its history for hiring an African-American basketball coach. You've had a lot of success with a women coach. You made a comment earlier about the salary, and I'm looking at SEC salaries to see whether or not that salary is in line. It really doesn't matter where coach come from, and I'm pretty sure in that contract it has a provision if he doesn't perform, he's going to be gone. And it's up to the school to make sure if he's gone, of course, y'all figure out the compensation. But I was trying to figure out with a 2.2, because the man was making 250, why that was so out of line. And so in terms of salaries, it didn't justify that. Then I looked at the schools y'all play, the SEC, the ACC, the Big Ten, the Big 12s, the Pac-10s. And I look at those salary ranges, and with the top being 9.7 million at Duke, Kentucky 8, Villanova 6. Texas 5, and it comes right on down. And so in terms of what the SEC pays compared to those schools are true basketball schools, that's where they spend all the money. We're so far down the list in terms of being able, if you're gonna bring the kind of talent that you're talking about, unless you're getting somebody who's coming from a smaller school, Division I school, to come to USC, that's gonna be pretty tough. Especially given the turmoil in terms of where the school is and the big turnover the school has had. What was Frank's salary when Frank Martin began? Do you remember?
I don't know.
I think it was something like $2.2 million.
Probably,
it was
probably the same.
And you've got the #1 women's basketball coach in the country. And her salary was low compared to, she could have gone any place in the country she wanted to the coach. So I don't want.
We paying almost $3 million
And it's
now.
about time.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get the best talent and don't pay for it. And so if you want good talent, you got to pay for it. I don't want to confuse what these coaches do with the mistake the boards and administration make. And I think that's so unfair to them to do that. Look at basketball coaches in the SEC, in football, one of the lowest paid in the ACC, the SEC in terms of talent. But we want to win. And so it's up to the board to get the contract situation worked out. I think it's policy at the school in terms of what comes first, what comes second, what comes third. Because as always, any contract can always have the 24-hour period of time for negotiation so it gets to the board to make those decisions. You can make it 48 hours, you can make it 3 days. I mean, that's up to the board. But I don't want to confuse that, because let me tell you what the message says. It says that we look to get talent, and if they're African Americans, we want to pay them less than anybody else. And I don't think you and I are going to be anywhere in agreement with that kind of attitude, given trying to talk about having some diversity at the university. You do one thing good on one hand, but because the board is messing up on the other hand, then you penalize those coaches. I mean, because if a coach is that good, and if you look at this guy's record, and I did, yes, that was his record, but since then, in the last 3 or 4 years, he's been a winning coach that says he's ready to go to a bigger league to be able to win. So I'm strongly suggesting, and I hope you've got some feedback, that the problem is not in these coaches who negotiate with you. The problem is in the board, and the board has to make that correction. And it should not have taken that long, and you went back to several contracts. And this happened way before the Muschamp contract, if you want me to just take you back deeper, and you know that. So what do you plan to do to try to offset the policy? Because the board sets policy for the administration to follow. Not the administration set policy and the board follows it. Because the $10 million has been suggested that the board did not have complete control over. I don't care if you mix it, 46 million or just the 13 million by itself. Board had absolutely no control of it. So what do you plan to do as a member of the board if you're going back on that board to fix that policy?
Well, first thing is to talk to our new president coming in. And let me say,
The president don't set the policy. Y'all set the policy, you're the board.
Well, I think Representative Lucas was right. I mean, I think we have to work with the athletic, we have to go to our president and work down and talk to him about, some of these things. But I want to back up to 2 things you said I want to bring out. Number one is nobody objected to the salary that our basketball coach, but the objection was to these buyouts.
Your comment was, let me correct you. Your comment was, why are we paying him 2.2 when he's only making 250 coming in?
Well,
that's what stuck in my mind.
I misspoke if I did that.
That's what you said.
Yeah, but what I meant was in terms of a buyout. If a guy that's making $250,000, you pay him 2.2. Why can't you cut a better deal on these buyouts that are killing the university?
But the comment I heard, for correction, why did we negotiate? He was making $250,000. Why did we negotiate 2.2? And he said, this is what the market bears. That was your comment.
I reckon I would look at it not because he's black. If we were hiring a white coach, anybody else with similar, I think this guy turned out being our 6th choice, is what I understand. And no reflection, I'm all for it. But anybody, when we got a financial problem at the athletics department, the first thing I'm gonna look at is how do we save money? And, with somebody, you're right, last year he had a good year. But, I just, I'll give you an example. Let me say this. We paying Dawn Staley almost $3 million. At the same time, we're losing about $6 million a year on women's basketball.
But is that Dawn Staley's problem, or is that the board's problem? That's the issue, that's the point I'm trying to make. It may not be a big issue to you, but it's a big issue to me when it comes to diversity at these colleges and universities.
Well,
especially when y'all start making some history, and there's a more open process at the school.
We paid Dawn Staley because we know she's a treasure, even though we're losing a bunch of money on women's basketball.
Well, you know how that works. If you don't pay her, somebody else is going to pay her. She's going to go. Somebody else who wants to win is gonna do it.
We're gonna keep Dawn Staley. I don't think that's a problem. We got
So
a
what
7-year
happens
contract.
if, so what happens if, in 2022 season, if y'all are 1 or 2 in the SEC, and in the East, you win the East Division.
And we in
after-
football, basketball?
Football.
Okay.
And you only pays this guy, $2.8 million in football, which is the lowest paid. Then you got a deal.
That's right.
Okay.
But that time hadn't come yet,
Yeah.
because he hadn't proven himself.
Yeah.
And,
But I'm
you
just
know,
saying,
you still got to prove yourself if you want to, you're gonna have all this money.
I'm just telling you, those divisions, y'all are some of the lowest paying. The issue is, at the top, your negotiation body, and it's probably why you're getting such a bad deal
Well,
with
but
these
we
coaches.
we also hiring unproven coaches.
Well, you've been doing that because you don't pay a lot. These coaches will transfer, and we've seen them transfer. The coach that left and went to LSU wins the national championship. First or second year after transfer. They'll transfer if you're going to pay them. But if you get talent that you're not going to pay for, you're going to have to build those coaches so those coaches can actually build a talent to be able to win. Thank you.
Any other comments? First off, let me say we're looking forward to that 4% going to your Orangeburg residents. And
My county's gonna miss that money I was paying them.
okay. And secondly, this morning on a motion of Speaker Lucas, we're going to hold over all Carolina candidates, not just you. And we will meet tomorrow morning and we'll decide whether we will approve or not at that time, or it could be later. So thank you for
allowing me to appear before you.
well, good luck to you. All right. Well, you don't have to worry about it yet. All right, our next one is Charlie Dorn Smith III. Good afternoon, sir. If you would just tell us your name for the record, please.
Charlie Dorn Smith III.
All right, if you'll raise your hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Give us a brief statement on why you'd like to continue to serve on the Carolina Board.
Thank you so much for the privilege to be here this afternoon. In January of 2020, I was selected to the chair of the board's ad hoc advisory committee on governance after notification by the university accreditation body that the university was under review for the alleged external influence in the 2019 presidential search. The ad hoc committee completely reorganized the board structure and implemented new governance policies as well as new committees. And in August of 2020, I was honored to be elected as chairman of the board. During my tenure as chairman, the university completed its review by the accrediting body and passed with flying colors. We were granted a 10-year reaffirmation of accreditation for the university. During this period of time, the board has also sought outside advice from experts in governance practice and in policies in an effort to improve our work as fiduciaries. We are the leaders in the detection and management of COVID during the pandemic. We thrived during that very trying times. With the support of the legislature, we made available to the other colleges and universities our saliva-based testing for COVID as well. We elected a new president in this past month that is eminently qualified to lead the university into the 21st century, and he will take office on July the 1st, and we're extremely excited about that. During my tenure, we have named the Residence Hall for Celia Dow Saxon. This is the first building at USC for an African American, and we have also approved statues to honor Robert G. Anderson, Henri Monty Treadwell, and James L. Solomon Jr., who integrated the university in 1963. In addition to that, we have committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, and continue to go forward with board training sessions and educational sessions as we continue to review opportunities to name other buildings for deserving individuals as well. We continue to be the leader in health education, providing almost 50% of the nurses for the state of South Carolina. And we continue to provide a quality education while not raising tuition for the last 3 years. We have had significant success, and our future is bright. But obviously, there is much work to be done, and we look forward to that, hopefully having the opportunity to be able to do that. I thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to any questions you have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. The court reporter asks, she's having a hard time sometimes when the senators or representatives are asking questions. It's back and forth. Sometimes they're speaking over each other, and she would appreciate it if you'd let the person speaking finish. Is that right? Okay. All right. At this time, staff, any information for us?
Good afternoon. I don't have any questions based off of your file that I reviewed. I will ask, like I've asked everyone else, for the record, can you please confirm your home address?
2322 Burnt Branch Road.
Right, you're not on.
Oh. One more time. Oh, sorry, you're still not on. Hold on.
I'm sorry. 2322 Burnt Branch Road, Lake City, South Carolina.
Perfect, thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6% at this address?
I do 4%.
Thank you, sir.
Speaker Lucas.
Dr. Smith, good afternoon.
And Mr. Speaker.
And thank you to your service to the University of South Carolina. I just have a few questions. I know there are more from the other members of the panel, but if you just indulge me for about 5 minutes. Did you serve as chairman of the board during the most recent presidential search that yielded the hire of Dr. Amaritas?
Yeah, yes, sir, chairman of the board, not the search committee.
Okay. Prior to the selection of Dr. Amaritas, was the job offered to another candidate?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, and could you tell me who that candidate was?
The gentleman's name was Dr. Mung Chang. He was the Dean for Research at Purdue University.
And did that candidate accept?
He did, verbally.
All right, and obviously there must have been some, I won't say miscommunication, but parting of the ways between the university and he, because he ultimately did not take the job. Is that correct?
That is correct. He had personal family issues with his mother-in-law being sick.
Okay. And with all due respect to Dr. Amaritas, who I think is going to be a fine president of this school, do you think it was an ideal search process that first saw public reports that he was not going to be offered the job, then saw another candidate come into focus only to withdraw from the process, and a short time later, Dr. Amaritas being hired?
Well, the short answer to that is having presidential searches are like making sausage and legislature. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that you don't necessarily want to see, but as long as the end result is good, then you're there. I believe with all my heart that we have an excellent incoming president who would be the first choice of a number of people out the get-go. And I think that the end result speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. But Dr. Smith, you would agree with me, if you would, that certainly the process we selected Dr. Amaritas was not as smooth as we would have liked it to have been, given what happened with President Castleton.
Certainly, that's true.
Okay. Was the board divided this time with regard to the hiring of Dr. Amaritas?
It was an unanimous vote, sir.
Okay. Was it unanimous prior to the other individual withdrawing?
It was unanimous for Dr. Chang also.
Okay. What reason, I guess, and I'm searching here, would there have been for us publicly taking Dr. Amaritas out of the search after the individual for Purdue surfaced and then adding him back into the search? That appeared to be a little disjointed to me.
I'm not, would you clarify that, please, sir? I apologize. I'm not certain what you're asking.
Well, Dr. Amaritas, in the newspaper, from all account I could get, was disqualified as being a candidate. once the candidate from Purdue ultimately turned us down, we turned back to Dr. Amaritas. I'm trying to figure out why that was.
Dr. Amaritas was never disqualified by the search committee or by the board to be president, sir.
So any report in the paper that I would have seen about that would have been untrue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, more directly led the search for only a short time that led us hiring President Caslin?
No, sir, I was not. I was on the search committee, but I was not chairperson of that search committee.
All right. And again, as you heard from the prior testimony of Mr. Williams, that the board was again closely divided on the issue of whether or not we were going to hire President Caslin.
It was a very tumultuous time.
Was there any appetite among the board to move away from President Caslin and to Dr. William Tate, who would have appeared to have been a more consensus candidate?
At what time, sir?
At the time that we were going through the Caslin search and we were having these groups of folks lining up, one side for Caslin, the other side against Caslin.
I mean, the short answer was there were four good candidates for that position at the time, and that there were two that were most popular, but General Caslin won the vote.
But winning the vote by a slim margin as opposed to being a consensus candidate would be two different things, would it not?
It is.
And I think Mr. Tate, if we would have gone to the number 2 candidate, may have become a consensus candidate as opposed to President Caslin, who never became a consensus candidate for the school.
Potentially, the concern at that time was that, quite frankly, that Dr. Tate, who is a superstar, needed to check another box and be a provost somewhere. And as it worked out, he became the provost here and bore that out. It was indeed. And then, of course, that opened the door for him to become president at LSU.
In my mind, and you know what they say about people who second guess, but in my mind, we missed an absolutely golden opportunity to hire Dr. Tate. But that's behind us now, and as I said, Dr. Amaritas is going to be a great president for the University of South Carolina. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Were you on the plane?
Yes, sir, I was.
Can you tell me what that conversation was that you had with, once you all arrived in Florida, with Mr. Caslin?
Yes, sir. President Caslin was a non-traditional candidate, and the chairman of the search committee asked me to get on the plane to fly to Florida to have a conversation with Caslin. Up close, this was before the first vote, if you will, before Brendan Kelly became the interimist when we went down. And we basically sat down and had a long-ranging discussion about his ability to lead, et cetera. And it was nothing in particular other than the fact that we wanted more information. It was a very important hire.
Was he the only candidate you all flew to see?
Yes, sir, he was.
And why was he the only candidate that you all?
He was the only one I was invited to go see.
Okay. And do you know why the other members of the board were not invited?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know, or can you tell me, did you make any phone calls or requests the firing of Frank Martin?
No, sir.
During your tenure, what were your efforts, or did you make any efforts in reference to diversity? And please do not highlight your years as chair.
My efforts for diversity, equity, inclusion have been that we've worked very diligently. I'm from a rural area. I'm from an area that both my representative and senator are African American, and I want to make certain that all the children of our area have the same opportunities regardless of their race. And I have been a huge proponent in that community of that.
And I appreciate that. And as the chair of the board, what training has the board had and diversity each year, and please quantify it in hours?
We had a 3-hour session with a consultant that we brought in this past year. That was the first one. It is an ongoing process, and that was during my first year as chairman.
And how many years have you been the chair?
A year and a half, sir.
According to the accreditation report, the board undertook restructuring for the committees. Since the restructuring of the board, have you created a committee on diversity and equity and inclusion?
No, sir, we have not, but that is being handled through the governance committee. That is in the charter of the governance committee, of which we do have diversity on the governance committee.
Who leads that committee?
Leah Moody. Oh, the chairperson of that committee is Thad Westbrook, but Leah Moody is on that committee.
My next question, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't ramble. Since you've been the chair, how many African-American members are on the board?
2.
Do any of those African-American members chair any of the board appointments that you make?
They do.
Can you tell me which board appointments they chair?
Leah Moody is chairman of the systems board.
And you do not have a diversity and equity committee as of right now?
We do not. And to clarify one thing, the committees elect their own chair people. The appointments for the different committees are made, and then that committee elects their own chairperson, with the exception of the governance committee. The governance committee is made up of the chair people of each of the other committees, and the vice chairman of the board is the chairperson of the governance committee.
It has been said you are extremely unprofessional with administrative and faculty members, as well as donors, including former President Caslin. Can you explain why that has been said?
No, sir.
As a member of the board, you serve in a role of oversight. So please explain why university officials under the president's characterize your chairmanship as consistent interference with the day-to-day operations of the university.
I don't feel I interfere on a day-to-day basis with the university, and I was unaware of that criticism.
What were your goals for improving the university, and do you think that can be accomplished given the hostile of your chairmanship?
I didn't realize my chairmanship is hostile, and I would take issue with that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hartpoolian.
Chairman Smith, let me ask you some sort of basic questions before we get into details. You were asked on your questionnaire, and let me make sure I don't misquote this. You were asked, has a tax lien or collection procedure ever been instituted against you personally by federal, state, or local authorities? If so, please explain. You said no. So you've never had a tax lien instituted against you?
Yes, I'm sorry?
You've never had a tax lien instituted against you?
I can't hear you, sir.
Okay,
I
I'm sorry.
apologize. I have hearing aids.
Okay, I've got hearing aids too, so here we go.
I apologize.
Question 23 on your application, has a tax lien or collection procedure ever been instituted against you personally by federal, state, or local authorities? If so, explain. And you said no. Is that accurate?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Well, we've been given, I want to make sure that a copy of a South Carolina Department of Revenue tax lien listing for you and Deborah Smith at 411 Seminole Avenue, indicating that you had a tax lien in 2006, which was satisfied, 2008, which was satisfied, 2011, which was satisfied, and 2014, all which were satisfied, but you did have tax liens instituted against you, did you not?
If it says that, but I do not recall that, and I'd be happy to look into that, sir.
Well, I mean, are the rest of your answers based on what you recall, or did you do a thorough check of your records? Because clearly, this is not accurate.
Senator, I apologize. I mean, I don't.
Well, I'm not interested in your apologies. I want to know why you did not make an accurate representation. Tax liens I mean, waiting until you have a tax lien indicates that you had taxes due, you were put on notice, you didn't pay your taxes, and then at some point after they threatened to sell the property, you paid them.
It had to be a clerical error, sir. We pay our taxes.
5 years in a row.
Again, whatever the error was, sir, it was not because we didn't pay our taxes.
You pay your bills?
Yes, sir, we do.
We didn't do a credit check on you, I don't think. But,
Yes, sir. Well, you can.
But my point is this. I mean, you didn't remember you had tax liens?
No, sir, because I've never had.
What, pardon me?
In my recollection, I never had, sir. I apologize.
Let me ask,
But may I ask Miss Macy Webb to provide a copy of that for me?
Excuse me, let's help the stenographer here. Let's let Senator Harpootlian finish his statement or question, then you can do it, and let's don't interrupt.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, this is a document furnished by the staff, indicates tax liens. It's from the South Carolina Department of Revenue. It indicates they were satisfied, but they in fact were filed for 5 years in a row. Now, is this accurate?
All right, Senator Harpootlian, yes, that is what was included in your SLED background check that we had received. Those tax liens were in fact included in that. If you would like, I do have the physical file here that does have that SLED background report. And as Senator Harpootlian did say, for the 5 tax liens that were reported, he did state they all have been satisfied, which is what your record in the background check indicates.
Right. But my only point being that you would have gotten notice, in many of these years, you were actually living there, were you not? 2006?
2006, yes, sir.
Okay, 2008?
Yes, sir.
So this was your residence, Seminole Avenue in Florence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, I guess your position is that you just weren't aware of what was going on?
In my house, unfortunately, I make the money and my wife disperses it. I apologize for that. I'm sure it's probably different than yours, but if it comes up to my level, I would have never gotten anthrax when all that was going on, and I will never get a love letter in the mail because I don't open any mail between my home wife and my office wife. I never get to see anything until it rises to my level, Senator.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that residence. When did you move to your Burnt Branch Street address?
2009.
Okay, so anytime after 2009, you would have indicated that was your address, not Seminole, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you're aware that we've been furnished with a copy of an incident report that occurred in 2013 in Lake City.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been a physical altercation between you and your brother Andrew?
It was not a physical altercation.
Well, it says he stated he was assaulted by his, okay, let me just read it for the record.
Sure.
Complainant A.B. Smith, that's Andrew Bethay Smith.
Yes,
he is
sir.
your biological brother.
He is.
Came to the Lake City Police and stated he was assaulted by his estranged brother of 9 years. Upon speaking with victim complaint, and this is the Lake City Police Department, he stated he was approached by the subject C.D. Smith on Main Street after he observed his brother, subject C.D. Smith, coming in the back door of the downtown bakery where he was socializing with coworkers. Victim A.B. Smith stated he quickly grabbed his to-go bag, rushed out of the bakery to avoid contact with the subject, C.D. Smith. Exiting the front door, victim complainant A.B. Smith stated the subject rushed in front of him, stepped in his path, stated subject C.B. Smith was asking him, why aren't you answering your emails? Why won't you talk to him? Where was he going? He gave no response. Victim A.B. Smith at that time pulled out his cell phone. Subject C.D. Smith then asked he was going to call 911, have him arrested. A.B. Smith nodded yes. The subject, C.B. Smith, walked away. Victim A.B. Smith stated C.D. Smith had approached him on 2 other times at a funeral home and at and then one in Lake City and one in Georgetown. So, do you remember this incident?
Yes, sir.
And now this is, he's called Andy, isn't he?
Yes, sir.
I spoke to him recently.
Good.
And he actually lives on Burnt Branch Road.
Yes, sir.
Is he your neighbor?
A half a mile away.
Half a mile away? Is this old family property?
It is.
And does anyone live with Mr. Andy Smith?
My mother.
Your mother. I spoke to her last night.
Okay.
So,
Could she hear you?
she could hear me, actually.
Good.
I spoke very loudly.
Good.
So, on this incident report, when the police talked, and they did talk to you, right?
No, sir, they never did.
Well, they came up with your address as 411 Seminole Drive in Florence. Where would
I never found out about anything about it till years after the fact.
Okay, now you and your brother are in some litigation, is that right?
Well, actually, it's been settled. That lawsuit's been settled.
That was over family property?
Yes, sir.
Was it that piece of property down there or some other piece of property?
Another piece.
Okay, so how many nights a week do you spend on Burnt Branch Road?
It varies. I spent last night there, as a matter of fact.
Okay, and that was a weekend.
It was.
During the week, where do you work primarily?
I work out of MUSC Florence in Florence.
Okay, so how far is the Seminole Drive home, which is a residential home, is it not?
It is.
How far is that from where you work?
About 3 miles.
Okay, how far is the Lake City property?
25 miles.
Okay, and so most nights you go home to where?
I go home most nights to Burnt Branch.
To 25 miles?
Yes, sir.
As opposed to 3 miles?
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
It's still my home. That's where I was born and raised.
Okay. And if somebody had been watching you over the last month, you would have gone home to your Burnt Branch Road?
It depends whether or not I'm on call, Senator. I'm a cardiovascular surgeon, and if I have sick people in the hospital, then I tend to stay in Florence if there's someone critically ill in the ICU, sir.
Now, if you did live in Florence, you'd have to be running against Eddie Floyd to be on the board, right? Eddie Floyd?
Sorry? Yes, sir.
Okay, so by living in a different circuit, you don't have to run against Eddie Floyd, is that correct?
I would have to run over whoever else filed in the Third Judicial Circuit, sir.
Okay, and nobody has?
No, sir.
And the first time you ran, did you have opposition?
I did.
And how about the second time?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is your third time?
This is my fourth time, sir.
Fourth time. So you've had no opposition since that first time?
That's correct. And I'd also like to point out that I've been investigated by SLED and the FBI for security clearance, and they concur that my address is 2322 Burnt Branch Road, sir.
So you say. Let me move on to another area, and that is your involvement with the athletic department. And I remind you, you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
Do you talk to the athletic director of Ray Tanner of the University of South Carolina frequently, infrequently, ever?
Whenever he calls, I talk to him.
You never call him?
Oh, I call him from time to time, yes, sir.
For what reason?
Most of the time, it's in returning his call, or to talk to him about tickets or facilities, or trying to accommodate someone.
You ever talk to him about the hiring or firing of a coach?
I've talked to him about everything, yes, sir.
So did you talk to him about the termination of Mr. Muschamps?
He asked my opinion, yes, sir.
So now, as I understand it, that decision is his, correct?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay, and the board, did you know at the time he was talking to you that he didn't have the money to make the payoff?
The AD hires and fires the coaches, sir. The board hires and fires 4 individuals at the University of South Carolina. We hire and fire the president. We hire and fire the board secretary. We hire and fire the internal auditor, and we hire and fire the treasurer. Other than that, we have no direct control over who is hired and fired.
Well, I guess, but so why would he be asking you about whether or not he should terminate Coach Muschamps?
I'm not the only one he's ever talked to.
Well, I'm not asking everyone, I'm asking you.
Yes,
why
sir.
would he talk to you? If you have no weigh in on it, why would he, I mean, what's your background in athletics? Do you play football?
Oh, yes, sir. Don't I look like a star?
Did you play football?
Yes, sir, I did.
At a university or high
Oh,
school?
no, high school, God, no.
Okay, so, and how long ago was that?
I graduated in 76.
Okay, so that's been a while.
Oh, yes, sir.
And since then, your involvement with athletics,
I'm a fan.
A fan, okay. So, you've never coached?
No, sir.
And so why does Athletic Director Tanner care what you think? What's your opinion? I mean, your opinion on the attributes of a football coach are based on what? ESPN?
Probably. I'm just a fan, just like everybody else. sir.
Okay, so why is he talking to you? Why are you giving him an opinion about who he should hire or fire?
I don't give him opinions. As a matter of fact, when he hired Coach Gates, which I was very supportive of, I didn't find out that he'd hired Coach Gates until Wednesday before the board meeting on Thursday.
But you voted for it?
No, sir, I didn't vote. The chairman doesn't vote. I conducted the meeting. The chairman only votes if there's a tie, sir.
Okay, let's talk about the Muschamp's buyout.
Yes, sir.
When he was talking to you, did he indicate that they'd have to pay him $13 million?
He did.
And did he indicate to you that the athletic department didn't have that money?
I don't recall that, sir.
Well, did the board only vote to give the athletic department, loan them $10 million?
After the fact, yes, sir.
After the fact, he terminated him?
Yes, sir.
Do you think it's a good idea for the athletic director to terminate somebody and incur a $13 million debt and not have the money to pay for it?
The short answer to that is, again, I come back to the governance structure of the board.
No, I'm not asking about the governance structure of the board. I'm talking about you. Is it a good idea for you to hire and fire the athletic director?
You've got to have a chain of command, Senator, and the coaches report to the AD reports to the president reports to the board.
I got all that, but I'm asking you, was it a good idea for them to terminate Muschamps without having the money in the bank to make the payoff?
The athletic director made that call.
I'm not asking about the call. I'm asking about your opinion. We're trying to decide whether you're qualified to be reelected.
Yes, sir.
And I want to know your opinion. Should Ray Tanner have terminated Muschamps without the money in the bank to pay him off?
The short answer is I don't like credit, obviously.
So that would be a no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as a matter of fact, y'all had to loan him the $10 million to make the payoff.
That's partially true, but as Mr. Williams said before me, that money goes into a pool. It was not money that was loaned directly to Ray to pay off Will Muschamp.
But a pool for the athletic department.
That is correct. Yes,
and
sir.
I think over the years, when somebody has complained about the size of a coach's salary, the defense has been, well, the athletic department makes all the money. They spend no general fund money. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, but now that's not true because y'all gave the athletic department $10 million to cover
Yes, sir, but
shortfall.
We were also going through a pandemic where it was in unprecedented times. No one could have foreseen the COVID crisis that we had.
Yeah, but silly me, if you don't have the money, maybe you don't fire the guy. Maybe you just live with him until you don't have to pay any more money, or you have enough money coming in the athletic department to make the payment. Could you have kept him another year?
Certainly, but that was the athletic director's call.
Okay. You think it was a bad call?
I think Coach Muschamp is a fine person. I think he was not a great head football coach.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is it's not the context of Muschamps being a winner or a loser. It's a question of if you don't have the money to pay the buyout, was that a bad decision?
Coach Tanner, I feel certain that he weighed in whether or not it was more advantageous to keep Coach Muschamp there for another year when the program was struggling and lose the potential for having people and fans to give up on the team and not buy season tickets the next year, sir.
And that economic, and so, again, I'm just, the fact that general money that we appropriate, it almost sends the message, you don't need the $10 million we gave you because you had enough money laying around to lend it to the athletic department. I mean, do you think the finance chairman, Senator Peeler, or House Ways and Means chairman and the speaker sitting right here, I mean, are we supposed to fund your every request when you've got $10 million you can loan to the athletic department?
No, sir, absolutely not. But by the same token, again, we were in very unprecedented times with the COVID crisis, sir.
Well, we were all in unprecedented times. Some businesses went under. Some businesses, you might find this shocking, didn't spend money they planned to spend, they couldn't afford to spend, but the athletic department always had you all to bail them out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me move to another area, and that would be the hiring of General Caslin. Now, while you were not chairman, you were on the selection committee.
I was.
And I understand there were four finalists. He was one of them.
He was.
You said a moment ago, let me make sure I don't misquote you, that Tate, African American, was an applicant, and he was qualified but needed to check a box. Is that what you said?
What I said was, what I meant by that was that he was not quite, had not done enough things to at that level, sir.
Like what had he done? What I mean?
Well, he had not been a provost at a major university yet.
And Caslin had been a provost.
Caslin had not, but Caslin was a three-star general that has led men in combat, and from the purview of the search committee, that was qualified. Plus, he was CFO at Central Florida University.
Central Florida.
Yes, sir.
Okay, big school.
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay, and he was, how long had he had that job?
About a year.
Okay, so he had a year as a provost. Provost?
Yes. No. Caslin had been president, the commandant at West Point, the superintendent at West Point, as well as he had been the CFO at Central Florida. Sir.
CFO. So Tate needed to check this box of being a provost somewhere, but Caslin, whose previous academic credentials included being the commandant at a military university.
Yes, sir.
Where his word was law. There was no board. There was no. I mean, he was the general.
Yes,
so there was no building of a faculty support, because if they, I mean, those folks disagreed with him, they went. I mean, there was no. So it was a military school. You know the old saying about military justice is to justice as military music is to music. I mean, being the commandant in a military college is nothing close to being the president of the University of South Carolina, is it?
I think if you look at his track record for what he did with diversity, equity, and inclusion, what he did with to elevate females and protect them from assaults and things of that nature at West Point, I think his record will speak for itself there, sir.
He didn't have a postgraduate degree, did he? Did he have a doctorate?
He had a master's.
But did not have a doctorate?
Yes, sir, but a master's can be considered a terminal degree also, sir.
But I mean, when you're comparing these other folks like Tate and others, they had experience in administrative positions at liberal arts colleges, right?
Yes, sir.
They had hold on one second here. They had experience at liberal arts colleges in terms of administration.
Sure.
And their academic backgrounds were far more significant than Caslin's, right?
Yes, sir. It was, he, as I said earlier, he was a non-traditional candidate. As it turned out to be a big win. He came in.
I'm sorry, did you say that hiring Caslin was a big win?
What I said was that during his term as president here, he was the perfect person to navigate the COVID crisis at the university, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you support a mask mandate at USC?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when the Attorney General wrote a letter indicating that President Pastides, even though the court had ruled on a lawsuit I brought that they could mandate masks, is it your testimony you supported that, or did you contact President Pastides and ask him not to do that?
I don't recall that conversation. I remember Harris called me and asked me about my opinion. And I said, Harris, I want to do whatever the healthcare professionals say is the right thing to do.
You did not tell him politically not to do it?
No, sir.
Okay. Maybe Harris and I had a miscommunication then.
Okay.
So let me get back to the hiring of Caslin. Let's understand this process. You were on the selection committee.
Yes, sir.
Were there originally 4 approved that didn't include Caslin?
No, sir. There were never, there were 4 that were approved coming out of Atlanta that included Caslin.
Okay. And of those four, one was Tate, right?
That's correct.
Who are the others?
Dr. Walsh from Indiana, and I'm blanking on the other gentleman's name. I apologize.
Okay, now, you and who went on that airplane ride down to Florida to meet with President
If I
Kavanaugh?
recall correctly, it was myself, Hugh Mobley, who organized it. It was G. Moore,
Right.
and I think it was Dr. Eddie Floyd.
Now, this guy up in Indiana, did y'all fly up to see him?
No, sir.
Did you fly to see anybody else?
No, sir.
Did you meet with anybody else?
No, sir.
Well, what was so special about going to Florida and meeting with Caswin? What
He
made
was
him?
He was a non-traditional candidate, and the Hugh Mobley asked me to go because he thought that he had some leadership qualities and some things that we needed to look at.
You'd met with him before,
the
though,
Chairman of
hadn't
the search committee, sir.
You'd met with him before, hadn't you?
I had not met with him individually. I'd met with him in a room like this.
Yeah, but I mean, he was in the room. You could ask him questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you took the university plane.
Yes, sir.
You didn't fly commercial.
No, sir.
Why?
I was asked to go on the trip, sir.
Well, I mean, it cost several $1,000s to fly to Florida and back. It was, I mean, y'all couldn't fly commercial?
We could have, but it was a direct flight. And as you know, getting from Columbia to anywhere is not as convenient as a direct flight, sir.
So you, as a member of the Board of Trustees of Carolina, can't be inconvenienced like the rest of us when we have to fly out of Columbia? Where were you going? Jacksonville?
No, sir. It was, gosh, what beach was it? I'll have to look it up. It was south of Jacksonville, but I don't remember. Pompano Beach.
Okay. Well, many of us drive down there, and many of us fly commercial drive to Charlotte, probably straight shot, or drive.
It was a 7-hour car drive versus a.
Well, y'all
hour.
could bond. Y'all could.
Sir?
Y'all could bond.
There
on
you
that.
go. Absolutely.
But instead, you spent. What do you think it cost to fly? Would you fly a King Air or a jet?
It was a King Air, sir.
Okay. So what's that? A $20,000 round trip?
I'm not certain, sir.
You don't know how much money, state money, university money, you spent so that you could fly down there private?
No, sir.
I mean, you understand that $20,000 is a lot of money to most people.
I do, sir.
Including your students and the parents paying that tuition.
I do, sir.
And that when y'all spend money, do you think it was necessary for you to fly down? How about Zoom? You couldn't do a Zoom meeting with them?
We've done tons of Zoom calls for lots of things, and my personal opinion is you lose something in an internet interview as opposed to in face-to-face, sir.
You couldn't ask him to come up here?
We could have, yes, sir.
You didn't?
The chairman of the search committee requested that I go. I was asked to go, and I went.
And the chairman of the search committee was Mr. Mobley?
That's correct.
Okay. So you went down there, and what was it? Well, let me ask you this before we get all the way to the end. Was hiring him a mistake?
Not in my opinion.
So that was a success?
I think when you, in the grand scheme of things, when you look at the way he handled the COVID crisis, I think it was a win, yes, sir.
We ended up, Harris Pastides took over. He was an epidemiologist. Is any indication he wouldn't have handled it as well?
There's no indication of that, but at the time Dr. Pastides had indicated, well, he'd already resigned, sir.
Right. So I guess he saved us from COVID, but in the process, huge conflict about hiring him to begin with, right?
Yes, sir.
Barely got elected. Was that good to not have that kind of split in the board?
No, sir, it's never good, but it's never good for us to agree on everything either, Senator. If I ask your opinion on something, I don't want you to tell me, and you never would, obviously, tell me how smart I am or how handsome I am or something like that. I want to hear your honest opinion, a difference of opinion from that standpoint, sir.
Well, but here's my point. There's a difference, and we heard from Mr. Williams a moment ago, a difference between an honest exchange of opinions working towards a consensus, and then there's just external forces weighing in to get it done. And you would admit the governor did weigh in, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he talked to you?
He called me, but he didn't influence my vote, sir.
Pardon me?
He did not influence my vote.
You were already committed to Caswin.
I had, yes, sir.
So he couldn't influence you.
That's correct.
But other folks he did talk to, did he not?
He did, but if you look before, there were two votes, if you will, the one that didn't happen and the second one. We actually lost votes between the first vote and the second vote.
And that's why you needed that second vote quickly. And I believe, and Mr. Williams had to sue to stop y'all from doing it, did he not?
That was a tactical error from the standpoint of whoever called for the meeting within 5 days. The bylaws require that the board members have to have 5 days. It was a mistake that was corrected.
Well, who called the meeting?
The chairman of the search committee.
Which was Mr. Mobley.
Yes, sir.
And he called the meeting without giving the appropriate legal notice. Was he in a hurry?
You'll have to ask him that, sir.
Okay, well, you know, Chairman Smith, you act as if you never talked to these people. I mean, you flew, that flight down to meet with President Caswin. How long did that take? An hour?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then y'all have lunch while you were down there?
No, sir.
You just flew down, met with him, got on the plane, flew back?
Yes, sir.
And in those 2 hours or hour and a half to get there, an hour and a half to get back, y'all never talked about anything?
We talked about a variety of things.
You talk about him. Did you talk about, we got to get this guy elected?
Senator, we talked about 1,000 things on that plane. What we talked about exactly, I don't remember, sir. That's been 3 years ago.
Okay. So in terms of the vote for Caswin, you today, you would stick by that vote, and if you had to do it again, you'd vote for him again?
Hindsight is always 20/20. Are we talking about voting in 2019, or are we talking about voting in 2022, sir?
Right now.
Right
today.
now?
Would you vote for him again?
I'm happy with our new president.
No, that's not what I asked you. Would you vote for him again?
Knowing, if I were back, if you wound the clock back 3 years ago, yes, sir, I would have.
So his comments about South Carolina sucks, that South Carolina's a horrible place, South Carolina's dysfunctional, nobody ought to come to work here, all of that, would it not influence you in any way?
Again, we're talking about voting for him prior to all of that.
No, I'm asking right now, if you were faced with the prospect of voting for him again, would you do it?
I would vote for Michael Amaritas to be president.
Let's say it's
sir.
not Michael Amaritas, it's him versus anybody.
Well, there would have been other candidates out there. Knowing what you know now, if you know, again, that if someone says that and they says they don't want the job, absolutely no, you're not going. You don't want someone that doesn't want to be here.
Well, why was he so critical of the board in his public comments, saying they didn't support him, they didn't have his back? As a matter of fact, he indicated, I believe that he called, was it you he called and tendered his resignation?
He did not tender his resignation to me until the night he actually resigned. There's a difference between tendering a resignation, sir, and you saying, I will resign if I have lost the confidence of the board.
And at that point, what did you tell him?
What I told him was I could not accept that because I didn't know that he had lost the confidence of the board.
Did you have the authority to accept his resignation?
I accepted when he resigned. I did have the authority to accept his resignation 48 hours later.
Did you tell the rest of the board that he had communicated with you that he was thinking about resigning?
I did.
Mr. Williams didn't seem to know about it.
Yes, sir. I called Charles Williams.
Okay. So, Speaker Lucas asked Mr. Williams about, do you think the board's too big?
No, sir. And the reason I don't think the board's too big is it sometimes unwieldy? Yes. But without a board of our size, you're going to completely cut out rural South Carolina.
Why do you say that?
Because everything will gravitate towards Hilton Head, Charleston, Columbia, Myrtle Beach, Greenville, Spartanburg, Rock Hill, and places like Lamar, places like Turbeville. They won't have any representation on the board, sir.
I mean, that's your theory.
That's my opinion.
Your opinion. And you're not an expert on football. Are you an expert on electoral politics?
I have no desire to serve in any political role other than this, and I only do it for the love and adoration of the fans.
Well, and it does give you some authority, correct? Being chairman of the board at USC.
That authority is I serve at the pleasure of the board, sir. And before I became chairman, there was not a way to remove a chairman. One of the first things I did even before I became chairman, that we put in place where the board has the authority and the mechanism to remove me or anyone else that they deem is not doing a good job, sir.
I guess I come back to this. You don't think it's too big. I mean, between the Caslin debacle and the buyout of Muschamps, I mean, this doesn't really create a lot of confidence in y'all's competency. Do you understand how that perspective?
I do.
Okay. And you just basically say water under the bridge, over the dam, let's move on. We got new policies, we got new procedures.
No, sir. The things that you haven't seen are the things that have happened since all of that. Again, I come back to the changes in our governance structure, the reorganization of the committees. Believe it or not, there are lots of things that behind the scenes that are not really evident. But quite frankly, the search, this last presidential search, really was a quality search, sir. We had really top quality candidates.
Well, the speaker just a moment ago commented on that, and I got the sense there may have been some bumps in the road on that. I mean, isn't it time that we do more than just rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic? I mean, this university has had its ups and downs. I mean, as long as I've lived in Columbia. I don't know whether you remember Tom Jones, your president back in the 70s.
I remember him, but I was too young to know that.
Well,
sir.
I wasn't. I was in law school, and he was asked to leave. And of course, Jim Holderman.
Yes, sir.
A disaster, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I know that because I prosecuted him.
Yes, sir.
And the board at that point was interesting because whatever Jim Holderman wanted, Jim Holderman got.
Yes, sir.
The laissez-faire, they had no input. Most of them were more concerned about who the football coach was going to be than what the president did. And a president could bring the Pope or bring all these stars to Columbia was just wonderful. But since then, I'm not convinced there's been any dramatic change in the attitude of the board. I got to tell you that Caslin process was a humiliation, how he was hired and how he left, a humiliation to the people. The university's in my district. Many of the people that work at the university live in my district, and they were embarrassed and humiliated by what y'all did with Caslin, both bringing him in and the way he left.
Yes,
you understand that?
I do, sir.
So if we take the position that maybe we need new folks to do this, that wouldn't bother you, would it?
The short answer to that, look, the board does not define who I am, but I came on the board for the one goal of trying to make the University of South Carolina and my home state of South Carolina a better place.
Well, if you look at Caslin as a loss, and certainly you can't look at it as a win, and you look at the Muschamps buyout as a loss, y'all don't really have a winning record. Shouldn't we fire y'all like y'all did to Muschamps and like y'all did to Frank Martin? And the buyout's a lot cheaper.
That's your prerogative, sir. I mean, and I defer to you, obviously.
Well, thank you. That's all I have.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Doctor, for your willingness to serve. I want to go back to a visitor on the campus, Angela Davis. Tell me exactly what happened. I think you probably was chairman around that time. Angela Davis, invitation to come to USC?
I'm not aware of that, Senator Scott. I apologize.
You're not aware of Angela Davis, the Angela Davis,
Yes, sir, I know who
historian, professor, who there was an invitation sent for her to come to USC, and there was a lot of mixed emotions on that campus?
I didn't have anything to do, that never came to the level of the board, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, tell me a little bit about what are you doing on that campus to actually promote diversity on the campus?
Again, what we have done.
Not we, you.
Yes, sir,
What
me.
you doing?
All right.
You've been there a long time,
I've been there 12 years, yes, sir.
Yeah, tell me what you're doing to promote diversity on the campus.
During my chairmanship, that our first vice president for diversity was hired, Julian Williams. In addition to that, we continue to work to try to build the Civil Rights Center that should.
I understand about that.
I'm sorry?
I understand about the building of the center. I'm talking about what are you doing in terms of working with your colleagues on the board? Now you've got 2 African Americans on the board.
Again, we have done diversity training to try to make everyone aware and make the university a more open place for access for all, sir.
What are you doing?
That's
you
what
told
I'm
me
doing.
You told me what the board is doing.
That is
what have you
that
actively?
has been part of my agenda as chairman, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Lawrence.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a question of the, there you go. Dr. Smith, you have indicated that expanding the nursing program is of great significance to you. President Alexander chairs the major budget writing subcommittee for finance in the Senate that hears from the public sector healthcare delivery agencies. And those directors and board members have been before his committee, which I serve as well, with an incessant call of concern about the insufficient availability of healthcare delivery workers, nurses, etc. Of course, in the public sector, we try to remedy it as best we can with salary, trying to stay competitive with private sector, which is where they apparently all will gravitate to based on that very economic factor. Until just we heard from the 6th agency whose director told us from the high school level, recruitment into the various public and private colleges and universities in the state, there's really not a shortage yet of young people desiring to enter this vocation or profession. The real problem, and is going to be even more exacerbated in the future, is the ability to train them to have the proper level of academia / administrative professionals in place to bring this next generation along. I'm curious, because you're obviously in practice, you're in a hospital setting, a surgical setting, and is your role here with U of SC School of Medicine and other affiliations. Is it possible that we can go back and rediscover the model that I grew up with as a child, having numerous family members that received their nursing training at Old Greenville General? And then, of course, as you had expanded degrees beyond RN, you've had the expansion of higher ed nursing programs. Can we not see that as a proper blending of, since your highest capabilities gravitate to academia or administration in the hospital settings, can we not capitalize in the future with more school / hospital participate, not just rotations, but true collaboration in the program in its entirety?
Yes.
I'm anxious for your thoughts.
Yes, sir. No question, it's a huge crisis and needs to continue to work on. There is actually a two-pronged attack, Senator Verdon. Prong number one is what you alluded to. Unfortunately, we do not have enough teachers right now, masters, PhD, preceptors, and even preceptor sites for all of the young ladies and gentlemen that go into nursing. And that's what one of the focus of the University of South Carolina on the Columbia campus is. About half of those individuals that enroll in nursing, they are not going to be bedside nurses per se, but they're going to be the ones to train the nurses, the nurse practitioners, the nurse anesthetists, if you will. The other prong of that is the bedside nurses, the floor nurses, the one that would change the bedpan, the one that would start the IV, and with that, and you've got to attack both areas simultaneously. But in order, the bottleneck is to have the preceptors and the instructors to be able to expand the second portion of that also, sir. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I appreciate you bringing it back to even, so preceptorship. Yeah, it's, well, it's been a growing, the crescendo is getting louder and the alarm bells.
And we want to continue to expand our nursing programs at Upstate, at Aiken, all over the state. I mean, it's just mandatory. One of the things that I see the university doing is being able to provide the health care. The University of South Carolina School of Medicine provides more primary care physicians for rural South Carolina than any other school in the country. In addition to that, we also produce physician's assistants and nurse practitioners, which to some degree are replacing family practitioners in places like Turbeville or Lamar or Olanta, if you will. But they also have to have the nurses as well. And we have great leadership in that role. Jimmy Stallworth runs the PA program. Jeanette Andrews leads the nursing program. She is a fabulous leader and role model for our state.
I'll take Olanta, if you will, because I have a truck at Warren Coker's farm every week bringing about...
You're 4 miles from me, sir.
Yeah. I've brought 40,000 square bales of hay out of there in the last calendar year.
I'll tell Warren to give you a discount, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
A couple other matters that come to mind when Senator Scott was talking about diversity. Okay, am I on? Okay. We all saw the news reports, and I spoke to Lou Kennedy about y'all's problem, if you will. And as I understand it, she was appointed to a committee that, pursuant to your new rules, would participate in helping pick the next president of the University of South Carolina. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was that committee?
It was the Presidential Search Committee, and I'm the one who appointed her, sir.
Okay, and during that process, apparently, she indicated, and I talked to her yesterday to confirm this, that you were short with her, wagged your finger in her face, and told her that she was basically irrelevant. I think the word you used was irrelevant. Is her depiction of that meeting correct?
No, sir, it's not.
So she is not telling the truth?
I think her interpretation of the events are different than mine, sir.
Well, she used the word misogynist, that you did not appreciate the opinion of women, especially strong women. Do you think that's accurate?
No, sir. I've been surrounded by strong women my whole life.
Well, let me ask you this, and these are, hold on one second, I'll make sure I get this correct. Have your privileges at the hospital ever been suspended, or have you ever had to leave a hospital because of complaints?
No, sir.
You've never had complaints from female employees?
No, sir.
Never?
Not that if there's something that's filed, I'm unaware of that, sir.
Have you ever had your privileges suspended at any hospital?
Never.
Have you had to give up your privileges at any hospital?
Never.
Okay. And you're indicating that Lou Kennedy misinterpreted your finger wagging.
My comment to Ms. Kennedy was at the end of the meeting when it was over with, and she was giving advice to the board on how to handle the presidential search. And what I pointed out was that we had voting and non-voting members on the board, not on the board, on the committee. And during that period of time, I said, Lou, golly gee, thank you all for your service. And we basically have had, we appreciate it. I said, I'd like to point out that there were voting and non-voting members, but we let everybody vote to give their opinion on who should be recommended back to the board to determine that. And as a courtesy for everyone's hard work, even the non-voting members were granted their right to say their say, sir.
Why'd you get angry?
She felt that she felt that I was saying to her that her opinion didn't count. I think she misunderstood my statement.
Did you wag your finger in her face?
If I did, I don't recall it, sir.
You don't recall it?
And in addition to that, I flew home with her on her plane that night and rode with her in the car back to the airport. And just for the record, I apologized to her just for any miscommunication. That was obvious she was upset with me. And she accepted my apology on the plane. She even poured champagne for everyone and celebrated on the way back, sir.
And then she pulled $20 million of a pledge that she made to the University of South Carolina. Is that correct?
I was not aware of a $20 million pledge pool, sir.
She pledged 30, had put 10 in, and pulled the other 20.
I was not aware of that.
You're still not aware of that?
I am now.
Okay. So obviously she was upset about something.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know what that was?
I just told you my recollection of the story, sir, and I would ask that other people that were there that can verify that.
So she's just hysterical?
I do not know. I have utmost respect for her. She is a valued member of our community. She's a very successful businesswoman, and I am so sorry that I offended her in any way.
And the same would go for Darla Moore?
Darla Moore is a wonderful lady and a treasure of this state, sir.
And she's pulled all her funding for Carolina?
Darla Moore is a wonderful person.
There seems to be a pattern there. Both of them indicate that the reason they pulled their funding was a treatment from you. Tens of millions of dollars. Maybe $100 million, maybe more. You don't understand why that would happen? I mean, you're totally clueless.
We had a disagreement, sir.
We being who?
Myself and Miss Kennedy.
But y'all apparently made up, drank champagne, kissed and hugged?
On the plane on the way home, yes, sir.
Okay. But you flew there with her?
I did.
Okay, so she'd either leave you there or you could fly back with her?
That's correct.
Shocked she didn't leave you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. As you know, we're not going to approve any USC candidates today. It'll be sometime in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Alexander English. Welcome. If you'd state for the record your name, full name, please.
Alexander English.
If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Give a brief statement why you'd like to continue on the board.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for having me here today and to say that I am honored to have served this past year and a half as representing the 5th District. I have gotten to be a part of some of the history-making decisions, including the negative ones that you all were just speaking about, including the vote to move forward with our Bull Street project, which is our health science campus, which I think is going to be revolutionary for the city of Columbia, our university, as well as the state. In regards to providing health care and for our research here in this state. Also, the West Campus, which is over on Wheeler Hill, which will bring our campus back to the modern day era as far as housing and being able to have the proper Wi-Fi and all that. Also, been a part of approving the contracts of Dawn Staley, Coach Shane Beamer, and recently Coach Lamont Paris, as well as a lot of other positive things that have happened to this university. I'm honored to have been a part of that. I also serve on the History Group Implementation Committee, and that's been very rewarding because it deals with our diversity, equity, and inclusion on our campus. So thank you all for having me.
Staff, do you have any information you want to share with us on Mr. English?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. English. So upon reviewing your application back when you submitted this in November, on the blank for the 4 or 6%, you just put yes. So I'm gonna do this two-part. First, Can you confirm for me on record, what is your home address?
596 Reimer Pond Road, Blythewood, South Carolina.
Thank you, sir. And do you pay your 4% or 6% at that address?
6%.
6%.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all that I have.
Thank you.
Well, I've got a question. Why is
sir.
it 6% instead of 4% where you're currently located?
Well, I guess it's the cost. Or maybe I misunderstood.
Okay.
Did he say 6%?
6% based on,
So for your property tax, the percentage that you're paying, is it the 4% for this your personal home residence or the greater 6%?
I pay 4%. I pay because I do grow a farm tax on that as well.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So do you have, the residence that you have on your application is the residence that you live in? Do you have another home other than that location, or is that your?
That's the only place I've lived in Columbia in the last 30 years.
Thank you, sir. I think that clarifies.
Okay, I just think you misspoke. You meant 4%, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so 4% it is. So I'll just let the record reflect that he has stated it's 4%, not 6% at his Blythewood residence.
Questions for Mr. English? Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. English, for your willingness to serve.
Thank
A
you.
lot has happened in the year and a half since you came on the board.
Yes, it has.
Has it been difficult, heavy lifting to get them to finally move in the direction of trying to make those kind of diverse commitments? You now under the third president just shortly in that very short period of time. What is the attitude of the board with the kinds of things that we're actually talking about, diversity, identifying those who have made tremendous contribution to the school, and their willingness to work with the two African-American members of the board and others who share the same kind of concern in moving that board forward?
Well, I think we have made progress. You know, I mentioned I served on the History Committee Implementation Group, and, you know.
You chair it.
I chaired it.
Yeah, go ahead.
And we have moved forward. We were enabled to name the Celia Dow Saxon building down on Park Street. We've got a bunch of other things that we're still working on as far as trying to educate people about the history of this university as it pertains to the African-American people that contributed to it. And we're still working on those. We have moved forward on putting statues of the first 3 African-American students on our campus. We haven't come up with the place yet, but we are doing that, and I'm very proud of that as well.
And this is after how many years those first African-American students on their campus?
It's been a long time.
Long time.
Yes, sir.
So what do you see as any pushback in terms of trying to move the school forward with recruiting of faculty, staff, students? And know when I look at some of the other campuses around South Carolina, the USC, they're doing a lot better than the downtown Columbia campus in terms of students.
Well, like I said, we've
campus.
got this group, we've got this list of things that we will bring before the board, and hopefully will get approved, like walking tours, like education on all the different buildings on campus, having a plaque that talks about why the building is named that, and giving a little history on it. You know, those are the things that we've got on the board that we've got to get through the board, got to get past, and, you know, until we get those things done, you know, I think our job isn't done.
You played basketball at USC, I think started in '72, it's about '76. What does this new basketball coach mean to the university? And I'm talking about the boys' basketball mean to the university, especially just the overall kids in high schools and around South Carolina in terms who would even want to even consider coming to university, given this is the first time in history that has ever occurred?
Well, I think being this is the first time in the history of this university we've had an African-American head basketball coach is going to mean a lot. I think he will get the opportunity to recruit, in the city of Columbia and a lot of the other surrounding cities, as well as the state. And, it gives the young player a different perspective. Not that Coach Martin wasn't that person that embraced athletes, but I think that having an African-American coach will mean that when the player talks to him or looks at that person, they will feel that they've got someone who may be able to relate to the lives that they've lived as an athlete.
Since you operate daily in the basketball community, have you had some parents to make comments or talk about their kids rethinking where they want to go and looking at staying at home rather than leaving the state? My goal is to keep my kids here. We've got a lot to offer them here, especially if we give them what they need to grow.
Well, the only player that I've spoken to, and I did this at the behest of Coach Martin, is a young kid from Columbia who's one of the top athletes in the state who hadn't decided whether he's going to leave or not.
I saw that article.
I just impressed upon him what it was like for me being a Columbia resident and staying home and how invaluable that was to me. And at that time, he was very positive. His parents were very positive. Whether he will stay, I don't know. But I think just from speaking with Coach Paris only once, I like what he sounds like, what he intends to do, and hopefully he's going to do a great job for this university.
Has there been much pushback from the other board members with this new decision to make that kind of change and on the basketball court here?
You heard Mr. Williams.
Yeah, well, I did.
Yeah.
That's troubling.
He was probably the biggest pushback. I think with buyouts, we discussed that in our board conference call, and everybody, was a little concerned, but we ended up voting for Mr. Parris's contract, and I had to add to it is that what you've already spoken about is that you're bringing in a person that's going to be on the lowest end of the totem pole when it comes to SEC coaches. He's going to be make the least amount of money.
You're correct.
So, I don't think that that should be something that we hold against Ray Tanner yet. But I'm sure he's got the opportunity, Coach Paris has got the opportunity to earn money.
I hope as you remain on this board, you continue to educate your board, your colleagues on the board. You get what you pay for.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And, I feel that, it's important to have that diversity on the board so that you can get another perspective, of what your stakeholders may think and what your stakeholders may be looking for. And I think I offer some of that perspective. We've got one other African-American board member, and that's Leah Moody, who's also very much into not representing all students, but making sure that we make that point that we have to represent all of our stakeholders and we have to be concerned with everybody.
In looking at what coaches get paid in the SEC, the top was Kentucky at 8.6. Mid-range is about $3 million for those who've not done their homework. And the bottom, the last on the list was the 2.2. And I hope as time progresses on, we at least pay coaches what coaches make in the SEC. Now, there are other schools, when you add the other teams I mentioned, pay a whole lot more than that. And so if you're gonna get winning coaches, I hope you continue to educate them, and you've had a chance to play college ball, professional ball, and it's like a professional ball player. If I'm good, you don't pay me, I'm leaving, I'm going someplace else to be paid. If you're gonna stack the bleachers, you gotta pay the coaches, especially if they're good recruiters. Thank you so much for your willingness. I've seen in the last year and a half some movement I've not seen at the university before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker Lucas.
Mr. English, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, sir.
I brag all the time that you and I were in Bates House together at USC many years ago.
We're getting ready to get rid of it.
Oh, my gosh. Just a few questions to kind of clarify some earlier testimony. You serve on the board, and the board elects the president. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the president appoints or hires an athletic director. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when there are contracts involving coaches, the athletic director brings those contracts to the board for approval. Is that the way it goes?
Yes.
Okay. So the athletic director doesn't approve the contract and then show them to the board. He actually has to have board approval of the contract, I believe over a certain amount. Is that correct?
Yes, but I guess the athletic director bases the contract on what else is in the SEC, what other coaches make, and kind of, I guess, sets the price or sets the salary and brings it to the board, yes.
Yeah. And if you have a buyout in the contract, the buyout usually comes into play when the coach fails. Would that be right? And Coach Parrish, it looks like to me, we may not have to worry about that buyout because he's incredibly talented, and I think he's going to do good things at USC.
Yes, sir. I'm hoping he will.
Thank you, Mr. English.
Thank you.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service, Mr. English. How long have you been on the board? Do you know?
Probably, I think it's about a year and a half now. I was before you all about a year ago.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure our information was a little incorrect in here, so I thought you were fairly new. I want to go back and ask you a question. Senator Harpulian asked the chairman a couple questions, but I want to ask you something in reference to maybe your presence at maybe an event. Were you present in Atlanta with Lou Kennedy?
Yes.
Did you witness the episode between the chairman and Mrs. Kennedy?
I'm kind of glancing. We know it was at the end of our meeting and everybody was moving around, but yes.
Was Mrs. Kennedy's interpretation incorrect?
Not incorrect. You know, it was.
Do you think she overreacted?
I think she was very, she was very concerned, to be, she felt like she was mistreated and, that's what she felt, so.
Thank you for answering those. My next question to you, being one of two African Americans on the board, do you think that the board has done or is doing a decent job, good job, or great job when it comes to diversity and inclusion and equity? And if not, or if they are, where can we do better?
Well, in most instances, I think we've done pretty good. And one of the things that I was concerned about was making sure that when we hire people, we make sure that we've got, minorities included in the pool. And, with Ray Tanner giving the job to Mr. Parrish, I feel comfortable about that. I still feel that there are instances where, we have to be more focused when it comes to more, not just focused, but understanding and we've got to be more focused and understanding when it comes to the rules.
I know a lot of talk today has been about the athletic department, but let's talk about senior level positions, the administration. What percentage of senior level positions are African American?
I couldn't tell you that, sir.
Do you know of any senior level positions? And if so, how many can you think of that are held by African Americans?
Well, I know VP Julian Williams, who's the head of our diversity, equity, and inclusion. And Larry? Yes, Larry Thomas is head of our communications. So those are senior level positions that I think are very important.
What bothers me is that we have to think because it's only two.
And that too is a big improvement over the last few years.
Hopefully you all will do better. Thank you, Ms. English.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Harpootlian.
Mr. English, thank you for your service on the board. Based on what we've heard today and prior to today, it's obviously not an easy job. I'm intrigued by the fact you were present during the Lou Kennedy, Chairman Smith discussion, and I'm not quite sure that Representative King asked you the ultimate question, which is, she was upset.
Yes.
Did you see why she was upset?
Yes.
Okay, well, tell me what you saw.
Well, she was upset with the interchange.
Okay, well, what was the interchange?
The interchange, I know that Chairman Smith had mentioned, something to her about the committee. And, and I guess, in his voice, it was raised, and she felt, that it wasn't necessary.
Was it dismissive, the tone, dismissive?
I think she felt that way.
Did you feel that way?
Yeah, like I said, it was at the end of the meeting, and I was moving around, and I noticed, that it was happening, and I think she had a reason and a right to feel that she was being not necessarily dismissed, but
disregarded. Disregarded.
I think that's the way she felt.
And Chairman Smith indicates it was basically, did you fly back on the plane with them?
No, I didn't.
They didn't ask you on the plane?
I don't like flying on small planes.
Smart. So if you'd been invited to go on that Caslin trip, you would have driven?
Oh, probably.
Yeah. So, but you believe, based on what you saw, Lou Kennedy had every right to be offended?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner English, we're not approving any candidates for USC today. It'll be in the future. So thank you for your service. Bates, where's Bates? Speaker, you said you stayed at Bates. Where is it?
Bates House.
Yeah, where's that?
They're tearing it down.
Well, I guess I don't need to know where it is then. I remember the honeycombs. I stayed there when I was in summer school. No. Okay, thank you. That was it.
The Bates house is 300 yards from my house. They're building something really nice where the Bates house used to be. Going to spend $1 billion on it.
Good gracious. Wow.
Alex and I didn't get the benefit of that.
Yeah, what's a billion here? You there? All right. Next, we've got David Benjamin Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you'll just state for the record your full name.
David Benjamin Graves.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you'll give a brief statement why you'd like to serve.
Thank you so much for letting me be here. I have served proudly on the, Development Foundation Board for USC for 4 years. I served on the USC Commission on Higher Education for Spartanburg County. Prior to that, I graduated from the South Carolina Honors College in 1996 and the USC School of Law in 2000. I've been in private practice as an attorney and then got in the real estate development business where I ran one of the largest family offices for a very successful entrepreneur in South Carolina, and then started my own development company 4 years ago that's enjoyed rapid growth. And I'm frankly here, I'm soon to be a third-generation Gamecock with my son as an incoming freshman. I just believe in throwing my hat in the ring if I feel like I can be helpful, frankly. And in this case, I've enjoyed the service there to the Commission on Higher Education in Spartanburg and then Development Foundation Board, primarily involved in the property committee helping to grow the physical campus and hopefully bring a business pragmatism, a responsibility of having to manage a P&L for a company that I'm responsible for solely, and would offer myself for service if you think I would be a good candidate.
Thank you. Staff, any information to share with us?
I do not have anything based off the file that you submitted, but I will do the same with you. Can you please state your home address for the record?
That's 109 Coleman Hill Drive, Spartanburg, South Carolina.
Thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6% here?
4%.
Thank you.
Questions? Senator Scott.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your willingness to serve. You've had 4 years to kind of make some observations in terms of what's going on. What did you actually see that encouraged you to want to be on this board? And what do you think you actually bring to this board during a time it's having a lot of questioned spending, diversity issues, growing and making historical changes?
Yes, sir.
You said you're a developer, so tell me a little bit about how you think all that's going to, and an attorney, how it's going to fit into the growing changes at the university.
Well, it's been very educational to see the things we could do to help with the growth of the campus. The Development Foundation Board actually developed the 650 Lincoln property that was recently renamed for Miss Saxton. We're very proud of the role we played in that. We're also looking at student housing opportunities we can do to help facilitate growth for the campus and provide a larger nest egg to grow the endowment. We're also involved in parts of putting together the puzzle, if you will, for the health science campus. So those roles have been the places that I've had the most impact, but it's allowed me to, interact with people like Ed Walton, who's the CFO of the USC enterprise altogether, and learn about growth and things that I think can allow me to be more effective.
What about diversity? I mean, you're going to be faced with those issues. You have any background, training, understand how that process actually works?
I've served on nonprofit boards in Spartanburg. I've had some informal training in that regard. I would say I'm a conscientious student in that regard. Enjoy
so you got
learning.
a lot to learn is what you're saying.
I would say I have a lot to learn. I think in a lot of cases, folks in my position have a lot to learn.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hart Pulliam.
So on the tell me what the development board is. What is it you do over there?
Sure. We have, it's tied into the Educational Foundation, Senator Harpootlian. We can actually move forward with purchasing property and facilitating growth with our own funds, tied to the Educational Foundation endowment. So it provides a vehicle to move quickly and pick up property in the path of progress, work with the university, fulfill its mission.
Did you all own the property on Wheeler Hill that was recently conveyed to a private developer and they're developing that?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, now I know what y'all do. Well, let me ask you this. How long have you been on the development board?
This is my second term, approximately 4 years.
And so do you have interaction with, you said Ed Walton, but do you have interaction with any other member of the USC community?
We've had, the president comes and speaks to us about twice a year, I would say. So, we had interaction that way. We've also talked to Derek Gruner, the USC architect, about some of the facilities issues that we've dealt with.
So let me ask you this, and just, you sat here today and listened to our discussions?
Yes, sir.
And you've read about the Caslin, I would call it a disaster, but perhaps somebody else would rather put lipstick on a pig. And the issue about the Muschamps being fired and paying him $13 million not to work. Do you have any opinions about, first of all, Muschamps paying him $13 million not to work? Is that a good thing?
No, it's not a good thing. And I live in a world where we have to be responsible for our decisions. And the idea of paying someone not to do a good job, unfortunately, is something that I would strongly disagree with.
So if a contract came before you on the board, And of course, what they're going to tell you is this is what happens in the SEC. You got to pay this money to get a decent coach. And that's the athletic department representing that. I mean, are you going to ask further questions? Are you going to delve into this? Or are you just going to do whatever you're told the athletic department says is that's what everybody else does?
Sir, I'm not here to maintain the status quo. I would definitely investigate that. It's something where I believe in alignment of interest and meritocracy and pay. And so if you do a good job and we can provide an incentive for you to get paid more for doing a good job, I am all in favor of that. I am absolutely not in favor of the reciprocal.
Which is paying somebody to do a bad job.
Correct.
So, and let's talk about Caslin for just a moment. You've heard more today than probably most people know.
Yes, sir.
The fact that the decision to hire him was so fractured to begin with, the faculty and the students opposed to it, it was a one-vote margin by the board. Was that a good thing? Was that something you'd want to participate in?
You know, it was very interesting to sit here and listen to that, right? And it's always, you know, there is perfect clarity from hindsight looking back at that. But no, I would say that you certainly want to build, you know, continuity and a super majority of belief in the direction the university is headed.
Do you serve on any boards of directors?
No.
Okay. Have you been around any corporate boards of directors?
Yes.
Do they operate like this?
No.
So this would not be tolerated in the private sector?
It would not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We will make a decision on approval at a later date. as
Thank you,
you've
sir.
heard. Next we have Henry Levi Jolly Jr. If you'll state for the record your full name.
My name's Henry Levi Jolly Jr.
And if you'll raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Just make a brief statement on why you'd like to be elected to the USC board.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank y'all for allowing this opportunity for me to be here. I live in Gaffney. I'm in the 7th Judicial Circuit, which is Cherokee and Spartanburg. I have been on the USC Board of Visitors. I've also served as a trustee at Limestone College, now Limestone University, and I was just appointed to the Spartanburg County Commission of Higher Education as the Cherokee County representative. But I'd like to serve the university that gave so much to me. So that's the reason I'm here.
All right, staff, you have any information for us?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Jolly. I don't have anything based off of your file, but just as we have previously done, can you please state your home address for the record?
It's 312 Silver Circle, Gaffney, South Carolina.
Thank you. And do you pay your 4% or 6% here?
4%, please.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Jolly? No questions? All right, thank you, sir. We'll
Thank you.
let you know at the appropriate time.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Von Lee next. Okay. Von Lee. Next up, we have John C. Von Lee, Jr. Welcome, sir. If you'll state your full name, and I'll swear you in.
Thank you. John Christopher Von Lee, Jr.
If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Give us a brief statement why you'd like to continue.
Thank you. If I may, I'll read it. It is brief. I left my home in St. George in 1961 to go to the University of South Carolina. We just called it the university back then. I really have never left it. 7 years of education, 10 years of teaching in the business school as an adjunct professor. Then I was elected to the board in 1998. I was chairman from 2016 through 2020. I hope to be able to serve another term as chairman emeritus. I think the institutional knowledge that I've gained during my tenure is important to governing of the institution. I hope to have been a credit to the board in both good times and bad. Yes, we faced obstacles over the presidential search, but we now have a great tried and true president in Michael Emeritus, with whom I've worked closely before. For example, in the establishment of the Greenville Medical School, which, while I was chairman of the Health Affairs Committee. By the way, as you know, the Greenville School has no state funding. It's probably unique in that regard for any medical school that I've ever heard of. I know the university is in good shape, both academically and financially, so I'm humbly proud of my service to my alma mater, and I'd like to continue that service. I would like to mention one thing in my application, reading back over it and double checking a couple of facts. In number 9, I said that online education was roughly the same tuition expense as being a president at the university. That's not accurate. Per semester tuition at the university for a student who personally attends is $6,344. If instead you are online and you don't actually attend the university, not physically, then it's about $1,000 cheaper, or somewhere around $5,344.
Staff, any information from?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. I didn't find anything based off of your file that I would have any questions to ask you about, but the same that we have done, can you please confirm your home address for the record?
331 Bamfield Drive, Mount Pleasant.
Thank you, sir. And is this your 4% or 6% address?
4%.
Thank you, sir.
Questions? Senator Harpulian.
So you were the chairman of the board during the selection of Caslin, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm trying to understand, and I haven't quite gotten a clear understanding on how that process worked, or didn't work. Did you go on that airplane trip to Florida?
I did not, and the reason for that, if I may.
Sure.
I was not on the presidential search committee. It was the policy of the board up until that time not to allow the chairman of the board to be on the presidential search committee. That's been changed, I think, quite correctly, but that was the policy, so I was not a member of that committee. I did not attend any of the committee meetings because I wasn't a member of the committee.
So there was a presentation of 4 finalists, am I correct on that?
That's
to the board?
correct.
And Caslin was one of them?
Yes.
And Mr. Tate was one of them?
He was.
And there was I think everything I've read in the press indicates that Eddie Floyd from Florence was unwilling to go forward at that point. He wanted to get more of a consensus, thought they were too divided. Is that accurate?
I think that's generally accurate. I think most of the board felt the same way.
And so there was a decision to hire an interim president.
There was.
And you all offered the job to the president of the upstate campus?
That's correct.
And he accepted?
That's correct, Brendan Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly started a couple weeks later.
That's correct.
And I think he even bought a house here. Do you know?
Was not aware of that, but I'm not surprised. That would have been what I would have expected, or get a lease or rent.
And within 30 days, actually it's 34 days after that, after you offered the job to him, y'all offered the job to General Caslin, is that correct?
That sounds about right.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what happened in that 34 days from we need to take more time and executing the decision to hire Caslin. Now, and let me back up for a second. Did y'all not also decide to hire a company that participated in the presidential search for Clemson?
Yes, the one that we had, we didn't feel that they had fulfilled what we needed. We were going to hire a second presidential search committee, but I don't think that ever happened.
So what was it about that original group that you said didn't fulfill their obligation? What was it they hadn't done?
Well, they didn't have a woman candidate, for one thing.
Okay, well, that didn't get
Sure.
corrected. What else?
The methodology that they used, which has been successful in some schools, wasn't successful for us, and that's bring everybody to town, introduce them to everybody, faculty, students, community leaders. A lot of people won't do that because they're afraid they'll lose the job where they currently are. So that type of a search, I don't think is a good one.
Well, the second time, well, when y'all did it more recently, you offered the job to, I forget the gentleman's name.
Emeritus.
No, before him.
Yes, Mong Tang, I believe it's pronounced.
And once it became public, he decided not to come, correct?
Yeah, as was said a little bit earlier today, which is quite accurate, he wanted to come, but his family situation was such that he couldn't do it.
Well, he didn't know that before he accepted?
No.
Huh.
Apparently, I certainly think not.
So based on what I've read in the press, it was like 3 or 4 days after he accepted, and then he withdrew. Was it that
Something
quick?
like that. His mother-in-law was sick, I remember that.
Was she not sick the day when he accepted it?
Unknown to me.
But it certainly was embarrassing, was it not?
Well, no, I wasn't embarrassed about it. I mean, we thought he was the better candidate. We voted to hire him, said he wanted the job, and then he changed his mind because he had family situation. So I wasn't embarrassed about it.
But let's go back to Caslin. I mean, with Caslin, you brought all 4 of those folks to Columbia, everybody that was approved, and made them available to the faculty and the students and to the board to talk to. It was publicly, the 4 were publicly known, were they not?
Well, it was publicly known, yes, they met with large groups of people.
So I guess at some point, a number of faculty and students objected, before you narrowed it down, objected to General Caslin, correct?
Yes, it was something like the night before that April 29, I think it was the first election of those candidates. It was something like the day before. Charles Williams testified to this accurately a little earlier today. Something like the day before, or something like that, that this search firm gave us all of these questionnaires. And I remember the night before that failed election attempt when when there was no election. I remember reading through that stuff the night before.
And that was the meeting at which y'all decided to look further.
Postpone, yes, to get an interim.
They took the
yes.
34 days, the 30 days
Yes,
plus.
that's correct.
Okay, and during that period of time, student and faculty opposition did not collapse. Matter of fact, it got worse, did it not?
I think it would have, yes, yes.
And so, did you receive a call from the governor or the governor's office?
I did not receive a call from him. I was invited to come to his office, which I did.
Who'd you meet with there?
I met with the governor, his chief of staff, Gene Warr, and 3 trustees.
And the purpose of the meeting was for the governor to convince you that Caslin would be a great president?
I would agree with that.
That's why you went. That's why he had you there, to convince you.
That was what he proposed when we were there. That's what he believed.
And
he was if I may, he was chairman of the board. That's the way it's set up. The governor is chairman of the board of trustees of the University of South Carolina.
He's ex officio.
Ex officio chairman of the board.
But you were the chairman of the board.
I was indeed.
So who's chairman of the board, him or you?
Well, that was a good question.
Well, I'm asking.
I asked our lawyer that,
Yeah.
and he said, if the governor comes to a meeting, he's chairman of the board, you get out of that chair.
Did the governor come to a meeting?
Did he come? No.
No.
But I did ask because
But he had no authority unless he showed up, correct?
That's correct.
So, and he wanted y'all to do his bidding, he didn't want to come do it, right?
I wouldn't say that. He didn't come. I'm glad he didn't because as was pointed out earlier today, which is certainly true, the accreditation committee looks very poorly on any political involvement.
Now,
SACS is the name, you know, the
so
Southeastern
did
Accreditation.
you ultimately end up voting for Caslin?
Did I?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And was that I mean, you didn't go to Florida. Did you meet with him any other time other than that initial?
Yes, I had a meeting with him when the group was brought to town. I met with Dr. Bill Tate, who was the other candidate who's been mentioned, who was another one of there were two basically, who were above the others in the estimation of those of the trustees. One of them was Professor Bill Tate, who was at Washington University at that time. And as you know, he's now president of, I think it's Tennessee. No, anyhow, it doesn't matter right now, but I did meet with both of them, yes.
And what was it about General Caslin that convinced you, him not having any real academic background except being the commandant at West Point, what convinced you that he could run a liberal arts mega university after having run a very small military school?
Well, academically, I believe he was qualified. That's where I disagree with many of the faculty members, because the bylaws say PhD or other terminal degree. For example, a law degree is a terminal degree, a medical degree is a terminal degree, and he had an MBA, Master's in Business Administration, and that is commonly referred to as a terminal degree.
Where was that MBA from?
I can't remember. I don't remember.
So you decided he was more qualified than other candidates who did have PhDs, who had a background in managing liberal arts colleges, right?
I did. Bill Tate was a great candidate, obviously, from where he is now today. He was a great candidate. He was head of the graduate school at Washington University in St. Louis, so-called Harvard of the West. So it's a good school.
Yep.
And he was head of the graduate school there. So, I mean, I think he was qualified, but he had never been a president of a major university, and he had never been a provost. So I felt General Caslin was more qualified.
Was hiring him a mistake?
Again, that depends on the times.
No, I'm talking about as you look back on. I mean, I've made all kinds of mistakes in my life.
If I knew what I know today, I wouldn't, and he wouldn't take the job either.
But
so
looking back on it, the very close split decision of the trustees, I mean, that was the reason y'all didn't have the vote 30 days earlier, because you're trying to get a consensus. And that never happened, correct?
That is true.
And what was the hurry?
I'll tell you what it was. The governor told us that President Caslin had been offered another job, and that he had to make a decision on whether or not to take that job or not. I then called President Caslin, and I asked him about this. Not that I didn't believe what the governor said, I just thought it was my responsibility. He said yes, that he had until a certain time, which was something like about a week or something like that away, in order to accept that job or not accept it. And I said, okay, thank you. And so that was the hurry. It was either vote for him or let him go. It wasn't a question of, look, if you postpone this, he'll still be in the pool and you can look for other people. It was either hire him or not hire him. So we had a board meeting.
So a one-vote margin was just fine to land this whale, right?
Yes.
And that was, in your opinion, not a mistake.
Again,
I'm talking about what you knew then.
At that time, it was not a mistake.
And the governor's expertise in hiring a president of a university, how many university presidents has he participated in the hiring of?
I hope just one.
We hope to keep it there anyway, right?
I'm sure today, things wouldn't be done the same way. I guarantee you that for myself.
Were you talking to Trey Walker at all?
He was there that day.
Did he indicate to you any political motivation?
He did not.
He didn't indicate to you that there were emails between him and Mark Westbrook in which he talked about Beto O'Rourke, our friends on the left, all kinds of political things. He never did that with you?
He did not.
Well, I mean, do you now admit that the hiring of Caslin and how it went was a disaster, not good for the university?
And in some ways, it was good for the university. And I'll tell you how. I've been mentioned today. But President Caslin really was the right man at the right time during COVID. He did a great job. The faculty embraced him. I was with him almost, I wouldn't say daily, but just about every other day we would have some conversation about something. So I thought he did an excellent job during that difficult period. And then it sort of all went up in smoke with that graduation and that plagiarism problem. It was one of the worst days of my life, and certainly as far as the university is concerned. But I thought President Caslin did a great job.
Really?
I certainly did.
Other than COVID, what else did he do?
Well, he united the university for one thing. He was well liked by the faculty. By the time all of this happened, he had, quote, won the faculty over. He was well liked by the faculty and the students.
That didn't appear to be the remarks that we read in the paper from faculty members about plagiarism, because plagiarism typically is rewarded with expulsion at an institution of higher learning, is it not?
That's what happened to him, basically.
Well, he didn't get expelled. He left on his own steam. Correct?
Well, that's a major difference, certainly, but nevertheless, he left because of the plagiarism.
And his comments about the university were just horrible, were they not?
Most unfortunate.
What was unfortunate about them?
For one thing, I lived through those years with him, and I worked with him hand in hand, and saw people come around to support him during all of these times, and
he didn't think so, apparently.
No, he didn't, but I had a different outlook on that.
Well, but he was the guy that would have been the beneficiary of that, and his attitude was, I mean, email he sent to the president of SC State pulled no punches whatsoever. Horrible place. I don't know why anybody'd ever come here. The board of trustees, the students, the faculty all were not supportive of me. I mean, that's what he said in candid conversations with the president of SC State, right? You read all that?
I did not read that. I read probably worse. But I don't happen to agree with that. But that's the way, I was not aware he felt like that during the time that I spent with him.
Are you aware of it now?
Pardon?
Are you aware of it now?
Yes.
So
well,
obviously,
that's what he said.
You think he was lying?
That's what he believes.
Well, his belief is based on his experience. His experience, to quote him, it sucked. That's an exact quote.
It was a hard road. I certainly will admit that. It was a very hard road. It was, especially at first.
So you do exactly what you did back then, knowing only what you knew back then. You'd hire him again.
Yes, I would.
By one vote margin. You'd do that.
Yes, I would.
Okay. Let me move on to one other area. I'm going to be brief on this. We have talked about the Muschamp's buyout.
Yes.
But were you on the board when you approved that contract to begin with?
I was.
And that contract could have entitled him to an $18 million buyout like the year before, right?
I don't recall that. I don't know the answer to that. It may well be right.
It's significantly more than the 13 you paid.
Yes.
Okay. What? 15.3, I'm corrected by Senator Scott. So y'all kept him on for another year, things didn't get any better, and you decided, or I'm trying to figure this out, the athletic director decided time for him to go. It was worth $13 million to pay him not to work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the university board made $10 million available to the athletic department, which facilitated that buyout.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and that $10 million was appropriated dollars or tuition dollars.
The thing about it is this, generally speaking, even though we keep a separate set of books for the athletic department. There are no athletic department funds. Every dime at that university, it belongs to the University of South Carolina, and that includes the athletic department.
Well, I thought that that one of the things that I've been told over the years in the legislature is that the money you spend on a coach, if it's 15 or the one we just signed for 12.5 or whatever, those funds are money generated by the athletic department through ticket sales, TV, all the sort of outside sources. It's not appropriated funds. Am I wrong about that?
Well, I'd say the appropriated funds go into all the buckets. In other words, there's one big bucket, they all go in the same bucket, University of South Carolina.
So
keep
we
a
should,
separate-
so we as the legislature can limit you on what you pay a coach? We could have a budget proviso this year?
Yes.
Would that be helpful?
No, thank you. I think it's better that we handle it ourselves, even though in this particular case, it wasn't handled well.
Okay, so the Muschamps buyout was not handled well.
I don't think it was. I think that buyout was the extension of his contract. You know, he had a good year. We extended his contract. I think we extended it too far.
But the board voted to do that.
Optimistic.
Yes. The board voted, so that was a mistake.
I think it was. I wouldn't have extended, if we, again.
Did you vote to extend it?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
President Alexander.
I'm sorry.
Not a problem. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. In listening to the dialogue with the senator from Richland, you mentioned the firm and you didn't think that you've got the value or the results from that firm that y'all had contracted with.
That's true.
Did I hear that correctly?
You did, that's true.
So did they get paid?
They did, it was $138,000, I think. They were paid.
So there was no way to preclude that if you were not pleased with the results?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a contingency. They were paid that.
Okay. Further, just for the record, in your documentation, you've noted here that some of your law partners not only are registered, but that the firm that you're affiliated with does work at USC, but
Yes.
that's done by normal bidding processes that you're not involved with, correct?
That would be correct.
And you don't do any work for the University of South Carolina yourself personally?
That is correct.
Yeah, just for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have my question, it was strange to me that you could remember Dr. Tate's credentials but could not remember Caslin's. Why is that?
Well, I do remember Caslin's credentials. I don't remember where he got his MBA. My reason with Dr. Tate is because I am also a graduate of Washington University in St. Louis, so I had a particular interest in looking at his resume. And when I saw he was the head of the graduate school there, I said, wow, that's strong. But I do not remember where President Caslin, then General Caslin, I don't remember where he got his MBA.
Were you present in Atlanta?
I was not.
You was not. Under your leadership as the chair and as a board member, not what the board has done, but what diversity things have you done to promote diversity on campus, yourself as the chair, as a board member?
Well, I've done some, not a whole lot, but I've done some. The School of Social Work, which has a large number of African-American students. That has been the school that I have been most closely associated with, that I've endowed a scholarship there. I specified that he go to an African-American student. That's about, if you want to single out something, which I would like to be able to single out more, but that's certainly the more specific and prominent thing that I've done.
My last question, I've heard most of the incumbents today say that they were happy that Caslin was there during the pandemic.
Yes.
And that was the bright spot of his presence there. What makes you think that one of the other candidates could have not handled COVID?
Nothing.
Thank you.
Speaker Lewis.
Mr. Von Lee, thank you. Thank you for your service on the board, and thank you for being a stand-up guy and taking these questions, and when asked about it, taking responsibility for your decisions. I appreciate that. It's been.
Thank you. There was nowhere to hide, but thank you very much.
Yes, sir. It's been very rare today when somebody's not pointing at somebody else for something that happened, and you didn't do that. You stood up there and you told us why you made a decision, and I appreciate that. And that's why I hate to ask some of these questions, but I feel like I have to anyway, so I hope you understand that. And I hope you understand that I do have the utmost respect for you. But you were the chairman of the board at the time Mr. Caslin was elected president of the university. That is correct.
That is correct.
Okay. And going through the search process, you could tell at the time it was not going well. I believe there was a text attributed to you that said that we as a board are looking awful. Do you remember that?
I do not remember that.
You don't remember that?
Also, I do not text.
Okay, well, it probably didn't come from you then.
Well, probably not.
But regardless of that fact, would you agree that the search did lack for a good bit of continuity, for lack of a better word?
I would agree.
Yes, sir. And the board was clearly divided on who to select, some wanting President Caslin, some not wanting President Caslin. As chairman of the board, do you bear any responsibility for that?
I don't bear responsibility for the fact that it was a narrow election. That's up to each individual trustee to vote what they think is best.
Yes, sir.
And if 11 of them wanted him, which they did, and which is what it takes, a majority of their 20 votes. If 11 of them wanted him, which included me, then as far as I'm concerned, his election was proper.
As chair, did it ever occur to you that this level of division may be bad for the university?
Yes, it occurred to me, but I believe sometimes you just have to make a decision and do something. That time had come.
Did it occur to you that this level of division may have been bad for President Caslin in his future at the University of South Carolina?
I knew he had a tough road. I thought he could handle it, which, quite frankly, he did.
Okay. So as chairman, why would you press ahead with such obvious and open division on the board and try to seek President Caslin as opposed to going to an alternative candidate?
Well, again, I think we had a good candidate. I think we had an excellent candidate. And I wanted him as president. Yeah. And I did not know what the board wanted until the vote, but that was it.
Do you think the board is too large? Do you think it's too?
I do not.
Tell me why not.
Well, because if we were to narrow the size, first of all, the board's 55,000 students. If it were to be narrowed down to one of the proposals I looked at, showed us that would give us the smallest board of any institution of higher learning, even though we were like, 2 or 3 times bigger than any other. So it just proportionately, I think it's a bad idea. I think what would happen is, if this board were narrowed down, I think it would decrease diversity. Yes, we only have 2 African Americans on the board, but who knows if, of course they could, they could lose an election anyhow, I understand that. But the bigger the population group is, the less chance you have of having an African American elected in a state which is primarily white.
Yes, sir.
It's just a fact.
Finally, there were some issues about notification for the meeting that President Castleton was elected on.
Yes.
Could you tell me about your responsibility with regard to notification of the meeting?
Yes, I can. I called for a meeting of the board. Charles Williams brought a lawsuit saying that, look, it's got to be 10 days. I turned to our lawyer, Terry Parham. I said, Terry, we've never known anything about a 10 days notice to have a board meeting. He said, yes, there's a special statute that applies only to the University of South Carolina, which he was not aware of. Here's a guy, is an excellent lawyer. If he was standing here with me, he would say the same thing. He'd been the head of our legal department for at least 30 years at that particular time. He'd never heard of this statute. But it exists. Charles found it. He brought a lawsuit, so we postponed the board hearing.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vonley, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Senator Scott.
Thank you so much, and your willingness to serve. I want to just concentrate a little bit more on what I've heard with all the different buyouts, and been kind of searching to see what some of the other schools were doing, and there's all kinds of contractual relationships that are out there. And I kind of, as I look further, I kind of see that y'all have low salaries, but you have longer contracts, and the percentage of the buyouts in many cases may be higher, such as your new coach, the 12 million, 5 years with a 65% buyout, $8 million. Have you considered in your contract relationships, since depending upon where these coaches go, and they take new jobs, just like the professional contracts, they can take it, but it reduces what your buyout is. But what I'm watching you doing that I think that's creating the heartburn is that they're getting cash buyouts. It was a 15.3 million left in Muschamp contract, but he negotiated down to 12.9. So I guess that was the remaining years and a piece of a year to come to that 12.9. And then he took another job at Georgia, I think making $2 million, which brings him back to where they needed to be because he negotiated down. But if you did those contracts, it would reduce your obligation, because if you stayed at Georgia 2 years, 3 years making $2 million, your obligation continued to come down, like the professional contracts. And according to the SEC, there was no written rules, and according to looking at all these contracts across the country, all those contracts were very unique. But it may be something that you may want to consider if you're going to continue that practice, and with folk not having long tenure at the university.
We have considered that, Senator, and we have it in many of the contracts. It is in the new and Lamont Paris's contract. If he were, let's say next year he gets us into the to the Final Four or something like that, all of a sudden he'll be offering a lot of money from people, and they're going to have to pay. If they do, if he does take that job, they're going to have to pay us.
Right.
Okay, he does, but they will of course step in to take care of that obligation. I did check on Frank Martin's contract. There is no such clause in there since it was renegotiated last year.
Well, and I won't get into all the things what Frank did about, he took about too, because if not, I think that contract would have went to 2024, which that's the $6 million. If he had stayed a little while longer, I think it went into where your extension was. But I'm more concerned, and I'm not sure all the details of the contract. I'm just giving you what I kind of read and thought I understood. Want to also look at the attitudes of other members of the board. You've had a chance to serve as chairman of the board in trying to move an aggressive agenda forward. I happen to like your previous president. I thought he did a very good job in bringing members of the General Assembly together, and he did it on more than one occasion, really getting to know him. And he was one of the first presidents who really stepped out to talk about diversity and how important diversity was to the university, and was a leader in the community in talking about diversity. I really hated to see him go, but those things do happen. And I'm also looking for the new president, which I've not had a chance to meet that new president yet, also take on a more positive role of diversity. And I do know from some of the comments I've gotten since I've been on this committee, I think some 8 years now, it's enough for some of y'all to rotate a couple of times to come, it was not embraced very well with a number of members of your board. So how's that doing now? And I know they come here and they tell us what they think we want to hear, not thinking we've got enough sense to do homework and talk to other people to really find out their real attitude in terms of moving a diverse agenda forward. I know some of them did not like the fact the previous president was talking about a more diverse USC, and everybody trying to maintain the status quo. When you begin to look at why different members who be on members of the General Assembly, especially in the State Senate, will report reducing your board, leave it the same, or even making other kinds of changes on your board. We all got different issues and ideas in terms of how South Carolina should run. You're the flagship university. We expect more out of you than other universities. And so where's the board now with attitudes and personalities and trying to move an aggressive agenda toward having a more diverse University of South Carolina and trying to attract more minorities, both students and faculties, to the university? And I'm not talking about your Beaufort campus or your Union. I'm talking about the Columbia campus,
Understood.
where your largest percentage of minority population is.
Well, I think everybody would like to see an increase in minority representation. And when I say minority representation, I'm talking about African American.
Correct.
I mean, I'm not talking about women,
Right.
I'm not talking about Asians, because I looked at all those numbers also in getting prepared for this. But I think that the members of the board would like to see that increased, certainly in the hiring and the things that the president does, but still we certainly are involved in to some extent. I think we've done a good job in that recently. A couple of examples, perhaps they were mentioned earlier. We got 2 vice presidents who are African Americans. Larry Thomas, who's head of our communications,
Met him.
and Julian Williams, who's head of diversity, because one would assume that he would be a minority, but
Now,
not
when
necessarily.
did those two come on board?
Fairly recently, I think Julian Williams got there about 2 years ago. Larry Thomas was last year. We've also hired.
Came under the previous president.
It came under Harris Pastides.
Okay.
We also have 2 of our chancellors at 2 of the comprehensive meeting 4-year schools. We've got Al Pernot, whom you may know down in Beaufort. You may have met him. Wow. And a new chancellor, Benny Harris. He'll be inducted next month. We'll go up to that, and he's head of upstate.
Would you say that 50% of your board, 60% of your board, 70% of your board is progressive in pushing diversity, or is it less than that?
I think they all are.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Certainly hope so.
Thank you, Mr. Von Lee. We're done with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Us Clemson fans don't have to worry about paying out for Final Fours, do we, Thomas? I don't think. Final 8s either. Westbrook, okay. All right, next is Thad H. Westbrook. You state your full name for the record.
Thad H. Westbrook.
Raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Give us a brief reason why you want to be on the board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to members of the committee, and thank you to the General Assembly for giving me the opportunity to serve on the Board of Trustees. I'll keep this brief. I know you've been here all day, but when I first ran for the USC board, I told this committee that I'm committed to helping make the university successful, and I fully support its mission, which is, quote, to educate the state's diverse citizens through teaching, research, and creative activity and service. I remain committed to that purpose and look forward to what the university will continue to do to serve our state. I do have other things I could share, but I know it's
it's been a long day.
All right, staff?
Mr. Westbrook, I don't have anything based on review of your file. I will have you do the same as everyone else. Can you please state your home address for the record?
107 Ashworth Drive, Lexington, South Carolina, 29072.
Perfect, thank you. And is this your 4% or 6%?
4%.
Thank you.
Speaker Lucas. Representative King.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook.
Yes, sir.
What year is this for you on the board?
I'm in my 12th year.
I think you've been before the committee since I've been on the
Yes,
committee.
we've spoken before.
So you know my line of questions, I
Sure.
would like to know, what have you done since the last time we met in reference to diversity, you and not the actual
Board as a whole. You know, I've got a few things I'd like to mention. I was chair of the Strategic Planning Committee with our new plan. Priority 4 is our diversity, equity, inclusion. Our priority is one that I advocated for, and it's one that I've continued to monitor to make sure we're seeing growth in African-American enrollment. We've had a 3% growth in our freshman class of African-Americans this past year, 3% in Hispanic students enrollment in freshman class this past year. We're also putting an emphasis on hiring additional African-American and minority faculty members. I think it's important that the student body see a faculty that's reflective of them. And so that's an area of emphasis there. More specific to me, we each have an appointment to the Board of Visitors. I appointed an African-American female, Miss Candace Jackson Shiver, Pastor Jackson's daughter. She's a leader in our community, and she's an outstanding board member. I also have the opportunity to speak to the Collaborative on Race. They had a seminar a little over a year ago, and I thought it was important. I was invited, and along with Ms. Moody, I thought it was important to have board presence, to be there to speak to the collection of individuals that were there attending a conference supported by the Collaborative. I had also, previous to Dr. Williams being hired, I'd advocated with Dr. Pastides to elevate the VP for Diversity to be a direct report. Previously to Dr. Williams, it was a report to the provost office. And I think that was something important to raise the profile of that office throughout the entire university. An additional thing, as chair of the governance committee, which I'm vice chairman of the board, and because of that, I'm also chair of the diversity committee. I did shepherd an effort to make sure we had diversity training for our board. The governance committee is responsible for continuing education of the board, and that is under our new bylaws, and diversity falls within that committee's responsibilities. And one of the things I was helping with was making sure we had diversity training as part of the continuing education. We've had about 12 sessions of continuing education. Diversity training was one of those. We had 2 different presentations. One was a 3-hour presentation in January. We had another presentation earlier in 2020 from Julian Williams. And part of my involvement was interviewing and talking to the facilitators who came in who did that diversity training.
And if I have any more questions in reference to diversity and what you all are doing and what you're doing, I'll get with you later on. Question, were you also or were you not in Atlanta?
I was in Atlanta. I was chair of the search committee that led to the hire of Dr. Amaritas.
Can you tell me your recollection of those events with Mrs. Kennedy and the chairman?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't dispute what Ms. Kennedy shared in the paper. It was a difficult exchange. I spoke to the chairman after that and thought he should apologize. He had already decided that he was going to apologize at that point. It was appropriate that there be an apology. I can understand why she was upset. And so, you know, Bill and Lou Kennedy are very important parts of the university community. They've been very generous to the university. And so I wouldn't dispute her recollection of the events.
What is the morale of the board up under the present leadership? And would love to have your honest opinion.
It is better than it was with the Caslin hire. We got through a search process where we did have strong conversation in the room about candidates, but we had a unanimous vote. And part of my commitment and pledge to the board in leading the search was to make sure we had a search process that was transparent and inclusive of the entire board.
that they were kept abreast of developments in the search, which I did. In addition, I would notify the search committee of what we were doing at the board level to make sure they understood where the board was coming from. The board works together better now under our new structure and new organization. We still have our tense moments, but it's nothing like a few years ago with President Caslin.
And this is my last question, just brought something back. The General Assembly back in 2016 made it very clear, at least the House did, through debate on the floor during the budget, which I think I may have did an amendment that dealt with diversity and ensuring diversity, and I appreciate what you have done in your efforts. Why is it taking so long to realize what needs to happen when it comes to diversity at USC? Is it because we need new board members that can vision a university that reflects South Carolina, that reflects a global economy? Because you have people who are from all over the world that comes to this school. What do we have to do different?
I think you have a board that certainly supports DEI measures, and we're making a greater budget commitment to priority 4, which is the DEI priority of the search of the strategic plan. I believe you have a board that is supportive. I thought what Senator Scott shared earlier about President Caslin is accurate. He was much more vocal about African-American enrollment.
But I want to be very clear.
Sure.
As Senator Scott has stated, yeah, I was really impressed with Caslin's diversity and what he did over there. But what have you all done since then? And had he not been there, like you said, had he not, well, not you, but others said, had he not been there because of COVID, we would not, you all would have probably not had the results that you have. As an African-American in this state, had he not been there, would we have had the results that we have in reference to diversity? From my understanding, you all have not even established a diversity committee on your board. Why are we still, why do we not have that?
I think that's a fair question. You know, we have not done that. We do have DEI with the governance committee. That committee is formed with the members of the board who are committee chairs. And so they are the ones who have the most insight of what's going on throughout the board and the committee work.
And on that committee is Mr. English or
Ms. Moody is
Ms. Moody is on there
as a committee chair. She is on it. Ms. Newton is also on it as a committee chair. I would mention in January, our diversity consultants that came and spoke to us did bring up the idea of having a separate diversity committee. And that is an issue that is part of the work plan that the governance committee will be looking at. So that is an issue that the governance committee will be looking at and obviously later this year.
Well, I can say this. If this is a continuance of how, or the questionings that myself and Senator Scott has to continue to ask, I can't support people who just can't get it moving forward. Sure. So I expect that when you all come back before us, you all have a plan that addresses diversity, and the numbers have changed from the administrative standpoint as well as the student body.
Well, I appreciate that. And, you know, the work that went into the growth that we had in African-American Hispanic student enrollment this past year is ongoing. I would expect it to continue as well, and I would expect our numbers to continue to go up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker Lucas.
Mr. Westbrook, good evening. How are you?
I'm good, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your service on the board. Rather than go through a number of emails and other things, I just want to ask you a few general questions, if that's okay, since the evening is growing long. I want to turn to the selection of William Caslin as president. Tell me what your role was during the search.
I did not have a role during the search. I was not on the search committee.
Right. Did you have a constituency that developed during the search that tried to in any way use you to affect the outcome?
I did, you're probably referring to the emails and text message communications I have with the governor's office. And And there was, at that time, I think you heard it earlier, we considered the governor to be a part of the board. He's under state statute listed as the ex officio chairman. He's listed on all the materials on the website as a chairman. But, we also had a review with our accreditor, SAC-COC, after that search. Dr. Bell Whelan, who leads our accrediting body, told us that they looked at it and they've taken a position that if the governor has a designee on the board, that the governor should not be involved in board activities. Now, if the governor wants to sit on the board under state statute, then the governor can do that, and that's their view. So a couple of things came from that. One is in our new presidential candidate search committee policy.
You've changed some of those, have you not?
We did. The governor's appointees are not allowed to be on the search committee. You have to be a legislative trustee, legislative elected trustee. We also adopted a new policy. Policy 1.13 is a policy to protect the university from external influences. That policy was incorporated as part of the search policy for this most recent search. And it's one that requires, under our most recent search, it requires you to disclose any efforts to, outside efforts to influence the search and the independent decision-making of the body. And as far as the search committee goes, if you fail to report an effort to disclose or to influence, then you could be removed either as chair of the committee or as a member of the search committee. The communications with the governor's office is something that I've come to regret. I don't think there should be anything political involved in a search. Having led a search process now, one that did not have any political involvement, there should be none. I actually had the opportunity to address the entire board and express my regret personally for my involvement in that, and particularly the divisiveness that we had as a board. We had a body that went into their separate corners rather than communicating well. And you see from the most recent search, we did communicate well. We got through that process with unanimous decision. We had the one bump with Dr. Chang that people have mentioned. But as far as the search committee's work and the search itself, it went very well. I think it was important that I had addressed the board about my previous conduct, and it was something that I pledged to them in the most recent search would not happen, and it didn't.
Yes, sir. And looking at all the texts, I'm not just focusing on yours. They tend to focus more on external factors more than they did the qualifications of the candidates. And, having spent 9 years at the University of South Carolina, obviously I would have rather seen text talking about candidates and their strengths and weaknesses and those types of things as opposed to other political type things. Would you agree with that?
I would. That search was a mess, and there are some chippy or flippant messages in there, and it's really not something that we need to have in a search. We did in this most recent time. We had a very smooth search, and I think very frank but professional conversations among the board members as we came to a result of who would be elected.
Yeah, and you understood at the time of the vote the deep divisions within the board as the search unfolded?
I did, and that's unhealthy.
Okay. And as you stated, and I think you stated it well, those divisions have kind of shaped your your decisions going forward about how you would approach this?
It did. When I was selected as chair of the search committee, I had an opportunity to speak to the faculty senate, and I acknowledged to them that the mistakes were made last time and pledged to them that we would follow our new policy to a T, and we did. And that is that's something we have to own and we have to be very candid about.
Yeah. I've got legislation pending in the House. Senator Harpootlian has legislation pending in the Senate, which reforms the board and makes it smaller, given what we've seen in the Castleton search. I'd just like to get your opinion on whether or not you think we need a smaller board at the University of South Carolina, and that would help us avoid some of these problems that we've encountered.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you asked me about your piece of legislation, so I'll be very careful. But
I'll ask you about Senator Harpootlian's.
Well, okay, well then we'll address Senator Harpootlian's. No, but Mr. Speaker, I don't know that it's the size of the board. We do a lot of committee work, And so to put all that work on a fewer number of people would be quite a load. It is a large operation, and there is a lot of work to be done. I would echo the comments earlier. I can't remember who made it. There may be a question about those individuals who are on the board, where they come from. Do they come from the urban centers where you have delegations that are able to elect people they know in their area as opposed to the rural area? That's a theory. I don't know. It's just a thought I've had. But yeah, I think with what we're doing now under our new governance structure and with the continuing education that we have, we also adopted an oath and a code of conduct for the board members as well. And what we're doing now, and you saw in action those developments and that progress we've made in the last search. And what we're doing now, I think, will eliminate the kind of concerns and issues that we had last time. Yeah. We're addressing those ourselves.
It wasn't a perfect search for President Amaritas, who I think was going to be a great president here. I thought that we discounted him in the newspaper. Somebody said I may have been wrong to look at another individual who took the job and later.
Yes, that gave me a lot of heartburn. That was a tough couple of days. We were a few days away from announcing Dr. Chang. Had his name not been leaked to the media, he would have simply withdrawn and we would have moved on and we would have gone a different direction. Dr. Amaritas was never out of it. And so he was always available in the picture. But that was a moment that had a lot of heartburn.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook.
Senator Hartpooley.
Mr. Westbrook,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the fact y'all reformed the process. I appreciate the fact that you have redesigned how it's supposed to work. But like Speaker Lucas, I'm a little concerned that this new selection process wasn't exactly error-free. But let's talk about, I'm a guy who spent his life in the judicial system, both as a prosecutor and a defense attorney. And even when people turn a new leaf or go in a different direction, there should be consequences for conduct prior to that. I mean, I understand y'all have seen the light, or at least you say you've seen the light. But when I read about how this went down for Caslin, I got to tell you, these emails between you and Trey Walker, purely political, were they not?
There are a couple in there that they're text messages. There are a couple in there that were political in nature. I don't know that my comments were political.
You didn't
but
push back.
I didn't push back. No, I had probably a flippant response back on a couple of them.
Well, I mean, and again, I understand that Trey Walker and the governor are Republicans. On July 11th, 2019, Walker tells you that former Democratic presidential candidate Beto O'Rourke has criticized McMaster's involvement in the presidential search. You text back, perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
You thought that, what was perfect about that?
That was a flippant response.
Well, I understand it's a flippant response, but what was perfect about?
There was nothing perfect about that.
So, I mean, at the time you thought it was perfect. Today you don't think it's perfect.
No. It's, looking back on it, it was just a flippant response.
But you understand your involvement at that level with the governor was encouraging them to get politically involved in this process. Don't you realize that?
What I was communicating with them about was, at the time, I considered the governor a part of the board. I know our creditors have said differently, and we've handled it differently since then. But
I'm not talking about since then. I'm talking about back then.
Right, I am. And so we were trying to gather up votes for President Caslin, who I did support. I did vote for him. And that was a effort within the board to figure out who's going to vote for President Caslin.
But this wasn't, I mean, this was we're going to use the Beto O'Rourke endorsement or criticism as a way to help galvanize folks, correct?
I don't know.
That's why you said perfect.
I don't know anybody use that. I don't know if anybody communicated that to a board member. I certainly did not.
In a separate string of messages, Walker said, our friends on the left played their part publicly regarding protests against the 2019 presidential search. In response, you said, these legislative and statewide officer endorsements will all help. The opposition did us a favor by moving too early. Who's the opposition?
on the board, the people who opposed President Caslin, that
They're
was,
the opposition?
well, and like I said, that was not healthy for the board. We were not healthy at the time. We were in our separate corners, and that was not and that's why I spoke to the entire board and addressed it with them.
Well, but, I mean, you're referring to people on the board that disagreed with you as the opposition?
Yeah,
That was very unhealthy, was it not?
that was, I agree. It was an unhealthy time, and that's why I addressed it to the board, and I apologize to
But
the
you
board.
created that unhealthy time, did you not? Or at least you're participating in it.
I was part of the divisive discussion back and forth.
So, and that's just a few of them. I don't need to go through all of them, but that process, you would agree, was flawed from a number of different standpoints, correct?
I agree.
And not only did it ultimately damage the board because of the way that happened, it damaged the university, did it not?
I think it did more damage to the board. And it did lead to reforms that were needed. But as far as the university, academically, we were very strong. Financially, we're very strong. And so as the university fulfilling our mission, we're doing that. And we did throughout that entire time. We continue
Well,
to
but I mean,
fulfill our
when you went
mission.
to elect a president, you dropped the ball, you fumbled it, did you not?
It was a messy process. I
Well,
agree.
not just messy process, the guy within 2 years is gone, forcing you to go
Oh,
interview and hire for another president, right?
That's exactly right. And, you know, what was mentioned earlier about the COVID response, that was very strong. His response to addressing DEI issues was very strong. He did gain support among the faculty, but I don't know that he was ever accepted because he didn't have the PhD.
Well,
he didn't
when
have the
you-
research background.
When you read what he said,
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
his perception, he says to SC State University President James Clark on May 9th, "This place sucks so bad. I don't know how anyone can stand it. At some point, you have to ask why you put up with this stuff. It is insane. I don't know how you can stand living here."
Yeah, I didn't know he felt that way. I know.
You didn't?
I'm sorry?
You didn't know he felt that way?
Oh, I did not know he felt that way.
Well, maybe you weren't talking to him?
I would have talked to him about university business, but I would not have been talking to him, asking him how he felt. I think that May 9th would have probably been after the speech, the commencement speech.
Yes.
And he was getting a bunch of backlash at that
Yes.
time. So I imagine it was a very heated moment as well, but I hate hearing those comments, and I did not know he felt that way.
He said there's a degree of respect and professionalism that exists within those communities. He's talking about West Point and other places he's been, but USC was different. That does not exist at the University of South Carolina. It's just, I want to do whatever is necessary to tear you down. I will do that. Now, when he's elected by one vote, that's not predictable. The faculty and students are lobbying against him. I mean, COVID happened, I get it, he may have performed well, but when you elect somebody by one vote, isn't that predictable that what's gonna happen? Is that he's gonna stumble and somebody's gonna tear him down?
Yeah, I am surprised that he felt that way because he did work on that strategic plan in a collaborative way that involved a lot of faculty input. I heard faculty members say that he was more inclusive of the faculty in decision-making than previous administrations. And so that is a surprise to me, that his
That's
comments
not what
were
they
like
said
that.
after the plagiarism accusation. That's not what they
Well,
said.
the
after he called
plagiarism,
university.
sorry, Senator.
But after the University of Southern California comment, they were on him like a pack of dogs, weren't they?
I understood he was receiving very aggressive messages.
Yes, so again, if somebody's elected by acclamation by the board, or somebody that's not viewed as divisive, this sort of stuff, even if he had stumbled, would have been forgiven. But y'all put him in an impossible position, did you not?
Well, with this new search, I'll answer your question. With this new search, we learned from that lesson because we saw that he was behind as far as credibility with the faculty when he started, and that he was in a tough spot. With this new search, we made sure we were following a process. You know, we had 29 meetings with stakeholders at the university to get feedback of about what they wanted to see in the next president before we actually did a position profile to search for the president. And part of that effort was because of what happened before, but also we made sure we wanted to elect a president that would start on the strongest footing as possible. And that's what we have. I think Dr. Amaritas has been very well received and has been very positive in the response he's gotten from the faculty and the university community so far.
Well, let me move, well, I mean, I guess what I'm saying to you is y'all went to school on our dollar. No question the university was harmed by what happened with Caslin. Its reputation anyway, is that correct?
I think the brand did suffer.
Okay. So let's move on to the Muschamps buyout. Were you on the board when they approved the contract?
Yeah, so there was a contract, and then there would have been an extension of his contract.
You approved the extension too?
Yeah, the whole board
And
did.
how much more did that extension cost us in terms of buyout?
I don't know. I think it was a 2-year extension, but I don't know how much what the dollar figures would be.
Several $1 million.
Sure.
So, and we've heard the decision to terminate is Tanner's decision, not the board's.
Correct.
And
in consultation with the president, I assume.
I'm sorry?
I assume in consultation with the president.
President, right. But did you ever talk to Ray Tanner about Muschamps, either personally, on the phone, or by text message?
I would have had there was a conversation where he briefed the president, the board chairman, and me about the decision to terminate Coach Muschamp. In that.
Why you?
What's that?
Why you included in that?
Because I was vice chairman of the board. I was invited.
Okay, so briefed y'all.
Yeah, and my understanding, there's been discussion about the buyout. My understanding of the contract was that we were obligated to continue to pay him month to month under the contract for the remainder of the contract, and that Coach Tanner had negotiated a lower buyout as a lump sum.
Lump sum, right.
So when this discussion about whether or not the athletic department had money for it, my understanding was cash flow, they had it because they could pay it monthly, and then and I thought they had about $17 million in reserve, which is in excess of the buyout, and they had the money that they needed. Now, later that year, that budget year, with COVID and the buyout, the university did loan money to the athletic department, and it's my expectation the athletic department is paying the university back.
Again, there were cash flow issues when they negotiated. I mean, if they just said, fine, we're going to pay you month to month, it would have cost more over the long term.
Right.
But the university wouldn't have needed to loan them $10 million.
Yeah, I thought the athletic department had the cash reserves to pay the lump sum. It was a combination of buyout and COVID as far as the loan to get them through.
But
was my
buyout
understanding.
Buyout
was part of it. That's my understanding of the loan.
Was that contract extension a mistake? You regret voting for it?
Oh, with the 2 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I don't like the buyouts. I agree with Charles Williams. I don't like buyouts. The buyout that we have for Coach Paris is the same that Coach Beamer has, the same percentage. We are told, I'm not an athletic director. I'm not an expert in athletics. We are told by our attorney and by the athletic department and by the president that's the nature of the beast. If you go to Clemson, you go to Georgia Tech, you go anywhere else in the SEC, ACC, they all have buyouts. They're all a percentage. I think Coach Sweeney's is tens of millions of dollars if he were fired right now. Obviously, he won't be, but it is the nature of the beast is what we're told. I would love to be in a position where we're not talking about buyouts.
But you admit that the vote to extend Muschamps
in retrоспect
was a mistake.
Retrospect,
right.
The program fell off.
And the process we did with Caslin was a mistake. You admit it was far too contentious, politically charged, right?
That's correct.
So I guess I'm sitting here hearing you admit that y'all made mistakes, consequential mistakes, and wondering why we ought to reappoint you.
Well, I think you look at not only the reforms, but also our actions in carrying out those reforms and how the board is operating right now. So I think you look at those things, and there have been corrections that have been made. And I think historically there have been cultural things. I mean, I'm still the youngest on the board. I've been there for 12 years. And culturally there are things that have developed over time that have been changed and have been corrected in this last set of reforms.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. Next, we have C. Edward Floyd. Yeah, we apologize for that.
Okay.
Dr. Floyd, if you'd give us your full name, please.
Cecil Edward Floyd.
If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Give us a brief statement why you'd like to serve.
You know, I love the University of South Carolina. 3 children went there, 7 grandchildren. And I would like to make a statement in contrast to what's been said about our Board of Trustees, if that's possible. Sure. You know, years ago, I was elected chairman of the board. Excuse me, I'm getting a little hoarse, I'm sorry. But at that time, this was over 20 years ago, the University of South Carolina could not fill a freshman class of 2,000. I was elected chairman. We took a retreat to Pawleys Island. The reason we went to Pawleys Island was we could house all the Board of Trustees. We didn't want to spend any money much. We sat down at that meeting and we planned for the next about 20 years, the Board of Trustees for the next 20 years, and what we were going to do. What we were going to do is this. We were not going to spend our money on administrative buildings. We were going to put money in students, housing, things for our students, and to beef up everything. And we came back. The first project the administration wanted to do was the administrative building. We blocked that. We went out and we worked our fanny off to try to make the university something better. We pushed over the years to buy the property where the new law school is. We bought the hotel. One of our trustees had been on the bankruptcy of the property where the old hotel was over here. A full city block. Trustees negotiated this. We bought that for $3.5 million. Full city block with a hotel. The legislature ended up renting 2 floors. A few years later, when they redid the State House, we got all our money back. Administration wanted to put a welcome center in an old building where the Strom Thurmond Fitness Center is. We blocked that. Under Chairman Hubbard's next leadership, they built the Strom Thurmond Fitness Center. The administration hated fraternities. They didn't want to put the Greek Village. We told them we weren't going to build any more till they go ahead and build the Greek Village. So we advanced all of that. We ended up working to get the new Colonial Life Arena. We built the Colonial Life Arena after everything was said and done, built the Colonial Life Arena with the university putting in $20 million and getting all the property from the city that we got. We ended up, trustee negotiated over years. Personally, I did a lot of it. When we got the farmers market, we ended up buying the farmers market, and you see what's been done there. You go back, and I want to tell you one of the recent acquisitions that we did, Dr. Smith and myself, the administration, was going to buy property off the old, out of where the state hospital was. They were negotiating to sell our Wedge property and get 4 acres of the property. So anyway, I knew Bob Hughes. I saw Bob Hughes and told him we're going to negotiate. First, I called Dr. Smith, and I said, Dr. Smith, I'd like to ask for 20 acres of land for the Wedge. He says, you're not going to get that. If we can settle it for 15 acres. So I called back. We negotiated with him, got 20 acres for the Wedge. And then he said we talked him out of the Wedge. So he just gave us the 20 acres. I mean, trustees have done a lot for this university. And, you know, we probably made a mistake with that. I made a serious error with it. I was all the way I was all for Caslin. But we had the board meeting, and I saw all the issues. I saw the board fighting with each other. And I'd never seen that before in my life. And it upset the hell out of me. And so my recommendation, well, let's back off this. And why don't we ask William Hubbard to be the interim president? And, you know, the board thought that maybe it would look awful for us to have a sitting trustee to be the interim president. And so they settled on our chancellor. And it was a mistake. The votes were there for Caslin to be. If we'd have gone ahead and voted at that time, it would have saved us a lot of trouble. And I take the blame for that because I shouldn't have gotten up and done that. But at the present time, our university has grown from less than 2,000 freshman students to we have close to 6,500 in our freshman class. We got 35,000 students here in Columbia. We got 52,000 students overall, and we teach a good education. And sure, we've made some mistakes. But I do not think our trustees have done that bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Floyd. Staff, any information for us?
Dr. Floyd, upon review of your file, I didn't have anything that I saw, but I would ask you to do the same. Can you please confirm your home address for me?
518 Rosewood Drive.
Perfect, thank you. And is this your 4% or 6%? 4%. Thank you, sir.
Senator Scott.
Thank you, Dr. Floyd, for your willingness to serve. How long you been on the board now?
Since 1982.
And you're how old now?
Huh?
How old are you now?
I am 87 years old.
How much real change have you seen in the board, not necessarily in brick and mortar, but actually in being progressive to move toward being more inclusive of all the South Carolina children to go to the school?
I certainly do. And you know, I think one thing that goes back in things that happened since I've been there that I think changed a lot. After you listened to what I said about the chronology, our board was all together And then after about 15, 16, 17 years, we got real successful. And the university, we started gaining more and more students. We had a disagreement on the board. At that time, we always came back together. It didn't show like it did with Cassidy. But we had 3 board members, Darla Moore, Matt Whittle, William Hubbard, who wanted to limit the student body. Mr. Vike, myself, and a few others wanted to grow our enrollment, thinking full well that the purpose of the university was for the people of the state of South Carolina. We need to educate the people of the state of South Carolina. We wanted to increase the enrollment. And I think that was a big factor, because if we cut the student body down, it'd be probably harder to get more minority students. But as it turned out, when we got in financial trouble with the country and all got financial trouble and our budget got cut, this is the thing that saved the university from really having to cut everything out.
So you've been on that campus since 1952, graduating in 56.
Right.
So you've had a chance to see a lot of different things change on that campus. How much would you say during that tenure and time and coming back in 82, I think I came over here in 90. I do remember when we moved across the street in the hotel because we were renovating the State House at the time. I do remember attitudes and changes and a whole lot of things in my 32 years over here. But how much of it have you really embraced for actually making changes? You got students, but having really an open door policy for all students to be able to come, along with faculty and staff. And listen, we are recruiting, we have 5,000 manufacturing corporates here. Folks are coming from every walk of life, coming from all over the world. And we've got to be able to make sure with a very diverse population, we can meet those needs. Not like it was 40 years ago.
I agree.
I've probably seen a lot. You're a little bit older than I am, but I've been traveling the state since 1975. And I've seen, in a lot of cases, very little change. Change has to start on these colleges and universities. How much of would you actually say have really changed, and you've been supportive of pushing those changes because you understand the importance of those changes? Not what your beliefs are, but where we are as a real, as South Carolina.
You know, as you know, I'm from Florence. And, you know, I've always had a very strong relation with the minority community in Florence. And I've told you this before. When I came to Florence, we had 3 hospitals in Florence. My uncles were there, and I was there. In our hospital, we were the only hospital that would give privileges to the only black doctor in Florence, Dr. Beck.
Okay.
He was my friend. He came up here to campaign for me. And we put a statue in front of the medical building in Florence. I'm chairman of the Doctors Bruce and Lee Foundation, and we gave $7.5 million. And one of the requests was they put the statue of Dr. Beck in front of that building. It's still there to this day. And Jim Clyburn, he was one of Jim Clyburn's mentors. He kind of controlled the 6th Congressional District. he named the post office after Dr. Beck. And Jim Clyburn sent me the proclamation of naming the post office to me, and it's in my office at this time. And I've been on board to make all the changes that I can, and I will pledge to you that I will do even more.
And those new changes
But I'll have to say, when you're 87 years old, well, changes
I understand.
are hard. I mean, I don't text and I don't email.
I know.
So anyway,
Yeah, well, that's why I ask, because, sometimes we want things to change and not quite sure how it needs to change, and
it's hard. It's hard.
I know,
sometimes.
a more aggressive approach toward getting it changed. And, sometimes you may be standing in the way of change because you won't change with the times to make those changes.
Well, the one
occur.
thing I want done, and I'm gonna push this. I'm gonna push this as hard as I can. I want a building named on our campus for Jim Clyburn.
Well, y'all can do that. Y'all, that's
No,
what
I'm
y'all
saying,
do.
I hope the Civil Rights Building will be named for Jim Clyburn, and I will contribute, I will do whatever's necessary to get it done.
You've got other members of, and I commend you for that. You've got other members of the USC family who have been movers and shakers to make things happen. I heard about Dr. Jim Solomon, which was a neighbor of mine. I think
Right.
y'all are probably close in age. It might be a year or two older than you are, and some others. What you think have taken so long to embrace identifying the Monteith, which is also part of my district, along with Jim Solomon, which is also part, the other name that was mentioned. What do you think took so long to embrace those changes at the university?
It's awful, but
It's the
change
world.
and getting things through most bodies takes too long.
Lots of times when you're changing things, people don't like change. You don't get to be the one that everybody rally around. But you know what's good for the future generation, and you have to embrace those changes. You're not here for people to like you. You're here to get things done and to move forward. And so I'm just looking for a more progressive board. I know when the previous president was there, he talked more about diversity than any president I ever heard coming out the university, and I saw more things happen. Where were you in those conversations, support of where he wanted to go, and how did you respond to it? Councilman talked about diversity.
I was supportive of what he did. I thought, we say we got a black eye. I mean, we had a problem when he was elected. And I'll take credit for part of the problem, because when it came up to the vote to start with, we should have voted it to start with, and it wouldn't have been a problem. And part of that was my problem. But I supported him. I thought he did. We were lucky, because, they brought people in from Washington to see how we handled the pandemic. It was a model for how it was managed under him. He also was putting together a cybersecurity network. Now, I don't know if it's going to work without him. That South Carolina will get millions of dollars for this. He put it together because that was part of what he was doing. He was working with the government and the Army and so forth for the great cybersecurity network for the state of South Carolina. Clemson would have been involved, South Carolina State.
That's that $115 million y'all need. I'm familiar with that project.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm looking for more and more work. While you're there, you're the leadership of that group. They listen to you.
Well,
if you're progressive, they're going to be progressive.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Harpootlian.
Dr. Floyd, good to
Yes,
see you
sir.
again. So, and it is an impressive array of construction projects that you listed that have defined the physical plant of USC. I'm concerned not with your construction projects, but with the decisions being made by the board. And I think you've admitted the hiring of Caslin was a mistake. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that. I said the way we handled it was a mistake.
Before you hired him or after you
No.
hired him?
What my point is this: when the first time we had the board meeting, we went around and we were going to vote. We were going to vote for the next president. Caslin had the votes, more votes than the one vote that you say we were like, we won by. I got up in the meeting, and I had never seen the board act like it did at that time. And it upset the hell out of me.
Contentious?
Huh?
Divided, contentious and
It was
divided?
contentious.
Okay.
Good word. And I think we should have voted right at that time for him as president. We did him a disservice to go through what we did.
Did you fly to Florida on
Yes.
that plane? And you met with him down there?
Yes.
And yeah, but you didn't meet with any other candidate like that, did you?
No, I didn't. I've always avoided being on the search committee of any president.
But why did you go to Florida?
They asked me to go.
Who's
the
they?
chairman of the search committee asked me to go, and I didn't question.
But you weren't on the search committee.
I was not on the search committee.
Had you met Caslin before?
No,
Had the governor called you about Caslin?
not at that time.
But he did.
He did.
And why did he think Caslin would be a good president?
Well, he thought he'd be a good president, but I was for him. He didn't convince me.
And so you ultimately asked that the matter be put off and you hire the interim guy from upstate. That was
That was not my recommendation.
What was your recommendation?
My recommendation was when I did that, my recommendation was that we appoint or elect William Hubbard, Dean Hubbard now, as the interim president.
And that didn't happen.
That did not
But they
happen.
did put the selection process off.
It put the selection process, and then we asked our chancellor of upstate. We asked our chancellor of upstate to.
Okay, and so as a result of what you did, it was put off for another 30 days. I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. And then it was, there was a vote held. Well, first of all, the chairman scheduled a meeting. Charles Williams sued him because he didn't meet the legal requirements to have the meeting. And then.
Well, I was not privy to
You're
all
not
of
involved in all that. Did you, when you voted, and all I'm seeing is a one vote margin in the newspaper reports, maybe it was 2 votes, but it was a very divided board, was it not? Yeah. You ever see a board in your, is it 40 years on the board, that divided?
No, but you say you won by 1 vote. You got a sitting president on a major university right now sitting there with 1 vote, and he's very popular.
Who was that?
Huh?
Who are you talking about?
Your president of medical university was elected by their board by 1 vote.
Really?
Really?
Was not aware of that. He's still there?
He's still there.
Not like Caslin.
Huh?
Caslin's gone.
I didn't say he was. I know he's.
He's gone
I'm
because
just
there was a
saying
divided. But you would concede there was a divided campus. The students, the faculty, even the board was divided about him. It was, and as he said, let me quote him: "This place sucks." That's your presidential pick, right?
That was my presidential pick.
Okay. Mistake?
Mistake.
Okay. Let me move on to something else then.
But I admit, I was at the problem. I did.
What?
No, I said, I will admit that I made a mistake I should have let the vote go through at that time and not,
But
and
picking him was not a mistake.
in retrospect, yes.
Okay. So let's move on to something else.
Okay.
I'm fascinated by this process where the athletic director negotiates an extension for a contract for a coach. And I guess when you're voting on something like that, and you all did that for Muschamps, are you relying totally on the athletic director's opinion that, you know, we give this guy an extension, you know, it's going to be a great thing for the university? I mean, I mean, I know, and when I drive by the stadium, I see you and your wife's name on a big facility down there, so I imagine with the kind of money you put into it, you keep up with athletics.
Yeah, sure I do.
You're probably an expert on coaches.
I'm not an expert.
So, but what do you look at other than Ray Tanner's recommendation?
Well, you know, you got a coach's record. You've got all that. Now, there's a little misconception I want to tell you. They tell us in small groups about the thing. You have a chance they get a feel for the board's feelings about a contract or anything. I mean, Ray Tanner makes the thing, but I mean, he knows where the board kind of stands. He's not going to put up a contract that most of the board.
Well, does he meet with the board in small groups before he negotiates the contract?
Yes.
Are
Not
those-
before, I mean, after they've worked the thing out. I mean, he's not going to bring something that's totally outrageous to the board.
Well, how does he know what's outrageous?
Well, what he proposes, I may think is outrageous.
I guess what I'm trying to understand the process. He, for instance, with Muschamps, negotiated an extension.
Right,
It cost several $1 million.
right.
And ultimately, we had to pay that because we terminated him. But I guess I'm trying to figure out who other than Ray Tanner evaluates. Does the president evaluate that? Does the president recommend the extension? How does it?
Now, he would have to get the president's approval probably before he would, yes, I would think.
And he meets with trustee members?
He would call and let you know what's coming up. And he would get a sense of what the board feels about it.
By talking to them individually?
Yeah.
I mean, do you talk to Ray Tanner from time to time?
Yes,
You call him or he calls you?
half and half probably,
Now, he is a department head, right?
right?
Do you call the head of the chemistry department?
I would, if I thought it was necessary.
What would make calling the head of the chemistry department necessary?
Well, okay, let me give you a good example.
I want one.
We've got a really good lawyer in Florence. And his daddy was a K with me at the university. He called me and said, my son has been turned down in law school. This has been years ago. And this guy, a guy smart as hell, he'd been president of Boys Nation, all kind of credentials. And I called the dean of the law school.
William Hubbard?
Nope,
Prior to William?
much prior to William.
Okay.
And I got a call back from the dean in about 2 weeks. And he said, Dr. Floyd, I really made a big mistake.
You let him in?
He let me?
And so, and this was a personal friend of yours,
Yes.
and you called the dean of the law school to help his son out. You do that a lot?
To find out. Well, I feel like if you elect me to the Board of Trustees, I'm a representative for the University of South Carolina, for the 16th Judicial Circuit. And I feel like if anybody has a complaint or want me to help their kids in the way, I feel like it's my responsibility to help them the best I can.
And even if they objectively couldn't get in, you use your influence to get them in?
I would if I thought they were qualified to do.
Even though their SAT scores and rankings in their high school class didn't qualify them, if you felt that they should get in, they should get in, correct?
Well, I found out, first thing is you got to check to find out what they tell you is the truth.
Well,
And if the parents call you, majority of the time, it's not exactly what the facts are. But I've got a secretary that I hire full-time that does university things.
So that does what now? University what?
I mean, you know.
Oh, yeah, okay. But I guess what I'm saying is you get a call from somebody, you know the family, comes from good background, kid got turned down by USC Law School or undergraduate school. You do what you can to get them in.
I do yes.
Yes, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Floyd. Appreciate you sticking
Thank you.
around for quite a while.
Thank you, thank you.
Oops, went too far. I got it. Next up is D. Hollis Feckle. If you just state your full name, please.
Yes, sir. Dal Hollis Felkel II.
Just raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
There you go. Just give us a brief statement on why you're running.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Know it's late in the afternoon, but I have a few comments. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. My name's Hollis Felkel, but for those of you who've known me for years as Chip, you now know that my real name is Hollis. And you know what people who usually call the house to sell me something know, because that's usually the only people that have referred to me that way. I'm a 1986 graduate of USC and the son of a 1950 graduate whose ring I proudly wear. I'm the father of a current student graduating in May who has been accepted to law school here in the fall, and of a daughter who most likely will be attending here in the fall of 2023. So you can imagine that the issue of tuition would be near and dear to my heart as well. I'm an active member and supporter of both the Gamecock Club and the Alumni Association, and I've served as both a member and chairman of the Board of Visitors. I'm seeking to serve from the 13th Judicial Circuit, where I have lived for almost 3 decades, but I'm originally a native of Kingstree in Williamsburg County, and I understand the importance of making the opportunity of higher ed available and affordable to all South Carolinians. I'm the owner of 2 companies, a public affairs consultancy founded in 1998 that focuses on communications and messaging, and a software company that focuses in the same arena. My decision to seek this position comes from a genuine concern and a lifelong love, loyalty, and appreciation for the university that has shaped me into who I am today. I offer a unique and much-needed perspective in the area of communications, messaging, governmental and public affairs, as well as crisis management, areas where the board and the university have struggled. It's my hope that if given the opportunity to serve, I'll be able to offer my 35 years of experience in national politics and working with Fortune 100s and national organizations in dealing with high-stakes, high-profile issues and decisions that come before this university. I'm glad to be here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Staff, any information for us?
Mr. Feckle, I don't have anything for you other than, can you please state your home address for the record?
109 Land Grant Drive in Simpsonville, and that is 4%, as that's the only house I got.
Perfect, thank you.
Any questions?
One brief
Sir,
question.
go ahead.
Have you been listening today?
All day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feckle. I don't think they've got, well, there's nobody left much to give you a question, so.
Thank you very much.
All right, next is Glenn? Oh, okay. Let me just make that announcement. Mr. Carl Brody Glenn was supposed to be next, but he had to leave, so we're going to work him in tomorrow morning. So next, we'll go to Reed Thomas Sherrard, is that correct?
Close enough, it's Sherrod.
All right, Sherrod, okay, my fault. If you would, just for the record, state your name, full name.
I am Reed Thomas Sherrod.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Brief statement, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Whitmire, Speaker Lucas, Senator Verdon, Senator Harpootlian. Thank you all for allowing me the privilege to be here. My name is Reed Sherrod, and I'm running because I'm the best candidate to help the university fulfill its potential. I'm an experienced lawyer and a dedicated community servant. In addition to leading a team of lawyers and staff at work, I've led the boards of multiple organizations. I know the value of strategic decision-making, anticipating the best case, worst case, and likely case scenarios, how to allocate limited resources to solve complex problems, and how to handle sensitive matters and competing concerns. I focus on solutions to meet priorities, and I build consensus. I am energized by the possibility of serving in this important role. I can bring a fresh perspective to the critical issues facing the university, such as providing an attainable education to South Carolina residents, ensuring a strong financial position in the face of increasing expenses and potentially decreased enrollment in the years to come, increasing diversity, and rejecting complacency. I have a diligent work ethic, and I lead by example. If I am fortunate to be elected, at 44, I will be the youngest person of a 21-person board. I will be the only board member to have a degree in a year that starts with a 2. I finished the Honors College in the year 2000 and law school in 2004. I will be one of only 2 board members to have a child of elementary school age or younger, and I have 2 of those. Saving for college and the future of the university is a real thing in the Sherrod household. I've been preparing for this opportunity for more than 25 years through my involvement as an undergrad and at law school, and as alumni in my service as the head of the Greenville Area Alumni Club, as well as on the university's Board of Visitors. It's a privilege to be here today, and I look forward to your questions.
Staff, any information for us?
No, Mr. Sherrod, based off of the packet that you submitted, I don't have anything other than, can you please state your home address for the record?
It's number 19 Southland Avenue in Greenville, and I do receive the 4% residence tax rate at that residence because, like Mr. Felkel said, it's my only residence.
Perfect, thank you.
Questions?
One brief one. Have you been listening today?
I've been here since 10 a.m., yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And good luck to you.
Thank y'all.
That's it for South Carolina, University of South Carolina. Today, we've got 2 members we'll hear from tomorrow morning. So our apologies to the Citadel folks. You have been around for a long time, so we'll get you guys now. So first up is Benjamin, I think I'm pronouncing this, Dotterer Dixon. Or close.
Yes, sir, that was spot on.
Okay, if you just, for the record, give us your name.
Benjamin Dotterer Dixon.
Okay, if you'll raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, give us a brief statement.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time and attention today. I consider it an honor to have an opportunity to be a part of this system as a board member for the Citadel. While I do appreciate the rich history of the Citadel, I feel that one of the most important missions of the Board of Visitors is to adopt regulations for the organization and good government of the college. I feel this is paramount to the continued success of the Citadel as an educational institution, as well as an environment for our next generation to thrive, whether they plan to serve in the military or in the business world. After graduation from the Citadel and prior to my entrance on active duty in 1990, I had the opportunity to work at the Citadel Development Office on the Mark Clark Capital Campaign Fund. During the 3 months of active campaigning, the cadet callers that I worked with 4 nights a week raised over $25 million in donations and pledges because of the connection they made with the alumni each night on the phone. I feel this gives me a unique insight into the possibilities available for fundraising at the Citadel should the need arise. After leaving active duty, I served in the Army Reserve for over 20 years, which I feel gives me a personal understanding of the rigors that accompany the balance of military life with civilian requirements. Just as cadets must balance their academic and military requirements every day at the Citadel. I feel this is important because whatever decisions we make as leaders of the Citadel must take both of these requirements into account, because cadets are never just students, nor are they ever just military cadets. They are both all the time.
Staff, any information for us?
I actually do. So, Mr. Dixon, for your home address, you listed originally when you submitted this application as 1688 Lonnie Taylor Lane. However, you also indicated that you pay 6% property tax there. In an addendum to your application, though, you state that you're in the process of building a home at this address, but you're currently residing at 8032 Russell Creek Road in Edisto Island. You didn't state exactly what percentage of the property tax was there. So can you just clarify for the commission where you currently are residing, in fact, and what percentage is being paid there?
Yes, and my apologies for that. I was overthinking the process. We sold a house on Johns Island last year. We are renting on Edisto right now. I bought a piece of property on Wadmalaw that I'm paying 6% on, and that's where we're going to be building a house.
So what is your current home address that you reside at?
The 8032 Russell Creek Road, Edisto Island.
And what percentage do you pay there?
We're renting.
You're renting?
Yes.
So you will be paying 4% once you build your house, is that correct?
Yes, sir, but currently I'm paying 6% on that right now, because that's
Gotcha.
just.
Okay. Questions? He's not here, let's go ahead. All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Yes,
Good
sir.
luck to you. Next is Dylan Ward Goff, I believe.
Yes, sir, that's me.
Okay, if you just give us your full name for the record.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dylan Wargoff.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, give us a brief statement why you'd like to continue serving.
Thank you, sir, and I will be brief. And I'm in my 12th year here on the Citadel Board. I'm the current chairman. And it's a time of renewal and energy at the Citadel. We're building, just finished building our new school of business, and we're building our largest academic building. We're rebuilding Capers Hall. So it's the first time we've had any building going on our campus in a very long time. It's an exciting time. And Chairman Whitmire, I'm sure you'll appreciate we're going through our SACS reaccreditation. I know you know a little bit about that process. We just celebrated our 179th anniversary this past weekend. For the 10th year in a row, we've been chosen as the top public college in the South. We're the #1 college for veterans. We have the 16th engineering program in the country. Top 20 engineering program at a school of our size. That's absolutely amazing. We have students from all 50 states, from 23 countries. We have an employment rate of 80% before graduation. So before they graduate, 80% of our cadets have jobs. 90% of them are employed within 6 months of graduation. And these are high-paying jobs. And I know all y'all hear the Citadel talk all the time about our 4-year graduation rate, but we have the best 4-year graduation rate in the state. So it's an exciting time to be at the Citadel, and it's certainly been an honor and a privilege to have served these last 12 years. As a personal note from my class, the class of 2002, who were seniors when we watched the Twin Towers come down on September 11th. And of course, I served in the Army, in the Army Reserves, and the South Carolina National Guard. And we watched Afghanistan come to a conclusion this past year. the young man, I say he's a young man, he's 42, 43 like me, Lieutenant Colonel Eric Cutt, who flew the last mission out of Afghanistan, evacuating Afghans, was my classmate, Citadel man. Unfortunately, first person killed in Iraq was also my classmate, First Lieutenant Shane Childers. So I couldn't be more proud to be involved with the Citadel. It certainly is a privilege of a lifetime to serve on its board, and certainly to have my fellow board members elect me as chairman is incredibly humbling, and it's a great opportunity. Would really appreciate the opportunity to serve for another 6 years. I'd like to finish out my time as chairman, and I won't be up here running for another 6 years after that. That's 18 years. God bless these people who I've heard served 30, 40 years on these boards, but I believe it's time for someone else to take a chance and take a turn. I want to finish out my time as chairman.
Staff, any info?
Mr. Goff, based off your application, I don't have any questions for you, but just same as everyone else, can you please state your home address for me?
Yes, ma'am. It's 203 South Waccamaw, Columbia, South Carolina, 29205. It's 4%. It's the only property I own.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, Mr. Goff, from one old Army man to a much younger Army man, thank you for your service to our country. We're
Thank you, sir.
very
Same to you.
fortunate, and to a lot of your other Citadel guys, too.
Yes, sir.
Senator Scott.
One quick question, as chairman, what's going on? The chairman getting that much opposition? I mean, what's going on?
I'll let my opponents speak to that. I think it's just my lot in life, Senator Scott. I've run, this is my third time running. First time I had 14 running against me.
Right.
Second time I had 1 or 2, and this time I drew some opponents as well. But it's a free country, and certainly we don't take anything for granted.
You said, or you taking the Citadel another direction?
No, sir.
The last chairman we had, the last time they got rid of that chairman. So it's every time you come chairman, there's a.
I hope not.
They want to chop you up or something?
I hope not. I'll certainly let them answer that. But no, I don't think it's that, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Speaker Lucas.
Mr. Goff, it may be the fact that VMI has started beating y'all in football regularly. You think that might be it?
It may very well be that. It may very well be that. I had a chance to speak with our head coach this weekend, and I think we're going to fix that.
Senator Byrd, did you have a question? Yeah. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
All right, we've got one more for the Citadel, and that is Kara Irvin. Welcome, and if you'll just give your full name for the record.
Kara Rochelle Irvin.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, why don't you give us a brief statement on why you'd like to be a Citadel trustee?
Sure. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I am 38 years old. I've lived most of my life in Charleston. I'm the proud daughter of a Vietnam vet. I graduated from the Citadel in 2005 with a major in English. And when I graduated, I always knew I wanted to give back. I didn't know how that would be. I knew I wanted to, do some monetary giving back, but something else. So when I saw this seat open up in November, it kind of called my name. Looking, into a little bit more, there is no female alumni from the Corps on the Board of Visitors, which to me, I think is very important. To have a female on the board that went through it, the whole system, I think that would be a big diversity and a big push towards, giving more diversity to the school.
Staff, any information from Ms. Irvin?
Just one question for you. So upon reviewing your application, part of the credit report check that we did, there was a debt collection for medical treatment, and it stated that you disputed that, and the balance owed was $200. Otherwise, your credit report was good. Do you know if that has been clarified since, or if that is?
It has not yet. It's still up for debate.
It's still in dispute.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I had. And then the only other thing is if you could please state your address for the record.
Yep, 3272 Starlit Avenue, North Charleston, 29420.
Perfect, thank you. And do you pay your 4% at this?
I do.
Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Irvin? Senator Scott.
Just one quick question. Why did you decide to run, I know about the female part, and run against your seated chairman. What's that all about?
You know, I think that I think I have a lot to give to this school. I think that, you know, pretty much when I graduated from the Citadel, I went into the civilian workforce and have worked at the same law firm for 17 years. I think my life experiences, along with the Citadel and everything that's come from that, can pretty much prepare me to handle anything.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Burton.
would you entertain a motion for a favorable report on all three candidacies? So,
There's a motion to favorable report for all three. There's a second. You have a question? You second. Okay. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Okay, passes. All of you are favorable.